No, the other way. Guys, is it good? Maybe can you also dim these ones as well, if we have the chance? Please open.
Yeah, let me.
No, no, just dim it a little bit. I mean, if it is okay for you, then it's okay for me.
Okay. How are you feeling? Huh? Is feeling better? Huh? Yeah. Food is better. Huh? I think everything is better. Huh? The room is better. Now we are more compact. Huh? Okay. I think everybody feel happy. Huh? Especially Danawa. Do you feel happy? Yeah. Happy birthday to you. Actually, today is one of the member Danawa's birthday today. So I would like to ask everybody, maybe we say happy birthday to Danawa. Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. It's a small cake. Small cake. Say it again, yeah. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Thank you so much. Can be my day. Surprise? No. The goal is good. Okay.
How many people kids in your people?
This is my first time actually kind of birthday. Plus. Okay, special PTA. Tonight dinner only. But we have homework to do.
I give it to you. Oh, okay.
Nice surprise.
So
Very surprise.
I guess I need to talk.
Really? Yeah.
74
Yeah.
Okay.
So much is it, right? Rất làดีใจ ขอบคุณเลยขำว่ะ
Okay, can I start? And colleagues, am I audible without a microphone? Right? Or maybe?
I see. So, is it okay? Okay. Okay, no problem with that. So, colleagues, good morning. I am Levent, and I'm the portfolio manager for retrofit service contracts, and in parallel, right now, LTSA for a short time. So today I'm planning to give you some updates, some information about retrofit portfolio, and in the second session, cybersecurity, P&A, and spare parts will be handled by Saira, Arul, and Jessica. For those, I mean, some of you, you already know me, but some of you we just met. So for those who don't know me, that's my 14th year in Siemens, and I've been working in different positions, from factory, from after sales, as we call GCC. And now for the last 3 years, I'm the responsible portfolio manager for retrofit in CSHQ organization. And I'm located in Istanbul, in Turkey. So anything related with Turkish factory, the MV factory, or the service corner, or the CS Turkey organization, you can directly get in touch with me. So we can find the correct person easily and quickly. So we can speed things up for you. And today, sorry, why it is not working? Yeah, you know, starting with safety moment, because it's quite important, because we need to take care of this health and safety each and every day, constantly. But the accident is actually waiting on the corner, and one chance is enough for the accident. Therefore, even though we are right now CS heads, BU heads, the managers, there is no harm to recheck what were the safety rules, 5 safety rules. I'm pretty sure that you have seen this maybe 1,000 times until now, but as said, there is no harm to recheck it, repeat it. So disconnect, secure, verify the installation is energy free, carry out the earthing, and then provide against protection, because we see that from our EHS reports. Not only the junior ones, also the senior ones are also really prone to doing some mistakes on the site activities, because yes, maybe our junior colleagues doesn't know how to act responsibly on site, but also the senior ones thinks that they know everything. So these 5 rules are key for success, because if there will be something about EHS, then profitability, quality, these kind of things doesn't matter. So everything starts with EHS, so we really need to take care of this, and we also give this attitude, this EHS attitude to our teams, to our colleagues as well. So therefore, actually, this is a little bit for your site colleagues, site engineers, that if they see a situation on site, then they can stop working. And as always, they can directly get in touch with either Mr. Krause or Guido Fritz. Before going to the portfolio side, this PCK booking is also quite important for our PCK quality, because with looking this, we are actually seeing the forecast for the next years, for the upcoming years. Therefore, there was a change, there was an addition in the beginning of October for the accelerator side. I'm going to give you that information, but before going to that, on the left-hand side, we can see, as we call, classical portfolio, as retrofit, on-off site, service contracts, service projects, and spare parts. I would like to ask you, if you feel not confident, or let's say if you think that there are some gray areas in your business that you feel not confident to put a project either in service projects, or either in on-off site, or either in retrofit, that we can directly talk and discuss right now. And if there is really a gray part on this, then we can define it more clearly, so it will be understandable and easy for each and everyone. Anyone feeling that or experienced that issue before?
Yeah, I have a question, because we face the issue with the MLFP, the BMI material. So normally on the system booking, when we book the BA Pro, MVC, MLFB, then it's automatically linked from the BMD, and the PCKE already set to BA Pro. So that's why in the report yesterday, if you notice, there's some part that whipped out PCKCS. So those part is actually the BA Pro product, which pull out from the BMD. And that the local country, we cannot change that PCK because it's just automatic link from the BMD system to our local SAP system. So for just back, since we cannot change in the local country, then what should we do with that? Just leave it like that?
Great. No, not. We are not going to leave it like that. Thank you for sharing this. Mostly we are actually relying on the manual inputs from
so the other manual.
This is actually new because you said that it's directly come from PMD and there is nothing you can do to change it. Let's take it as a separate point because I also need to ask my PMD colleagues that what can we do. So maybe we need to change or we need to add an additional slot that can be selected by the people, by, for example, in this case you. When you are starting that process, so there won't be an automatical case.
Levent, yes, the topic popped up in August already with on Marion's desk. Please approach her again and involve also Jessica. I think so. But they did not yet respond yet. Maybe there's not a global, let's say, solution yet. But people are aware also on the commercial side.
Those are the colleagues actually. I'm going to get in touch. And when did it happen actually?
Sorry?
When did it happen? When this actual booking happened?
It happened from the start because in BA Pro own MLFP will have the will be BMD materials. Yeah. So the second question is, can you back to the portfolio about the inverter? Because yesterday somehow maybe we confused between the spare part and the inverter, and I understand the inverter should be in the power electronic. I heard someone say, you say right? But here is not talking anything about inverter, so how?
Maybe
why should we put in power electronic, not spare part? Is it any? Yeah. It's
Yeah, the thing is, I think it's a historic thing that the power electronics, which is run by Mark Haug, that he got his own GCK, and therefore all PV-related hardware, it says hardware. In this case, hardware is also spare parts hardware. So for him or for the organizations, it would be really appreciated if you could put in all PE-related hardware stuff in that PCK.
In the solar power power plant, they also have a middle voltage switch gears and so on. Then those things we input in here or here. And for the power system itself, we put here. It's a little bit confused. Yeah,
well, I mean, medium voltage is, I would say, clear, but all the other stuff is not classical. Classical related. It's going to the pure PE hardware, and it's called spares. So does mean that all this, for example, everything in Funan. Would this 800K big spare part order from the original, let's say, view, also from the planning? So that's actually also a key thing. If we book nothing in that basket, it won't show. And then on the global world, Mark and his team would have a drop. So no backwards correction necessary, but just keep it in mind from now on. All PE related hardware stuff, which is not a classical one, which you don't find on the left side, push it into the basket of power electronics.
Then moving to the last update for the accelerator. So they refined. So they refined the PC case in here. So you can see generally that now electrification X goes to 64, Siemens control 52. I mean, these kind of additions actually, I mean, they just clarified. What I know is from that side is they clarified because there were some also some gray areas, let's say, in the accelerator side. So from the beginning of October, they clarified this side as well. I don't know if you came across a challenge or experienced anything about this portfolio. So if it will be beneficial for you.
For the IoT ready material, it should be goes to the GCK U297, not CS any longer. Not
IoT ready, you mean, right?
IoT I mean like a sensor or something. It will be go to the the other GCK, not to CS GCK no longer.
With the latest update, yes. That's it. I mean, what I remember, this is released in the beginning of October, but I believe you also seen this, didn't you? Then okay, then that's a nice update.
Yeah, please send to us because actually in China we use this. According to the last version, is the full PCK related to IoT. Then this is the 492439.
You mean this one, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we only have this is our latest one, but we will receive your. So that's what. Yeah. If okay, the business is related to the sea protection spare parts, sea protection relay. So this is should be booked under the G4 G439 or back to the last page. You just show me the last version. Yes. So here you mentioned 439 sea protect devices. So this is our correct. Then we book this sea protection relay, the spare parts, book under this 439.
Okay. You know, since this is for the last fiscal year, so I mean, I don't think it will be a problem because, you know, this new version is released for the next fiscal year. So if you just book it under 439,
It's okay.
yeah, it's okay.
Even the SCADA system upgrade, this is a book under 4.
Yeah, the previous
492 or 494 or 492.
for the previous system, I don't think that it won't be a problem.
For the SCADA system upgrade, which one should be booked under this IoT? I mean, for physically. Which one? Because this is only this code is for us. It's sometimes a little bit not clear enough.
Hmm. I mean, it's good that. I mean, it's good that right now. I mean, that you see it for the first time. So at least right now we know that it's not being well distributed to each and every country. And let's keep these answers for the second session of the portfolio where Saira will hear. Then she can actually give you an explanatory answer. Okay, then it was, sorry.
Sorry, 11. In a case where if it's a greenfield project and it's tied together with the system plus electrification X, and customer is booking it in one order, how do we split it internally?
I mean, according to my experience, I mean, I know that you can't actually ask from customer two different orders. So it is highly unlikely. I mean, this is not a perfect world we are living in, I know. And what I suggest to my colleagues in the regions is just put it whichever you think the most bringing the most effect on the complete. I mean, on the complete project. So if you are signing a €1 million project and only 50,000 euros is about cybersecurity, you can't just put it under cybersecurity, because then it will directly, I mean, changes the balance in the portfolio. So put it where you think it most suits. But if there will be a 30% or 40 to 50% weight distribution in the whole project, then maybe we can discuss. But it's at the end of the day, it's really up to you and up to your BU manager to actually not change the balance, or to actually not to prevent you see a clear forecast for your future. Because if you just add it on the wrong PCK, then at the end of the year we will see a peak which shouldn't be there, something like that. Oh, sorry. Yes, please.
Actually, GCK we cannot change, but PCK we can, because PCK depend on the material. So we just grid the 2 line item material, and each line item we can assign the PCK. So if you have the 2 PCK in one contract of CS, we still can assign to 2 PCK.
Yeah.
Just GCK is only one.
I mean, if you can actually divide that into multiple PCKs, then yeah, it's great.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, I separate the item. That means you need to, in the contract, you need to put into 2 item price. Yeah, that is possible. Yeah.
Okay then, so colleagues, oh, sorry. Yeah, the PCK topic was really interesting then.
Hello, I would like to have another question.
Yes.
For instead that we can separate the BCK, but if 2 items belong to GCK, so can we separate 2 GCK in one contract?
You got your answer.
Maybe we collect those questions to your, commercial colleagues, then we collect together, then we send to headquarters to clarify. Otherwise, we are stuck in here for all the big bookings. We need to get orders first, then we can booking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
just get the orders, get the projects, and we can decide where to put it. Just let's take the money into our pockets.
The event for
Yes.
the standalone function point order, is that still part of the connected hardware PCK?
I'm sorry.
Function point orders. Yeah. For Protect 5 and 8000 device.
For Ciprotec, it was 439, and it was for that for the previous fiscal year, and now I can see that it is 492 in the right hand side and on the top. As you can see, all services based on SICAM, Ciprotec, PQ products.
PQ products.
Yeah.
How about the standard protection relay device?
Let's again take this question to the portfolio, second portfolio session. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Because digital side is a little bit off for me as well. Yeah, just for next week, a heads up. You probably seen this maybe couple of times, many of times in your daily discussions for retrofit. So right now we are using ISP mostly to get in touch with the service corner colleagues. But again, this is an information, or this is an info sheet that will really make things easier for the service corner guys, because in here they can directly see the existing data of the existing assets, details, the brand, the type, and also the dimensions of the existing circuit breaker. So it will really ease their process to evaluate if we have a solution or not. I mean, for the Siemens, for the old Siemens solutions, it's definitely easier for me and probably for us, and there is no need to use this in most of the cases. But for the competitor products, especially you are in touch with Service Corner India, it's really important for you to fill these forms as much as possible. So it will really shorten the discussions that you are doing with Service Corner India. So you probably have that, but after the meeting, I will be also sharing this with you, just to keep this under your hand. Just a brief information about retrofit. As you know, retrofit and its benefits, so I'm not going to spend so much time on that, but just to show you why retrofit is a sustainable option. Because even though we are not touching that point very much, but this is really a sustainability enabler. Because at the end of the day, we are not changing the complete system, and there won't be any civil. There will be a minimum civil works on site. There won't be a change of the cables, the medium voltage cables, or anything related with the disposal of the old switchgear. So we really need to see that it's 1/3 of a CO2 footprint that provides when you take a retrofit solution instead of a whole complete switchgear change. And it is way better when you do it with the low voltage side. But I know even medium voltage retrofit is really a hard business, a competitive business. Low voltage is more onto that because there are so many competitors, and since it's a little bit, I can't say easy, but since the market is so much more harder than the medium voltage, then I don't know if we are able to actually get a customer directly for low voltage. Maybe we can provide something under a complete turnkey project that we are doing medium voltage and also low voltage, but just keep that in mind. Yeah.
Hi, Levin. I have one question on the CO2 reduction, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember I asked August Han or someone before, how can we do the calculation for this CO2 reduction?
Great.
Is it a free service or is it a pay service? That means we need to pay.
We have two things actually.
Yeah.
Let me make it a little bit smaller. But I guess you can both ways see it. Yeah, it's also, you can see it. By the way, let's jump to this point. You don't need a special link for this retrofit website. Directly go to Google and write down Siemens Fit for Blue, just like that. And the first thing you will see is our global website. The reason I'm saying this, with this website, you don't need an additional presentation when you go to the customer. Yes, it's in English, and for now it's German. Maybe it doesn't suit for all of your customers. But at the end of the day, this site actually includes every benefit of the retrofit solutions, every case studies we did, and every information when you need you are actually explaining retrofit solutions to the customer. Therefore, use this site as much as you can, and in this site, I will come to this CO2 calculator, but first I would like to quickly show you what this site offers. So benefits, as I said, a brief information, and as Aman showed you yesterday, there is the retrofit selector. So if you think that, I mean, or if you wonder if we have that solution for the customer, first thing you can actually directly check it from here. You don't need to ask anyone, so it will save your time. And there is this complete brochure as well. So I don't say that download it, because if we made an update, then you won't see the update. But there is this complete brochure in here as well. It may take some time to open, I believe. And there is, yeah. Please.
Yeah, Levin, yeah, can you try and click on the CO2 calculator?
I will come.
Yeah, because I tried that yesterday, and it still come to one page where you need to fill up your name, your information, and then they will contact you.
No.
Yeah.
Probably you didn't fill that form and didn't proceed, right? You just see the form and
yeah,
you should proceed.
Okay.
I guess that's about the connection. It doesn't open, but let's because that form is important for me to later take to create some leads. That's probably about the connection we have. But when you fill that form and go next, then you will see a page that you can directly fill the rating of the customer, the panel number, years to simulate.
So only this portfolio test is CO2 reduction calculation, or other portfolio?
I mean, how a spare part can actually, oh, it opened directly. Maybe it's directly for me. It opened.
So I'm bit confused, because I don't know whether in Siemens globally we have a ECX software. Do you know this ECX? This is the carbon transparent carbon calculation. So this is very familiar. In China, for Siemens Limited China, we have promoted this ECX with the Design Institute, with every big end user. So we use this to calculate the CO2 carbon, I would say, reduction, or your products, or your whole production process to transparent this carbon or CO2. No. ECX is the global.
Global one.
It's the global one, ECX. So maybe you can try. So here I see the CS platform or calculator for specific retrofit solution. Yeah, for the CS portfolio.
Yeah. No idea about ECX. Maybe Aman can answer that question. I mean, since he's not here, but because Aman is the biggest contributor in this calculator. So we can ask him, maybe he made something or he built this up on ECX data or in the same mindset maybe, but we can ask him.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So when you enter there, so don't just, when you see the form, don't just go back, just fill the form. And when you fill the form, you can see first number of panels that's going to be retrofitted, let's say 10 panels. KV 12, rated current 1250, average load 80%, let's say 8,000 hours, and years to simulate, we will see why this is important, let's say 10 years, and region. Each country has its own factor, so selecting a region is important in here, so let's choose Vietnam and register based on age. So you think that we are dealing with more than 20 years old panels. And when we say calculate, then these two different graphs you can see. One is about the power loss that an old switchgear does, and what a retrofitted new switchgear will be. So the gap between 77%. So we are saying that in 10 years time, they can say they can save 16 tons or maybe 15.5, 15.7 tons of CO2. But from the day one, since they go with a retrofit option and they didn't buy a new switchgear, so they directly save 19 tons of CO2 from the day one. So in total, at the end of that 10 years time, they will go with a how much? Let's say 34 tons, 35 tons of CO2 avoidance they can make if they choose a retrofit option. And by the way, this is a basic calculator. This is for everyone's use. So this is not something like a customer-specific one. So if you really want to specifically calculate something for that customer, for that particular customer, then we can also work it with our sustainability team to give you a more precise number if they really need that, because most of the time they also need to declare it to their government. So if they really need something official, we can again work it out. But this is just for awareness, actually, just for, let's say, marketing purposes. But at least it gives an information how much they can save. Who asked that? I mean, it was you, right? Yeah. So. I mean, for the official
calculation, we need to request a separate.
Yes, if you need an official, calculation, yeah. We need to get in touch with the sustainability team, and they will fill that for you.
Okay. Thanks.
I believe so.
Who is the contact person for this sustainability context? Then we in case we have any needed, then we can.
Just contact me. I mean, I can give Dimitri's name, Saira's name. I mean, so many guys. But let's first contact me, and we can find it together. Again, a little bit of what retrofit does on the sustainability side. It was on the top line until maybe 2010, because we just manufacture, use it, and discard it. But now we are trying to use this R strategy, so recover, retrofit, refurbish, recycle, or rethink. That's what we are usually using right now for the retrofit opportunities and for the retrofit approach. And I would like to show you two customer cases. One is from Turkey, from a fertilizer company. So there we changed 33 8BD ones. I mean, and as you know that 8BD ones with 3AF, they have oil breakers. So they managed to avoid 90 tons of CO2 in total. I mean, in this 20 years time, and also to change to select by selecting retrofit solutions. And we made complete implementation from engineering, manufacturing, and also then implementation on site. And there's another one. This is a fairly recent one in India. It was also a big one because they managed to change 148 breakers. They retrofitted it. They changed the circuit. They changed the current transformers, sleeves, and everything. They also added temperature monitoring, partial discharge monitoring, as well as Siemens control. So this was a big and successful project without any EHS topics. So it was successful for each and every site. Last but not least, that's pretty much what we are doing on the HQ site right now. We have a retrofit ambassador program to improve regional portfolio maturity. It is actually similar to what we are doing with Oğuzhan, with separate meetings with you. But the thing is in here is we actually prepare to onboard some ambassadors, retrofit ambassadors, to make them explain retrofit in a more storyline, not like going to the customer saying that, hey guys, we have these retrofit solutions, would you buy it? Not like that attitude, but explaining the customer a complete story coming from all the way from the vertical. So what are their challenges, and then providing retrofit solution at the end, not like asking them to buy something from us. We have wall-to-wall cost optimization is ongoing to increase market share, because as we discussed yesterday, the price is a big topic that we need to, is a big challenge that we need to overcome. So it's also visible on our side. Maybe 2 years ago, I was always saying that, hey guys, don't focus on price, but now it is clear that we should focus on price, because there's really a key driver in our business. So we should focus and solve that. There is also a project ongoing on my side, a retrofit configurator for C portal adaptation. So when it is done, you can directly order that retrofit solution from C portal. You don't need to get in touch with ISP or with the service corner guys. You don't need to ask anything. We are starting with 8PK20s. So since this is our, I don't want to say flagship product, but we know everything about 8PK20, so it's a safe area for us to play with. We are starting with that, and I hope until the Q3 you will see the first version of that in C portal. So you can, the final price will be only maybe a 5% deviation with the customer price. So what you will see will be directly what you get from the service corner. It won't be that much of a big deviation or that difference.
So in the country where we have not yet implemented C portal, so how can we there's a way we collect that offer so quick that no need to contact and wait for someone else?
I don't know actually, because if you don't start using C portal, how we can overcome that. However, even though you don't use that, there are some countries that are using that. So it will again ease the process, speed up the things. So we can somehow find a way, I believe. I mean, when it is done, when we start using it, then I honestly believe that we can find a way.
So you mean that if we can ask like the neighbor country to help us to check on C portal, if they, then is it the price the same between the country, or the price to us, from the headquarters to us?
Definitely there is going to be a country factor. But I don't think that country factor will that much change in that region, because right now we are talking about one LCB. So I don't think that there will be much of a change, but there may be a change if we are talking about Spain to Vietnam. So that will be a difference.
Can be an alternative way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go on.
Technical question, event, and our retrofit solution. For new switch gears, right, we have this MTBF, mean time between failure document.
Yes.
For our retrofit solution, do we have that?
No.
Information?
No. No, because even for the new ones, they are a little bit hesitant to give us MTBF. For example, I asked, because as I said, I'm working on the LTSA side as well. So for the extended warranty situation, I'm also collecting that MTBF data for medium voltage and low voltage. I talked to Leipzig factory for MTBF for Sivacon S8, and they said that no, we are not going to give it to you because of the many versions, because of this, because of that. So for the medium voltage we have for the new products, but not for the retrofit, because the complete MTBF is directly related with the components in the switchgear and also the components in the circuit breaker. So we are not changing so many things. when we are doing a retrofit. So from my point of view, we can take the MTBF value of the circuit breaker, because that's what it can fail, and also we can look at the MTBF value of the panel as well. If it is a really old panel and if we don't have an MTBF, then we can rely on the circuit breaker's MTBF.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And moving on to that, utilize and enabling of the CS Global team for product development. You know, we also have some R&D investments, still ongoing development projects, but we also see that we need to do something on our own to increase our flexibility, because if we only rely on R&D, then it's going to be too costly and also time consuming. So for the projects that we think that we can handle on the CS side, we are also pushing this on HQ and also the engineering teams level, that we can make this collaboration with the regional teams. We are strengthening the commercialization phase with the right value proposition. You know, we are saying that the price is important, but in addition to that, this sustainability enabling opportunity for retrofit is also important. And we also make some digital retrofits, or we can say brownfield IoTization with the retrofit solutions. And on the right hand side, you can see in India, Paradeep Industries, when we sold new circuit breakers, we also mounted sensors on it. So it will be a two-in-one solution to the customer. So it saved time. And you know, we have our pipeline meetings. We have our pipeline meetings that me and Oğuzhan, we are constantly discussing about the installed base. And now we are going to also review the CSAS opportunities in your system, and which are, we are planning to focus on the opportunities which are below 50% to actually take it to over 50%. I mean, if we can do anything on our side to increase that opportunity level from 30% to 60% to 70% to provide this success. And regional maturity program with focus countries, you are one of them, actually. So this is also ongoing in here in this workshop. We have 3 recent projects. I already shared information about this Paradeep, that we provide digital retrofits, and also this Haldia Petrochemical, retrofitting nearly 150 panels with Siemens implementation. And very recent one is we are retrofitting 30 panels in Dubai, which is an ANSI retrofit. It was also a close collaboration between Team US and Team UAE, which is what we are really pushing to use our guys in all over the world. So what I'm always saying is, don't think that you are only a country, don't think that you are only an LCB, just reach out each and every guy, and the HQ team is your bridge to reach those guys. We will be trying our best to provide you what has happened in another part of the world, to actually give you that experience, to actually know you that this was a success story. But again, just don't stop asking. Just don't stop asking for help, for new requests, for support. That maybe we will actually see some similar cases in another part of the world, and then we can adapt to your situation, and it will be a win-win condition for everyone. And for the development project side, you can see there is two IEC projects and 4 ANSI projects. ANSI projects are mostly for USA, for their market, and IEC projects are, what you are seeing is the 3AH4 for 8PK80 adaptation is for India market, and ABB is for a global solution. and we are expecting to actually finish those every one of them until the end of this fiscal year. IECs will be finished until the fiscal year 26 Q2, and probably until the end of fiscal year we will planning to finish the ANSI ones as well. Also, we will have a we have a sustainability topic, one article in World Economic Forum white paper in November. That's also explaining why retrofit is a sustainable option for the customers. So you can check it out. Aman has already released that, and after this meeting, I will also share it with you. It's just a really short article that you can know and share it with your customers, share it with your colleagues. So what is retrofit and how it contributes to circularity. Yes.
Can I ask a question about? I see there's a case that in India they already do the digital line retrofit with VCP with sensor, but yesterday we hear Arman said that is still under development and still waiting for management release. So
they did this with I don't know which sensor they used, but they did this with the, let's say, the old products, or let's say the existing products in our portfolio. They made the sensorization. The sensors that we discussed yesterday was an in-house one that the R&D is developing right now, and it will be maybe soon, until the end of Q2 or Q3. It will be in our use, under our use.
So you mean that the India case they use third-party sensors?
Yes.
Or not Siemens?
Yes, that's not the one that's in-house. That's not
Okay,
Siemens branded.
understand. Thank you.
Asset guard or something?
No.
PCB?
No.
Yeah, just because this was common use for the existing project, right?
Just temperature sensors, yes.
Okay, got it.
And yeah, we touch this one. That's all from my side, colleagues. Thank you, and I think I'm in time. So, thank you.
We are 5 minutes ahead of the time schedule. That's good. so sorry. Oh yeah. I have a suggestion for, because we will have a group photo tomorrow new time, but maybe we make the photo now, because according to Rafael, because we headquarters. I want to listen to, how to say, get the news from us, because we can transfer our picture to them in the afternoon.
Yes, there's a big town hall meeting today in New York happening for the CS headquarters. So all the German colleagues are, or the headquarter colleagues are dialed in and on site, and wish was obviously for management, hey guys, why are you being here in Vietnam? Drop a picture. We want to see you guys working hard. So, perfect timing actually, yes. So Ralph can speak about us.
So the location of the photo, maybe we go to the stairs. There's a very nice stairs, so we can take a picture there, and also go to the Christmas tree, Christmas gift. Take 2 photos, huh? Okay, let's move to there.
Alo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alo. Alo 1, 2. Có cái tháo cam chưa? Alo 1, 2, 3, 4. Alo, alo.
Hi, colleagues. Let's start. Okay. Okay, let's continue our session. And this session will be the sharing from our Australia CS head. It's a C-Care platform, customer service, how they do the business. And let's open our mind and listen. And if you have any questions, also ask. It's very interesting, huh? So I give the stage to Rami, please.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Simon. And firstly, thank you again to have me here as a guest speaker. I think it's probably a privilege to do two things, meet with the colleagues here in the room, but also to share some experiences that we've had in Australia. And probably some of the comments to reiterate throughout the session. I think Raphael mentioned two things which stood in my mind about being responsible for service, and a lot of it is up to the local organisation. So in Australia, we had a mindset shift over the last couple of years, and we introduced the concept of C-Care. And I think this is something that may be of interest, or something that could be potentially implemented in the ASEAN region. Some of you may not know me, but I've done quite a bit of a journey across different companies. So I was with ABB for quite a substantial period of my career. I started off indoor, outdoor switchgear. I look after operations, manufacturing, medium voltage switchgear in Australia. I headed up the sales and marketing business for transformers. I headed up the BUs for transformer and high voltage service, and also the transformer business before I made the shift for the past 3.5 years prior to joining Siemens with Hitachi Energy. So a lot of you would know the power grids division was divested, similar to what Siemens did with Siemens Energy on the HV side of things. And I was the person that essentially built the Hub Digital Center. So everything we're trying to do around IoT, the commentary about having sensors as part of new product supply, this was my responsibility. And just for numbers, I was also responsible for the Asia, Middle East, Africa region. That was a $0 business. And when I left that business, it was $180 million US. So again, thinking outside the box is something that was part of my journey as far as my space with Hitachi Energy. And I guess now I'm sitting here with Siemens, doing exactly what I did with ABB and Hitachi, is how I knock out the competition, right? But this time I'm on the Siemens side. So I've been with Siemens for the best part of 12 months and looking after the Australian New Zealand market. A little bit about C-Care. So what did the concept, where did it come from? And what were the challenges? I think a lot of these challenges will probably resonate with us as CS managers. Again, I've been on both sides of the fence, supplier product and on the service side. We talk about customers when they buy X amount of dollars of switchgear. They want that preferential treatment. They want priority because they've invested a lot of money in buying switchgear. That was a challenge for us in service. Charge out costs. Continuous discussions with our colleagues about what do we charge, how much do we charge, how do we get paid, lots of internal challenges. Response times, we all know what it's like. When things fail, things go wrong in the field, you're scrambling around trying to get resources, trying to make things work. Warranty management, who's responsible, at what point does it hand over to CS? So a lot of these things were continuously challenging, job by job, customer by customer. Pricing, internal contact points, who takes responsibility, or what point in time does the change of hands happen between our project management of our products colleagues and then CS? At what point does that change over? Free of cost support. I know you all feel the pain when customers say, I've just invested $5 million of switchgear and I expect you to do all this for nothing. That's the reality of the world we live in. Quality, missing parts, things not delivered correct, challenges on site, who's responsible? So a lot of these things are what I would probably say pain points, challenges, but an opportunity to do something different. And no doubt, I think I'm seeing a lot of people nodding in the room. These are common challenges, right? This is not unique to Australia in any way. So we wanted to take those negatives or those challenges or pain points and turn that into something that could be potentially satisfying for the customer, satisfying an internal challenge, but at the same time looking at a potentially reoccurring revenue stream for us in CS. Because ultimately, reactive is great, but again, reactive is not always healthy for CS. Particularly if I look around the room, a lot of these organizations are single-manned organizations or 2 people in the field. It's very challenging to schedule that kind of work. So knowing as much as you can know in the future is a benefit to you as CS. So we look at reliability. How do we optimize costs, protect Siemens' brand to make sure that we're not tarnished in the market? One of importance is a door opener for us. I mean, let's not forget, when every product that's delivered, every spare part that you sell is an opener for service. That's an opportunity to make money, whether it's installation, whether it's inspection, whether it's free of walk items that you're doing on Facebook. I mean, these are all fantastic ways of opening some opportunity for service. What we did was also then have a structured, single-aligned approach to warranty management. So making sure that when there is claims, we had something in place that was a process to essentially overcome those challenges. Instant mobilization and support, and I'll go into what that means a little bit on, and then preferential pricing and simplified invoicing I'll talk a little bit on. But I mean, there's always challenges about who raises the purchase order, at what cost, how do we get paid? You know, these constant challenges are things that are inefficient, and we talk about productivity. This is the best way of not being productive. So what we did was build up 3 packages, and I'll go into this in a bit more detail, but we looked at what are all those challenges that I talked about and where would they fit? Okay? So people want phone support, they want email support, on-site response, preferential treatment. So all the items I talked about is we thought, okay, you have the airline industry, you have hotel chains, you have your local Macy's or Woolworths, or everyone's using a tiered approach, right? You spend more, you get more discount. You spend more, you get something for free. So we built the concept on a tiered approach. What does that look like? Now, if I go through the packages, we've actually added to this, and I'll show you that in the next couple of slides. But this is a development that we had in Australia in terms of meeting the operational needs and the budgets of our internal customers and third parties. If you look at standard on-site response, this was effectively when we have customers that expect us to be available at their fingertips, we try and treat this in a way that we can sell, right, you are a gold customer, or you're a silver customer, or you're a bronze customer. So we have a tiered approach. If they don't have a SLA, and I know there's lots of discussions around long-term service agreements, we do the best we can. That's a standard package, right? No cost, customer rings, best endeavors to send the people out at the best possible time for us as Siemens. May work for some, may not work for others. If you look at data centers, you look at the industry and renewables, that's not an option. During the warranty phase, customers don't want to pay, regardless of the situation. They just want things fixed. They want their switchboard energized. That's the nature of the beast. This is an internal challenge that we had, which I'll go into a little bit later on, how we overcome that challenge. Third-party revenue is extremely important. So we developed 3 packages: a bronze package, a silver package, and a gold package. All of these packages have 6 elements. Basic email support. We introduced a phone line support, so a hotline that was essentially a one-point of call for all customers, for all challenges. And that's a really important piece of the pie, because ultimately, any customer that rings and wants support, they want to talk to an engineer. They want to talk to somebody that can fix their problem. What do customers naturally expect? That you're going to do that for free, because again, they've invested a lot of money, they spent all this time, etc. So the expectation is that there should be unlimited, evergreen support for their investment. That's the nature of how customers think. How do we change that mindset into a hotline support, but then engineering support based on a paid subscription? Right? So you want intelligence, we'll sell you the intelligence, rather than becoming ultimately what we are, a profit center. We're here to make money, right? Just like everybody else. Response times. So the packages vary. Some customers is more critical than others. Utilities, they probably have their own people. Data centers, they expect on time. They expect people there within 20 minutes, 2 hours, 4 hours, whatever it is. Preferential pricing, again, discounting structures, scheduler rates. These are continuous conversations that we have with customers around, hey, here's a special price because you've invested X amount, but here's a service level agreement that's attached to that. Secured hours is also important because when you're signing up to service level agreements, what are the inclusions? So in our packages, we have a set fixed number of hours. So for example, you can buy 10 hours, you can buy 100 hours, but then how do you manage that? And I'll talk about how the management of that happens within Australia. The last piece of the pie is the reporting and the dashboards. How do you know how much time you're spending? Where are all these hours going? So when you look at your engineers and he says, I'm busy, what is he busy doing? And he's spending time with 4 hours for that customer for free, this internal customer for free. How do we cover our cost? So all these challenges, we thought we need to turn this into a paid model. This is just, I guess, to give you a bit of a concept. And again, this could change for your region, but ultimately for us in Australia, it was important the timing of the response when it came to email and phone. So customers want, tell me when you're going to respond to my answer. Tell me when you're going to supply me a spare part. Response times are important. And as you go into the different verticals, these become even more critical. On-site response times, preferential pricing, a discounting structure. Right, so in the bronze package, for argument's sake, it's a 2% discount. What we include in a bronze package is 10 hours of support. Okay? And then on an annual basis, what we do is provide annual reporting, is essentially what the problems were, how we corrected them, which engineer, how we overcome those issues. So there was a mechanism that we built into this process that allowed us to give customers full reporting and access to all the issues they had on an annual basis. So these are annual subscriptions. They all follow the same process. Silver, so you saw with the bronze, it was, I'll just go back. Within 1 day for email support, for example. With the silver package, it's within 8 hours. Phone support within 4 business hours. On-site within 5 days as opposed to 10 days in the bronze package. So as you continue to go up in the tiered approach, it costs a little bit more, yes. These are, again, Australian recommended prices, but ultimately depends on the business in the region. You have a higher level of discount, a higher level of secured hours that can be used for engineering support or on-site support, whatever it may be. And then we also include things like site assessments. So I think we talked about, doing things for free for customers in China or having, you do that as part of an inclusion. But what you're not doing is giving it away for free because that's intel, that's knowledge. When you go out and do an inspection on a customer's site and you see a bunch of panels that are obsolete, it takes 20 weeks lead time to get a spare part. You don't want customers ringing and saying, oh, I need this because somebody else told me that I need this part. And it sits on the shelf and we collect dust, like you said in China. So this is a proactive way of understanding what's on site, what they need, and again, being able to charge for that service.
Yes. Sorry, let me interrupt you. Actually, this is a very good model. I also would like to learn. Because just for one preferential pricing, because the CS pricing is the configurable, material, manpower, travel, so that no basis for the different failure phenomenon, the standard price. So as you do not have a basis, how you would like to grant the discount to the customer? You have no basis.
Good question. So how many of us have scheduler rates? I think we all do, right? We all go out and we say, every hour we're going to charge $300 an hour or $200 an hour. Yeah. Overtime is a fixed rate. So this is a discounting structure off that scheduler rates.
Yeah, you mean you have a standard hourly rate, of course.
Hourly rate, and daily rate, weekly rate, however
yes,
you want to apply
this
it.
Is, and the second is the used up these spare parts. You can have a unit price.
So,
But how to mixture? You know, sometimes this mixture, you can prolong your stay in the substation, or you can shorten. So no basis for the, because that's why I'm, you know, very much headache is the, because I also have a lot of this, we call partner. We also want to give them the discount, but no basis. Even I want to have some rebate, but no basis how I can give them the rebate.
So
that is my headache.
So what we have in many of the regions, and again, I'm not sure specifically for China, is we have a standard scheduler rates. That's applicable for a full fiscal year for all customers. The preferential pricing discount is off that scheduler rate. So your basis is your annual scheduler rates documentation. So I would issue a document to a customer, a normal customer, and say it's X dollars per hour, and I charge you cost plus 20% for flying to site, car hire, accommodation, whatever it may be. That's your cost. So you in a scheduler rates situation, you would be providing a customer a full breakdown of your costs and being able to invoice them, right? The beauty of this process, you don't need to do that. You already have the hours. You already have the defined discount. You already have the defined time of response. So it eliminates all the headache of paperwork, negotiation on pricing, when are you going to attend, what pricing can you give me in terms of a discount. This is a model that then lays it out for you automatically. You don't need to negotiate. Certainly, again, these are standard packages, and I like to stay with something that is manageable and something that is a standard for the region. I'll go ahead. With gold, a lot of our customers, and I can tell you, have been very successful in Australia, and I've got some reference cases, but a gold is that one step level up. Email support. When I talk about email support, we're not talking about somebody that is an administration person. We're talking about an engineer in our team that knows switchgear, knows protection relays, knows SCADA systems, to contact the customer and try and resolve their issues. Where are those hours going? From the hours that they've secured. So if the hours, the hours that are spent on the project or diagnosing an issue takes 10 hours, we have a mechanism of reporting that. We have a mechanism of using those hours without having to ask for a purchase order, without having to negotiate rates. Because again, the preferential discount is known in advance. When you're going to attend site is on the next business day.
So as soon as 50 hours becomes zero, the contract is subject to extension.
So there's two ways. One is that the customer can buy an additional block of hours. So we can sell another 50 hours, another 100 hours. So these are annual subscriptions. So in the 1 year, you'll get 50 hours. Let's say for argument's sake, you've consumed 45 hours and it's only mid-year, and you believe that, you'll buy another 50 hours or another 100 hours. Those 100 hours, again, are at that preferential pricing discount, and that gets added on to your hours.
And that is almost pro rata.
No, it wouldn't be double that number. Yeah, it would be at per the labour rate, so the hourly rate. So let's say it's $200 an hour times the 5% discount times 100 hours, 20 hours, 50 hours. So it's not that package fee. Yeah, because inside that package fee, remember for gold, we've got a dedicated 24/7 hotline number. So we got people that are effectively in bed, asleep, and this is what's interesting for me in this region, is how can then we can use the broader region to cover those 24/7 hour response times. So I think it's a really interesting point for us that, the different time zones, I mean, we're trying to implement this in Europe as well, so we have that coverage.
Sorry, Rami. My question here is, in terms for your annual subscriptions for the 3-tiered packages, is it fixed regardless of the number of panels, the installed base background?
Typically, we do this per site, but again, it's up to you. It's what sells in your region. So for us in Australia, sites are very remote. It costs a lot of money to go from one site to the other. You're talking about Sydney to Perth, which is 5 hours, right? So if we're to go outside on site and do, and again, if a customer wants to go to 3, 4, 5 sites, no problem. But just remember, your hours are being consumed. Remember that the idea here is not that you want to negotiate every time you need to go to site. the hours are automatically consumed from the secured hours. And that's the secret. The secret is you don't want to be entering a negotiation. That's too expensive. I don't want to pay for that. I don't have budget. No, that selling piece is done at the beginning. The consumption of hours happens throughout the year. And then, like I mentioned to Ruby, you can upgrade those hours as you go.
Sorry, another question. You want to go first, Levin? Okay. Sorry, just addition to my question. From your compared to the brown, silver, gold. Sorry, going to the financial a little bit. Do you have the same profit gross margin across the three packages? And from the past experiences, from the three packages, which is your best selling?
Yeah, good question. I think I saw some slides in the room around utilities doing, maintenance themselves. They got their own engineering. I haven't sold these to any utility in Australia, and I don't think I ever will. That's the reality, right? But it's the other segments, and I think, I took some notes down that here you have oil and gas, chemicals and metals. Perfect customer. Perfect customer. So for us in Australia, the most success has been silver and gold. The 24/7 hotline support is something that customers will buy. That's their insurance policy, right? That's if the data center, something happens, they have someone to call and they know any time of the day, any time of the night, they'll have somebody that can support them and be on site the next day.
Okay, I understand because it continues to your question. I think this solution is not about a portfolio. It's a go-to-market way. And behind of that, you have a 6 portfolio. Those portfolios behind that. This is my understanding. So you don't consider the margin of this go-to-market solution.
Yeah, and I mean, you asked a question about margin. You shouldn't be seeing this as a money-making machine. You should be thinking about, and I can tell you in Australia, my experience, so we have, in the last 12 months, I think 13 to 15 contracts. The margin on the subscription is nothing, 20% on average. But there isn't a single contract that isn't 3 to 5-fold that amount because of the pull-through. And that's the secret. The secret is you don't want to make money on the subscription, because if you go in too high with the subscription, the customer's going to be, thank you, but no thank you.
Yeah, okay.
You want to go in cheap. You want to go in low so that you get the pull-through. I mean, I think, there was lots of discussion around spare parts. Spare parts to me is gold. That's a gold mine. Because the minute a customer buys parts from me, I'm able then to say, hey, you've already bought 50 hours. You've only used 10. I'll come out and you don't have to pay me a cent. But really, they have paid for it, right? They've paid for it here. They've got a secured number of hours. So it's not really for free. But the reality is, you get the work. The last thing you want is a third party going in there doing it on your behalf. Because we all know what happens with partners. I don't know how it works in this region. Personal opinion, I can't trust them. They're probably your friend today and your enemy tomorrow. So as much as you can continue to keep the work in-house, keep your people busy. I mean, I think in Ralph's slide, he talked about productivity. And I'll go into a little bit about productivity in upcoming slides and what that has affected, how that has impacted us in Australia greatly. But I'll talk about that upcoming. Sorry.
First, I would like to understand this is secured hours like the bank.
Correct.
They put the hours into the bank. They
Correct.
pay first.
Correct.
Okay. The second is this 50 hours including only they counted after you present on the site, or they're including the travel mobilization time, including in this 50 hours or no?
Anything you like. Engineering support, people on site.
Then no agreement.
Hours. It's only hours. So you're selling people.
Yeah, I know. If I approach to you the engineering support, then the engineering even sitting in the office, they can count the hours.
Absolutely.
The customer will pay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, so this isn't just on site. This is 50 secured hours that can be used to, hey, can you tell me, I've got a problem with my relay and I've got an engineer that's doing something remote. This is remote hours. This is hours that is...
This is a remote hours
absolutely
also counted
consumed out of the
50
50 hours.
Okay.
And then same principle, if we have to go to site and we've traveled for 4 hours and we're on site for 20 hours, this is 24 hours consumption of my 50 hours.
Then 50 hours is quickly. use that because
That's
if
why you want to
fly-
go in cheap, right?
Yeah.
Because if you go in with 1,000 hours, this price is going to be crazy, and then people won't really find it attractive.
Okay, so my last question is whether this is the only the OEM field service, or you can use the ESP, the third party certified third party, which is very close to this customer destination. Both the customer accepted, there are no.
It is the
objection.
same. It is the same thing. Yeah. The only thing that changes, some customers in Australia, through our experience, have liked to use these hours for engineering remote support. Some customers prefer to do that. Some customers would say, I want to leave my 50 hours because we're always talking to your guys about protection relay support or SCADA support. So every time I want you to come to site, I'll give you a purchase order. They get the preferential pricing on the schedule of rates, like I said, and this includes third parties as well. So our third party rate is cheaper, of course, than our internal rate, but they get the preferential pricing. It really depends customer by customer. Some customers say, no, I don't like 50 hours. So some of our data center customers have bought 200 hours up front, and they want to use this for everything. Other customers, they've only gone bronze for 10 hours, and they said, oh, I only need 10 hours for just some remote support, but every time you come to site, I'll give you a purchase order. That's fine. Works for us too. So there's no, again, it is how you want it to be. It's driven by what's best for you and your customer. Yes, Laban.
Yeah, Rami. I have one question on the phone support. How do you manage the 24/7 hotline numbers? Is that you using a handphone you pass to your team to hold it?
It's a good question. What we did was we have an agreement with SIB, so our buildings colleagues, and we have a dedicated. So in Australia, 1300 is like a hotline that everybody can ring. It rings a central person or location. So I have two people in my team that alternate between after hours and during normal business hours. So all customers would ring the same phone number. That person then would issue the ticket, so they'd raise an ISP ticket. So everything we do is via ISP, including the reporting, which I'll go into. I've got a couple of slides on that. And then they would essentially have the engineers that are also on 24/7 standby, and they would contact the customer. So yes, it's a true 24/7, not just a marketing thing that we say we can be there 24/7. It is a true 24/7 example.
Okay, thank you.
Levant.
Of your colleagues for 24/7, because think that you have 10 customers and they all got gold subscription, and they they called you at the same time. So I mean, if you just put there 5 people, 6 people to give you those answers, then it will be a whiplash effect, because then it will be an underutilization after that period passes.
Yeah.
So how did you calculate that risk on your side?
It's a very good question. Every service business hates reactive service. Every service business hates breakdowns, even though you make a lot of money out of it. It's hard. Scheduling the people is hard. Trying to move things around is hard. Upsetting other customers to make a gold customer happy is hard. Inside these hours, we always promote inspections. So being proactive and say, Mr. Customer, you've already bought 50 hours. I want to come to your site for 3 hours and do an audit. We try and do that up front, and we want to know the known before the unknown happens, right? So we want to be as proactive as we can. Ultimately, the reality is sometimes we don't have a, that's it, bad luck, shit happens. We've got to get to site, and we make it happen. So yes, I have a team of 7 engineers. We obviously look at their loading, but at the end of the day, knowing as much as you can up front is best. But the reality is, yes, you need to move things to make things happen, and that does mean sometimes upsetting some customers. So in Australia, we have some customers that are on our standard. So, going back a couple of slides. So, over here. We may have committed to a customer that we're going to be on site. It's okay to upset this customer. Say, Mr. Customer, unfortunately, we've had a change in schedule, as long as, of course, it happens in advance. And you attend to your gold customers, if you have to do that and you're strapped for resources. But I think in this region, you have a much bigger advantage than what I have in Australia. You have so many different countries you can tap into for resources, right? And you really should take advantage of that.
Because
in my
my
case,
cons-
I only have Australia, and at best New Zealand, which is more challenging.
I agree. My concern was because it's somehow like overbooking to a flight. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes everyone shows up, and sometimes someone should miss that plane.
Yeah.
So that you say that you then divide between the gold members, the bronze members, and also the standard ones.
Same thing that happens in the airline. So if
Yeah.
you attend the flight tomorrow and you have some platinum or gold customers, they'll be serving them first and saying to you, sorry.
That's the
flight's
ugly
booked.
truth. Agree.
Yeah, but remember, again, the concept is not to upset customers, don't get me wrong. The concept is to promote proactive selling of these hours. Not just, thank you, I've got a purchase order, and I can just... No, the idea is you go to your gold customers, you continuously attend to them on a proactive basis. You don't want failures. They're taking out an insurance policy by paying this amount, so they can get people within 4 hours and have people 24/7. So the reality is, you want to promote proactive service, not reactive.
Just not to cut you actually too long, but then do you have a key account manager, something like that on their side? Because these three guys are dealing with these customers, so you don't actually just leave the customers around and you don't know who is calling that customer, but particularly you are giving, for example, David to call this customer, to handle this customer directly.
I will show you how the back engine room works in the. It's a good question, but I think I'll leave that, if that's okay, Levant, to the next couple of slides. Okay. Yep.
Currently, is there any like data center customer use this kind of the Zcare?
Yes, we have 3 data center customers, and we're about to sign another 2. So next DC, we have DCI in Auckland, for example. Yeah, we have quite a number of large data center customers.
Because the requirement from data center is more than this, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Like including like corrective maintenance also.
Yeah. So just to give you an example, and again, like I said, these are standard packages. You can tailor these to however your market needs. I have one particular customer in Australia. He said, sorry, I can't accept 4 hours. I want someone to call me 20 minutes. So I've signed an agreement that someone would be calling them within 20 minutes, 24/7. So again, absolutely it's a different price. Yeah, yeah. So we need to think about, the more you want, it's fine, but then there needs to be an exchange of a commercial agreement in place, right? It's not a one-way street. Sorry, Sam.
I would like to see the results. How many bronze,
Yeah,
silver,
I will-
golden?
Okay, I will show you.
Okay.
I will go to the next. Okay, one
Remy,
more.
questions. This package, does it cover all the assets in the customer installed base, like relays, switch gears?
Correct. So switchgear, protection devices, SCADA, all EA product. I've even gone one step further to even EV. So our old e-mobility colleagues, we've also included that now as part of the portfolio.
Regardless of the quantity of the installed base?
Regardless.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I will move on because I'm sure a lot of these questions I will answer as I go. But we had initially the bronze, silver, gold. For me in Australia, and again with my experience in Hitachi Energy of doing digital, I've also implemented the Zcare X program. So this is a new program that we launched only a couple of months ago. The idea is around live reporting and condition monitoring. So I think there's lots of discussion in the room, and I did this in Hitachi for a number of years, is implementing the sensors at the birth of the product, not to go in at 15 or 20 years later, and do that as a standard. And that's something in Australia that we'll be doing in the following months, is a certain number of panels will include the minimum of the temperature sensor module, okay? And the idea is that we will secure the project with an annual subscription cost as well. So I think in the future, and if we think beyond the subscriptions that I'm showing, it will really be a pool of engineers that will be attending customers remotely. I think the idea of going out to a customer site in the middle of nowhere, this is going to phase out. More and more there'll be more switchgear with monitoring, with data aggregators. We'll end up with a service organization that's a digital service organization. This is the reality of where we will end up. So having a model in place now, again, using a preferential pricing model and having a team of engineers that can either remotely connect, either receive data through an Excel sheet, depending on the requirements for the countries. But the idea is those engineers will be able to make assessments and give customers some advice on the condition of their assets. Okay, so this is a new program we've only introduced. We'll probably end up with a CCare X Gold package as well, but then again, we're at the beginning of the journey when it comes to IoT. CCare doesn't stop there. There's modules that we can add on, and this is where the price continues to grow. Because in Australia, and I'm sure in the region as well, there's lots of customers that are wanting extension of warranty. Traditionally, if they don't buy it at the beginning, we probably would never give it to them 3 or 5 years later. Why is that? Because we just don't know the condition. We don't know who's played with the asset. We don't know who's done what. So how do we take that risk as service? So it really is a mindset. When we talk about extension of warranty, we talk about going to site. We talk about doing inspections. We talk about doing a proper analysis. All those hours are paid for through their CCare, but it comes at a cost. Preventative maintenance, again, I think there was some comments, Sam, you talked about where do the hours get booked. We can do this on a purchase order basis. You can build in some preventative maintenance programs in the agreement. Spare parts, and again, a very crucial part of the portfolio. Build in critical spare parts. Why hold them? Why carry inventory? If you've done the assessment and you know they have obsolete product, an opportunity for retrofit, an opportunity for parts that take 20, 30, 40 weeks to manufacture, do you really want to get the phone call and then you have to explain why it takes 30 weeks to produce a part? Or do you want to be ahead of the game and say, right, I've already done an asset inspection and I know that all these parts, they take long, Mr. Customer, you should place an order now. So why carry the inventory? I carry 0 inventory in Australia. And where are we? We're at the end of the earth compared to the factories, right? Remote access and monitoring, I think I talked about that, but also then patch management. So with cybersecurity, we're now also adding patch management. So OT companions and other parts of the portfolio that are continuously adding on as modules to the base packages. So I hope that makes sense, but just to give you an idea, so you had the standard packages and these are all additional modules that you can add on depending on your customer's needs. What's the strategy in Australia? So how are we doing this? There's a number of elements to this. I'll stand over here. Oh, okay, I'll come back here. Reactive customer requests. Customers that ring us and say, I need help with X, or something has failed, can you help me with Y? The first thing we talk about is, do you have CCare with us? We can do an inspection. This is continuously reactive way of doing business, right? This is the way we want to be able to convert these reactive customers into proactive customers. How do you know how many technicians you're going to need in 12 months? If we're doing everything reactive. The reality is we want to convert as much reactive into proactive. We look at some of our existing customer renewals. So we've got a number of customers that we signed up with SLAs over many years. Everything has a different requirement. We charge them differently. We're moving towards a more standard approach. So again, having the CCare bronze, silver, gold, converting all those contracts into CCare contracts. We have a CCare campaign. So in Australia, I've hired a CS promoter, and he's actively going out to these customers, data centers, etc., and targeting these customers that are out of warranty. Saying, hey, your product is out of warranty, can we now support you with a CCare product? New business. Every single offer that goes out of our new business, we've modified those templates to include CCare as an additional option. And to go one step further, we're also adding IoT as a separate option at the very, very beginning of the process. Because, service cannot be seen as this thing at the end. You only come in when things go wrong. The perception needs to change, right? We need to have the engagement with the customer at the very beginning of the product, just like our products team does. And that's important as an organization. So again, this is something that we've done now as a standard. In the medium term, we're looking at the verticals, particularly our data centers and renewables. Again, they're real good candidates for gold and other packages that you can build on. And in the long term, we're also then looking at, right, how do we build in retrofits into our CCare programs as well? So taking the full portfolio of service and implementing that in CCare. This is a little bit of a complex slide, but I'll try and explain it in a more simplistic form. If we look at the birth, which is essentially the PM300, the first line there is our customer, this is our system solutions team, and this is our CS and our factory down the bottom. The product gets delivered via our system solutions team. The project management piece covers the product delivery, including the installation commissioning, right? So they're the ones that are engaging with the customers on the delivery. What's important, that before it gets handed over to our CS organization to manage the DLP, is they clarify all the issues with the factory, missing parts, whatever it may be, so that you get a clean handover as CS. There's nothing worse than dealing with a project that's got problems, right? We want to have a clean project. So the project management or the responsibility always remains within the product team. This is a really important step of the process. And I think this is, again, where the birth of CS comes into the picture at the product sales stage. So the PM670. So what we do is we create a handover with our customers and the engagement with us as CS. Okay, so we introduce the customers to our CS organization at that very point in time. Not later on, not over here, back over here, right? So in short, CS organization then will look after the DLP period, okay? Look after if they've taken up the extension of DLP, and then throughout the whole service life. If CS starts to play here, we'll forever be reactive, forever. And you'll be forever fighting for resources and et cetera, et cetera. The reality is, as much as you know up front, the more you can prepare, the more you introduce CCare as part of your operating model, then you start to have some predictability about hours, about revenue, around packages, et cetera. So again, this is a concept, right? This isn't something that you just go and sell reactively. This is a change of your business model, right? I know there's a few commercial people in the team and they're wondering, how the hell do you do this? How do you fund this organization? And it's an important thing to know. So very briefly, in Australia, this is a BU initiative as much as it is as a CS initiative. And it's important that our colleagues on the product side are also on board, right? Because this can't happen alone. So in Australia, I mean, I've got a very strong relationship with the equivalents of my team and the BU management, Brett, which I think, Rupi, you know quite well. But we came up with this model to fund the organization through our products team, but also then have third-party revenue coming in. So there's two streams of revenue. If you look at this chart, the left-hand side here is internal, let's say internally focused. The right-hand side is essentially third-party revenue. How does the internal revenue piece happen? So if you look at our total revenue for our EA business, it's roughly 160, 170 million last year. Taking out the export part of our business, which is our Fuse Saver business, which is roughly 30 million, we came up with two portfolio types, a portfolio A and a portfolio B. Portfolio A is effectively our PA Pro products, our MV secondary, and our OMVS business. We applied what we call the CCare fee, 0.25% of the transactions. Of every single transaction, 0.25% is a CCare fee. Okay. Same thing with our systems and solutions. So let's say, for example, PA Pro was expected to make $50 million of revenue for the whole year. We would take 0.25%. They'll issue that as a purchase order at the beginning of the year. But what would happen at the end of the year, let's say they don't make that revenue and it's less or more, there's a true up or true down based on the actuals. It goes one step further. That revenue comes into CS. This isn't a model to make money. This is a model to have cost coverage, right? So if we had a small percentage of PA Pro, MV secondary, and OMVS coming to CS, we're not just taking that as profit. What we're doing is putting that aside and then handling all their DLP issues, handling all the defects, handling all the issues on site, all the problems that we continuously face is done and transacted through that 0.25%. So we don't even talk to the products team. We go out and get stuff done because customers want stuff done. They want stuff fixed. The other part of the portfolio is our systems and solutions. Again, 0.25% is applied to every single transaction. 0.25% is nothing when you really consider it. But of course, over 100 million, it accumulates to something. Where does that money go? That money allowed us to fund a customer care organisation. So if I look at the number of countries in the room, this is a perfect example where you can probably cross-utilise the same concept. This paid for our non-recoverable people, so i.e. our administration, setting up our hotline. So that fee, that C-Care fee that customers are paying, helped us create an organisation or a customer care organisation. Right? Yes.
0.25%.
Correct.
Which is in the new project, the
New
calculation, they already put this.
Correct.
And afterwards, they will transfer this kind of the money to your cost center.
Correct.
You will use this fee to, how to say, afford your team, afford your organization, afford your hotline, everything.
Correct.
But in case the new product delivered to the site and you dispatch your field service there, the plan, the staying there, the days longer than the plan date, how you will charge the factory for further payment to you?
It's a good question. The C-Care fee is a fixed amount. So that's 0.25% of the transaction. And I think what you're talking about is more supervision, installation and commissioning. That's a separate line item. That's a separate line item. This does not include installation and commissioning. This is a percentage of the product price. Right, so let's say you need to do a supervision job for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever it is. That's a separate line item.
So you will be done daily rate or hourly rate offer to the project? To the project office
No,
then, or
no,
what is the model?
No. This does not include installation and commissioning. This is purely product. So if you think of a purchase order with 2 line items, a product line item, and an installation commissioning has nothing to do with this model. That's a direct order booking to CS, or an ICB booking to CS. What this is doing is taking the product price, $1,000, times 0.25%. 0.25% goes to CS. Does that make sense? As a C-Care fee. That fee collectively across the entire portfolio gives us a revenue, gives us, you know, whatever, 0.25% of 100 million or 200 million or whatever it is in the region. That's a pool of money that allows us to afford some non-recoverable heads and non-recoverable items. The hotline, for example, I pay on average $90,000 to $100,000 a year. I'd like to use the hotline here if Simon can create one. It'd be cheaper for us, and we have coverage on the hours, right? So it's a pool of money that allows us to set up a customer care organisation. That's the internal piece. The external piece is exactly what I showed you previously. The bronze, silver, gold, third-party revenue, direct end-user engagement, continuous revenue stream, and that's where our recoverables come in. So our technician hours, our engineering hours, everything I've described is where you start to make your recoverable hours. How do you build on that? How many C-Care package you can sell? You can start to predict because the hours have been paid for. Whether they consume the hours or not is irrelevant. So I can see my loading now for the next 12, 24, 36 months based on my C-Care loading. So I have predictability in terms of the hours that have already been paid for. That allows me then to afford project managers, technicians, etc. It's already been paid for. So it gives you predictability. And it gives you an opportunity then to increase the number of resources in your organisation. I hope that's clear. I've just tried to quickly and to some degree explain the model, right? So if you ask me how much of the portion is internal and third party, this is probably 20 to 30% of my business. It's not much. And in fact, it skews my number. It makes my margin go down. Because remember, we're not there to make money. That's not the intention. The intention is to build an organisation that allows me then to make money out of my third parties, not my internal customers.
I have a question. Can you return this? So the first question is, this 0.25% is just the surcharge, right, on the project. So you calculate it project by project, and then you place ICB order by project, every project, or you just estimate as a lump sum from based on budget revenue from the beginning of the year. And then EA sale may place just one ICB order for the total volume.
Yeah. So what we do is we just take the planned revenue for the year, 0.25%, and then at P11 we do a true up.
So it's not the project book directly in the project, but the project will add at the surcharge.
Correct.
Yeah.
So each project sold will be sold with a C-care fee, so 0.25% fee. Yes.
The second thing is, since the warranty stage, you hand over to the CS team. So every project they have the warranty provision.
Correct.
So how does amount utilized? It will go into the book of CS, or it still stay in the system and solution?
Yeah, it's a good question. The warranty provision remains with the product, always. But let's say, for example, we need to go to site to rectify a defect. Then yes, we would engage with our back, if you saw on the other chart, with our project management of the original project and say, hey, we have an issue with this product on site. It's going to cost X amount of dollars, and then we do the same process. So it'd be an internal ICB offering.
You mean that if, like the CS engineer go to site, then you book the timesheet to the project, not used by this 0.25%?
No, so the C-care fee is outside of defects. So if you're talking about defect rectification, this is something at a Siemens level that we look at, particularly in BU management, right? So if is it a one-time thing? Is it affecting 50 of our ring main units? So for example, in Australia right now, we have some 8DJH, which have been supplied to a particular utility customer. They're sitting in a marine environment and they're all corroding. Right? There's a big claim on us.
Yeah, so it's 0.25. It's just for administration and
correct.
manage up the process.
So the 0.25 that I mentioned is purely to cover these items: administration, ISP, and our hotline. It's not to cover warranty, issues or defects that you find on site. That's not the intention. Yeah, because reality is 0.25% is not much. When you really do the mathematics, you're talking a couple of $100K, and in Australia, just to go to site and back could cost you 10-20% of that. So it's very expensive.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. The second question is about the revenue and cost side, because like what you explained, I understand like it's a cost coverage. It's not really the revenue ICP, right? Because you will not have any margin, and also you will have the true up. Then would it be for that 0.25%, it's just the cost charging between CS and EA sale? It's not really the revenue. So in the commercial point of view, I don't.
So there's two things.
Yeah.
In the Type A portfolio, it is a revenue. It's a purchase order placed. Type V, it's a 0.25% that's moved across into CS.
Yeah, that is the cost charging.
Correct.
Only.
Cost charging.
So, but what is the difference between two? Why?
That's a good question, and it's a good question. Why do we have a Type A and Type B? The reality is, out of our total revenue, this is a larger chunk of our number, right? This is a very smaller chunk of our numbers. And if we apply today, we apply 0.25% as a fee for system solutions. We can go up to 1% for the other parts of the portfolio. And the reality is, the amount of time it takes to sort out protection relay issues, 0.25% of the transaction is not much. So for the different parts of the portfolio, so Type A has a higher percentage. The bulk of our business, which is Type B, has a smaller percentage, which is 0.25. Because again, it's revenue driven, right?
Okay, so
here we have about 1%, here we have 0.25%.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey Rami, I like this concept because my organization for CP, selling products, is normally sales people only.
Yeah.
So their dependency on support would be a lot. And now it's a lot of dependence on partners or the vertical engineers to do this. So it makes sense to allocate some of that there. But how much would be the time spent from your experience between Type B and Type A? Where's the bulk of the activities going to?
Yeah. So like I said, I think 20% of my time or 30% comes here.
Yeah.
And 70% of my time is here. 24 months ago, this was probably 80% of my time.
What changed?
We grow third-party revenue. That's where the money is.
I mean, how did that change?
It's the sales efforts, it's the opportunity, it's the PM 670 cycle of introducing CS at the birth of the product, trying to sell service agreements at that point, rather than coming in over here 20 years, 10, 30 years down the track and saying, hey, I'm here to sell you a service agreement. You might find it's a little bit too late. So really trying to embed C-Care at the very beginning of the sale process.
Yeah, to close out the
Absolutely.
project.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's always an easier sell, from my experience, to sell C-Care here than what it is over here. And if I go back, what I was trying to allude to here is new business is something that we really target heavily. So at that PM 670, and like I said, customers that come in reactively, unfortunately, they're the ones that are in the service life that are a bit more complicated. Okay. Okay, I'll move on. Again, you're probably interested in numbers, of course. What does this mean? How much? Well, in Australia, 2023, and I didn't put it here, was probably around 0. I think in the region, Simon, you showed you are 800K with an ambition to be 3 million or thereabouts in 2030. So we've gone from 0 to about actuals of $2 million in 24 months with this model. You can see the growth in terms of orders. We've grown by double just in 1 year. The bulk of the growth here is third party. Okay. Our revenue, you can see there again, double in terms of the growth on C-Care. We have ambitions to grow a further 20, if not more than that, for the coming year. Revenue margin, small. When you really look at that, 315K on a revenue of 1.6 is not much. It's 20%, right? But again, we shouldn't be making money on the C-Care packages. The money comes in on the service projects, spare parts. Okay, so really, I hope you're trying to understand the concept is here is not to make a serious amount of revenue from the packages. The revenue comes in after the packages are sold. This is the investment. Let's call it the investment. We talk about people. So these are actuals. In 2025, C-Care paid for 7,000 hours of my engineering team and field service people. 7,000 hours. That's equivalent to 5 heads almost. So 5 heads were paid from C-Care. So the more C-Care, guess what? The more hours and the more people you can afford to have, engineers on site, etc. So this is a whole chain of events that triggers, people, workforce planning, etc., etc. Okay, so these are actuals. So back in 24, we did 3.5. We doubled that, and I think I've got an ambition to exceed 10,000 hours, which is effectively another 2 heads, which I'm now hiring. So it allows me to proactively predict my workforce planning going into the future based on the hours I've been selling. Any questions?
I have questions. Yes, this is a investment, if I understand. And this is also more interest for the numbers, for the overall business, how we bring the benefits not only for CS, but also for EA, maybe new business, maybe if you have numbers of that, or some, maybe you can show us. And this is the first question. And the second question is about, I believe this platform, you must need to build up the ecosystem, I would say, to supporting this one, not only cost center. Also, Australia is a huge country, and how many people you have, and how to utilize the ecosystem of partners. How to utilize the partners? Because Sam asked a question about partners. My understanding is you should put the partners under this overall or umbrella to do things, right? So maybe you can give us a little bit of understanding inside of that.
It's a good comment, and again, I'm not sure how it works in the region here, but like I mentioned, in Australia, we have a schedule of rates that's applied for a full fiscal year. If I use partners or no partners, there's, let's say for argument's sake, an internal Siemens engineer is $200 an hour, our partners are $150 an hour, but my cost might be half of that, right? the hours are still calculated in the same way. Whether it's a third party, a channel partner, or internal, it's the same consumption of hours. It still comes out of those hours that we talked about in the packages. So there's no delta between whether it's a channel partner or internal Siemens technician. Does that answer the question, Simon?
Yeah.
Well, and is there something else I?
Yeah. And also for the maybe the first question you didn't answer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then what is the benefit and what is the result for the overall CS business and also for EA business? And also maybe I add on one more is can you show us what is the pipeline generated by this system and so on and ongoing?
You beat me, but I'll finish my slides and then I promise I'll get to that.
Oh, this is not the end of your slide.
No, it's not the end. This is still, I think I'm halfway,
Okay.
but I need to speed up. Okay, one more question. I will show you that as well. If it's okay, I'll continue because these are good questions and I will continue. But just for financial people in the room, great way of, I think I took some notes. I mean, 3 out of 6 countries were negative. When it came to free cash flow, perfect. You get invoices every 3 months, every 6 months, however you set it up. 4 out of countries were negative revenue. Perfect way of getting your revenue up front, right? Anyhow, I'll move forward. How do we manage this? What does it look like? I mean, there must be people ringing us left, right, and center, ISP. And if there's anything I can probably give advice to the people in this room, is everything I'm going to show you comes from ISP, and it's all Power BI. There is no magic formulas behind this information. It is very simple to use. These are effectively all the number of phone calls or cases that we are raising in ISP based on our C-Care agreements. So every single month you can see the green ones are the resolved ones, the yellow ones are active, the red ones could be waiting for information or defects or whatever it may be. But you can see on average we have 60 to 80 cases a month. Yeah, tickets that are raised. That's on average, do the maths, it's 1,000 cases a year. That's a good question. We're lucky. No, I mean, I don't know the reason for that. Sorry, it was the timing of this. So this was taken in September, midway through. Yeah, this is a snapshot just about 6 weeks ago. I haven't put the latest one in there. Yeah. But you can see on average, there's a lot of cases. The beautiful thing about this is a lot of the customers now, even ones that aren't on C-Care, are using the hotline. Because they're now thinking, oh God, Siemens has this hotline, so everyone should just ring the hotline. They're perfect candidates for C-Care. And they're the ones you pick up the phone and you say, hey, are you a C-Care customer? No? Okay, well, we have these packages that we can talk to you about. So a lot of these cases aren't necessarily all C-Care customers, but they are potentials to also be converted to C-Care customers. Right? Oh, sorry. How do we manage the contracts? Again, ISP. I don't know how clear that is, but you can see here the number of customers, whether they're gold. Sorry if you cannot see that in the room, but I can see whether they're gold, silver, bronze. We see the dates, who they are, when the start date is, when the end date is, what the response target is. All these KPIs are mapped into ISP from Power BI. So if a customer says, I signed up to a gold, but your guy didn't come here within 1 day, or you didn't answer my phone call, we know. We know. Because we have the dates, the times, we log everything into ISP. So ISP becomes your gospel in terms of KPI tracking. We're tracking how many of those were done within the same day, next business day, everything with respect to our packages, so bronze, silver, gold. When the first response was. So we introduced this again only recently, but I've been looking back and seeing, okay, how many of the cases that came in were we on time that the customer paid for? So if they bought a gold package and we said we're going to respond within 4 hours, did we meet that KPI? Now, there was some data quality issues earlier on, but we've now corrected that. But really you can see that we're almost 80, 90, 100% on our first response. Remember, if you're making these commitments to customers and they're paying you, you have to make it happen. That's the reality. You need to stick to your guns in terms of you responding in 4 hours, etc. So again, these KPIs are really important. We've got 16 C-Care contracts in place. We manage everything, tickets, customer rings, we log it into ISP, the constant communication, the resolution, the reporting behind this that we send to customers every quarter as part of their packages. This is all provided to them, right? Full access. Okay. Here's some success stories, again, where we converted some simple inquiries into some real nice payments. This is a global customer, I guess, Shell. They had a number of relays, some patches that they said, oh, we don't know how to install them. They're out of date. What do? We signed them up to a C-Care package with the patch management. This landed us a 250K order, thereabouts. At nice margin, 40%. So again, this is where you make the money. Roy Hill, 300 Ciprotec 5 relays. They had communication failures, again, technical challenges. We sold them an SLA. This one landed 250K at 38% margin. So again, if you look at a gold package, which was 50, 60K, so this is 5-fold. One transaction, 5-fold. And lastly, I think to answer your question, Simon, here's a list of all our customers today that we're working on proactively. I can tell you I can add another 5 to this list very easily, whether they're gold, silver, bronze, but you can see the majority of them are transport, data centers, industry, Rio Tinto, data centers again, gold mines, solar farms. So these are perfect candidates for this type of agreement. You can see not a single Australian utility is here. Okay. And right now, I mean, you saw my previous slide, we did about 2 million last year. We already have about 1.1 million in the pipeline, right? And to answer your question, think of this number times 3 as service projects on average. So every single C-Care contract we sell, we end up with times 3 revenue for other pull-through parts of the portfolio on average. And I think that's my last slide.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for your sharing, Remy. I think I can literally hear all the gears spinning. I love your slides. I have so many questions, but probably we'll take it offline. But if I could just zoom in into one, could you share, it was not in one of your slides, how does the organization look like for CS right now? And also, you shared earlier that in 2023 you guys started with 0, and could you just, based on the organization chart today, and also compare with back in 2023 when you guys started, how did it look like, and what kind of resources that you guys prioritized back then? Yeah,
that's a good question, and I think Raphael is here in the room. So going back, maybe when I joined, so 14 months ago, we were 22 people, thereabouts, in Australia. Today we are 40. So we were actively hiring 1 to 2 heads per month in the last 12 months. You ask me why? Why did you do that? The predictability of hours allowed me to do that because I knew my cost was covered. So the bulk of the organizational changes that were made, or the new heads that came into the organization, was to support our field people, our C-Care contracts, and like I said, times 3, this was the risk I took. So organizationally, we almost doubled. What does the customer care organization look like today? We have a customer care manager, we have an administrator that does the ISP logging of the tickets, and this piece here around on-call technicians and on-site technicians, you keep hiring because you've got those hours paid for. Today I have 7 in this team. 7 dedicated to customer care outside of my technicians, which I have 12. So as a total, I almost have half my organization. Okay.
Maybe just add on one question. How many partners, service partners you have in this system now?
Service partners in Australia, I only have two. Oh, sorry, one in Australia, one in New Zealand. My personal experience hasn't been in favour of partners, but what I have been doing, and again, service level agreements, Stack Data Centre, which was one of the customers, they're asking for somebody on site every 20 minutes. EV or e-mobility, they want somebody on site every 1 hour. We can't do that. We're not 1,000 people that we can send people at those limits. So what we've done is partnered with potential providers or subcontractors that can go to do first line response to meet those response times. Yeah. So they would go to site, they would deliver an element of a service to meet those response times. But ultimately, if it's really an engineering scope and there needs to be an engineer on site, then yes, we would make it happen in accordance with what we sold them for the different tiered levels. But partners really for us, again, I like to stay away from them. Others, they're probably better in the regions. But certainly where we have white spots and we need to meet response times, that's for us where partners come in Australia.
So you mean that the partner just do the survey, check at site, and it's not a certified engineer who can do the repair work or something?
No,
right?
so we wouldn't certify them to do that level of scope. It'd be predominantly inspections, here's a scope, do some testing, give us the results of X, Y, Z, till we can physically get to site. Yeah, so we use that information as, you go to your GP or your doctor and he takes some checks for you before he sends you to the specialist, right? It's the same concept. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll send the general guys to go out, channel partners or subcontractors. They will do those initial checks and balances. If we feel then we need to go to site, then absolutely we will go there to meet our response times.
So we keep our know-how in-house.
Always.
Yeah, okay.
Because we are selling bodies and brains. We don't have objects to sell, right? So,
Yes.
And this is the key for us in service. Any? Okay. Thank you.
This service report, when they finish the installation, I received this service report. And at the moment of the energizing, so this information will transfer to my organization. I will take it as a starting point. Starting point to put all the detail, all the each tool. So this is I'm not currently I'm thinking because I speak this in China, the service in Germany service. So not allowed. So we can have our own, maybe X-Power. We have a lot of X-Power deployed in the Ali cloud. So this is the way we do it. Ali. Yeah, Alibaba, yeah. Ali cloud is we deploy the NS2s, so X-Power in cloud. So that's this. So I have one IT, which is specifically and the key is to extend cybersecurity service. Yeah. Otherwise, I can look at everything. So in China, currently we have all the windows, all the portfolio, but just a some is smaller, some is bigger, but then I will see why this is doing well smaller. Scaling up, then sometimes it's the circumstance, the local situation, which is not somehow it is doing bigger. So then I will try to like warranty extension. I try to case, but it looks, yeah, we can access this market, but very limited because this needs some special license, special certificate, special license, but I cannot become the general contractor of the service. But just a second, OEM.
Okay, let's bring the team in.
This is a discussion. Then you can ask questions. So this is C-Care, golden silver. It's the buyer is the end metro. But then this is the way which I don't know. But in our country, or maybe in your country, so the contract, the buyer is the channel partner or the end customer. So yeah, so I'm in the country, you are the service buyer, is your contract partner is the end customer or the channel partner. And the customer. But in China, where 80% of our country is channel.
Yeah, I leave it to him. I leave it to him. Because long-term service agreements, let's see. Hey, Aman. Good morning. Good night. Good morning. I guess the others jumping in. So, for your information, Aman, we covered already in the first sessions portfolio overview or portfolio update from Levent, as well as the very well-received presentation from Rami in regards of C-Care. So I guess this was very well received, lots of, let's say, activities, and people taking it with them.
Cool.
For the next session, Aman, I think we scheduled it, let's not make it 1 hour because of the lunch time. Now we do have, what's the time right now? It's 11:43. So 45 minutes for this session would be great. And then we're gonna get off 1 hour for lunch. Okay?
Okay.
Topic from the
Then
topic. Yeah, just.
Yeah, please go ahead.
No, topic-wise, what would you start today from your, let's say, perspective view?
I think last time we all discussed about LTSAs. Since you guys have already talked about LTSAs, do you want to dwell on this further, or should we move to another topic?
No, let's go for that, because it was yesterday also in the priority list, and we did not catch up yesterday, so good start for today, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So hello guys, I hope you guys are still feeling the energy and refreshed. Let's quickly switch to the portfolio topic for contracts and LTSA. I think if we generally look at the LTSA side, overall, I mean, the best use case, you just heard Rami. I believe that's one of the best practices that still exists within CS. And in fact, it's not only you, even we in headquarter, we are trying to copy paste that approach. So good job there, Rami. And we are even trying that if we can have CCare trademarked, so that we can actually officially use it, because as you all may know, Schneider has recently rebranded EcoCare, and this is something that they took over from when they took over the APC UPS company from US. There was a service concept which already existed in APC about giving care plans and care plan plus. and this was something that they brought to the medium voltage world as well. Thankfully, we had Rami who already had an answer, so we were able to have some direction on how to move forward with the branding stuff. And now there is a project being launched, which you guys are not aware of right now, but in parallel, there is a project being launched along with corporate branding team on how we can have our own care plans and we can label it. So what we are trying to do is secure a brand name and then also design the content around it so it kind of becomes a universal branding. We also tried to kind of rope in SI buildings and DICS and mobility CS because we were thinking of having an official Siemens Care brand so that all the service businesses can be linked to the same brand name and we can all take the benefit of advertisement from everybody within the Siemens about it so the mindset changes and the recall value is more. But certainly what you just heard about C-Care, I can just confirm to you that this is something that even we are exploring on how to scale further and take it to the next section. Coming back to the LTSAs, we definitely have seen that the contract business has gone down. So maybe let's start with the quick review of what we have filled in. When you all filled kind of the contract business, I think everywhere the scores were high. There were particularly three sections where we had low score. First one was that how do we handle LTSAs remotely? I mean, yes, one of the easy way to have an LTSA is, especially at least I know from my background in Asia and also in India, that you can hire a resident engineer, keep him on site 24/7 or hire three of them, keep them in three shifts, and then there you are. Your long-term service agreement is taken care of. And manpower is not that super expensive. Uh, at least, I mean, from Singapore, I would imagine it will still be expensive, but let's say in certain regions, in certain countries, it will not be that super expensive to get a partner. So I believe that you can still solve LTSA, but one of the, when we talk about LTSA and everybody here in the Western world thinks about it, they also think that LTSA brings some strengths along with it. For example, one of the strengths is there is nobody 24/7 sitting in your home, in your door. No. You have a support where you call somebody and within 2 hours somebody shows up. I think Rupi also did mention yesterday that data centers are looking for 10-minute pickup time, and that's a reality. We as CS, we have signed global contracts with Microsoft where we have 2 hours feet on street kind of a clause. That means within 2 hours, somebody will show up at the door of the customer. And one of the things which we evaluate there is how strongly we can remotely support the customer, and the score, if you see at LCV level, is quite low. So maybe we can have a quite good discussion around this topic, that what exactly do you need from a remote support perspective? How can we help you? And is there any thought process behind it? While I fully agree that there are not too many projects under execution right now, but let's first finish the technical part and then we go to the pipeline part. Guys, can we do a round robin because I really cannot hear anything. So, Rafa, if you don't mind, can you just ask a few reasons?
I think, let's start with Thailand because I think the drop of the service project was mainly coming from Thailand, right?
Yeah, for the major contribution recently from the service contract was from one account, Michelin, in the southern part of Thailand. At that site, actually, we have very little install base. We have only 4 panels of IMU over there. Most of the the asset at the customer side are competitors. Until last year that they realized they try to optimize their cost and they try to do some sourcing by checking the cost of service from the other providers, and then they realized that our price is quite higher than the local service providers. That is the reason why they decided to terminate the contract with us, because usually when we do provide this kind of preventive maintenance in Thailand, we always utilize our subcontractor to be our arms and legs to operate during the execution. Our engineer, our in-house engineer is just do supervise all the times. That's why it's the margin on margin from the local providers, and we cannot compete with them directly. So that is the reason why the service contract is drops. Anyhow, I still see that we still can bring some value from on the market, because let's say for the last example, that one of the accounts in Thailand, they always use the service from local provider, and then there was the incident happened in the past, and we send our engineer to investigate, and we realized we can identify that some of the root cause may from the wrong operation during the preventive maintenance recently. That's why it leads to be incident at the site. Now we can we take that chance to convert that account to be ours, and they are looking for the LTSA at this moment. So I think we still can have a room to improve on, and can bring value proposition by combining and integrating with other portfolios, like other professional services, or any other the flexibility of making offer, like can adapt from C-Care combined with like cybersecurity services or other things that we can play about, and that makes difficulties for the customer to compare with the local with the conventional preventive maintenance offer. Yeah, that's all from Thailand.
Thank you, Dana. But what or how headquarter at that stage could support you to increase the pipeline in this regards?
Actually, I would like to start from what we have done in Australia. Let's say the cost structure, the calculation sheet, the sample service contract that we have that we can adapt for the local countries. Yeah, we need to study and try to make our own standard and try to start talking with the customer. I think the standard offer is just the door opener. Then we can discuss further on the customizable services altogether.
Yeah, I guess yesterday, Chris, you mentioned you had US or with the US together, let's say a big discussion in regards of the Google, which you are right now installing. Are you already in discussions in regards of long-term service agreements?
Unfortunately, not yet, because it's still under the greenfield now. It's under the ITC, installation, testing, commissioning. But I believe very soon we will talk about this, CK or LTSA topics. Yeah, because they will develop a few phases. So this is the first phase. So definitely, but we have other data centers which are in the southern region and also in the central region. So we need to knock on their door, and maybe we can do some CK presentations. Yeah. So Rami, I would like to humbly request if you could share your CK TNC, because in Siemens we will have this topic, TNC topic. So if you have your TNC, I mean, reviewed by legal, and definitely we can copy and use that TNC and adapt to our local Malaysia as well. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Just one comment I would add here, Christopher, is that at least we know Google came back for a service request and they were asking for an offer of 80 million euros from US only for service for their data centers. And this happened actually in FY25. And one of the things with data centers is that all the contracts are boilerplate, so they don't like to discuss a different configuration. So I would also encourage you that you can ask or you can reach out to Kim and ask her for the copy of existing contracts, service contracts with Google, because they will just like to copy paste. They
Oh,
are also
okay.
like Siemens. They don't want to have different contracts in different countries. If you tell them this is the contract you guys signed in US, we can sign the same without any change. It will
Okay.
go much faster. Then
Yeah.
if you try to bring in a local flavor, then their supply chain gets into
Yes.
discussions.
Aman, could you share the contact person? Okay,
Yes.
Rafael can share. Okay.
I can.
Yeah.
Rafa can also share. I will also note it as an action that we give you the service contract from
Yeah.
Google. But
Thank you.
so far, I believe Google has been the only customer who has given the most, let's say, 80 million euro service contract. So that's one of the biggest contracts that ever came as an opportunity on table.
Okay. Yeah, they never negotiate the price.
No, it's kind of done. So that's
Yeah.
why they go to COC, that everything is frozen. We in the regions are executors.
Yeah, yeah.
For them.
Very good customer. Yes.
Maybe Aman, sorry, Rami, just to add maybe one comment. So in Australia, we had a very similar experience for Microsoft. Again, globally negotiated terms and conditions, globally negotiated prices, COC involvement, but we were still able to convince Microsoft to sign up to a local C-Care package, local terms and conditions, and that was an add-on to the mainframe contract. So I think, again, it's selling the value of what you're doing as far as service level agreements, but that was an example where we had a globally arranged agreement done well outside of Australia, but we had still an opportunity to do C-Care at the local level.
Good. That means your C-Care package is better?
I think it's more the comfort. I mean, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, they want the response times. And sometimes, that sort of service piece gets missed from the supply contract, and then that allows you as a negotiator to come in at some point. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, very nicely done, Rami, actually. That's a very good example. Because we only have heard that some regions got burned because of the globally negotiated rate contracts. And we had a different conversation that, because of the globally negotiated costs, we now have some profit margin erosion in some of the regions. But, very good example. I will certainly use this to point those guys to a very positive thing that you have done. Really nice.
Hi, Aman. Henry Chiu from Philippines. Yeah. Answering to your question on what kind of support needed to grow this portfolio. So coming from the Saker node, this is already the successful blueprint that we can follow. So support-wise, what we did is all support needed to fast-track localizing the Saker in the regions. Two topics that I'm seeing that we need is, as shown by Rami, it is critical that we have this remote support via email and phone call. But the challenge is resources, especially for a small country like us. We do not have that resources, and it will take us a lot of time and investment to do that. So we need to come to a solution to resolve that, so that we can implement the Saker within a short period of time.
Yeah.
Sure. No, thanks. We note this as an action and we'll come back. But maybe I will also encourage you to think of a LCB network, which could be your first line of support.
That's definitely an action item Simon needs to cover from the strategy, how to play that on LCB level with the small countries. We know Philippines just with 3 guys, all the small ones, and they will have the same, let's say, requirements.
And you know, the challenge which I see for Asia is that for Siemens Energy, Malaysia is the center of competence for the entire. When I say they put the region as Asia Australia, so it goes from India till Australia, includes China as well. So they manage all of this region via COC, which sits in I think Kuala Lumpur, KL. And there in that center, they have like 15 people who are actually doing remote monitoring, and they are also providing insights. Although, I mean, they have the data because all the gas turbines and the steam turbines are connected, but they also cover electrical part. So you even have a competitors and collaborators also has a center of competence for remote support, and they also have a cyber security center of competence, CSOC, here in the country as well, which supports contracts in Australia as well as India, everywhere. So I think you guys, I believe that the ecosystem is there. You just have to tap into that ecosystem to see what more can be offered from LCB. But we can certainly also ask Guido and team to say what is available in headquarter. I believe we have one, Henrik, remote desk with Sergio. I don't know if you're aware of it, but what we can do, we can definitely request Sergio to reach out to you guys and update you about what are the different possibilities he has from his team to support your contracts.
Yeah, thanks, Arman, for your comments. Definitely, I think for our region ASEAN, I do see even we have a better condition compared to Australia. Some even better conditions. We actually I had also some talks with Rami. Number one, we have a huge install base. Our install base even huge than compared to Australia. And then number two, the cost position. I mean, in our region, I believe it's much lower compared to Australia. And if we develop the ecosystem, also the call centers, and so we have a wide geographical distribution. We can develop the ecosystem and so on. I think even for call centers, I'm thinking about maybe we can utilize Philippines. Philippines is very good for this outsourcing service provider for call centers and so on, those things. And even we combine with, as Rami just mentioned, because for the call center, we can utilize the call center in Philippines. We provide service to Australia. Why not? Right? We can also do that. So many possible, how to say, huge potential and many possible ways to do it better. Now everything is come to be ready. ASP is more and more ready. The platform is ready. So we need to think about the concept and bring these ideas to our region, and it will be the next level growth curve. It's not a normal curve; it's a different curve. So I'm really very positive on that. So the thing is, we need to sit in together to form in a concept together to think through. Huh? Okay, this is my comments.
Yeah, look, Simon, I think it's a good point. And one thing I didn't mention in my slide deck is I think the install base in your region is 7 times the install base in Australia. So I think there is really quite a large potential. And the concept of cross-utilizing administration for ISP and hotline, this is something that can be done at a regional level, and something I'd be interested in from Australia to have, backup support, time difference support, 24/7 contracts. There's lots of potential if we do it properly.
Yeah. I also forgot one thing. Arman just said, okay, competence center. I want to correct that. Actually, it's not a Malaysia, it's a competence center. Tomorrow I will show something, statistics of our competence. If you look at the competence, we have now talent, also very strong. And the strongest one is Indonesia. We have a factory there, and also if you look at all the competences, they cover everything. So I don't think competence we are weak, but the thing is we need to face the wide geographical cover and so on, and also develop the ecosystem, because we need to be very close to the customer to respond because of time, data center, those things. We definitely need to develop partners or ecosystem to deliver the service and very close to the customer and so on. Yeah.
Any comment from Indonesia?
Hello, hello. Okay. Currently, we already have have the several LTSA, yeah, from customers, mostly as an oil and gas, and also the Freeport. And then last fiscal year, we have the successfully extend the area for the Freeport, and also new area also for the service contract with the Pertamina oil and gas customer. What we offering is like first is condition monitoring, is online maintenance, and the second is offline maintenance, which means shutdown. And also we add for the several condition for the customers can be like a remote call to us, not only only maintenance scope, but also like a consultation. Yeah, sometimes if there is any requirement for the on-site, and then we also give like a daily rate for the on-site and also for the remote support. Yeah, that one that we implement and we put into the one package of the LTSA.
Last comment from Team Vietnam, please. Yeah, and
hello.
For us as well.
Yeah, for Vietnam, as I mentioned yesterday, currently we have one opportunity for the power electronic, and now we work with Mark team to have a long-term agreement with the customer. And today we received the introduction from Rami, and we might apply to some customer in Vietnam like Gamesa. They have many installed base with the wind power, and Vestat also. Yeah, I think we will try to upload them.
yeah, I'm sorry today. The emails again from Siemens Gamesa. There's, I think, also lots of potential in this regards, bringing them under a contract. You saw the email traffic, so the process is not in place, and you can control the processes for requests and order with this kind of long-term service agreements. Definitely, it's really a waste of time what's happening, and Siemens Gamesa losing money every day, and it took like 1.5 weeks to indicate the right, let's say, contacts. They were also just shooting out in different channels. What a mess, and therefore good luck. But it's a very good opportunity right now, coming in yesterday.
Yeah, thank you for your bringing the opportunity to Vietnam.
Boris, it came by himself. Singapore, please, Chu Chin.
Hi, Aman. For Singapore, LTSA is definitely one of our focus, because when I took over this role, it was 0 LTSA. And when I dug deeper, we found that for Singapore, and also maybe true for other countries, there are hundreds and if not thousands of service providers out there that could, provide cheaper and also to a certain level a better quality support than us. And to date, for Singapore, we have on board with us AirTrunk DC. And that was just a stroke of luck, because they came to us at first with a pain point. And then we went in and solved that for them, and then gained their confidence. And then that transformed to an LTSA from us. And earlier, the sharing from Remy, I think they have on board AirTrunk as well, and with this CCare package. So then for Singapore, the next step would be maybe to connect those dots together with the AirTrunk people from Australia, and maybe also transform that to a CCare package for Singapore. Back to how we want to grow to this LTSA. If we just provide just purely service, I think that's going to be difficult. Value add, we need to have value add, whether it's coming from CCare, where you are tying with the hotline, with remote support and such, and And I'm also thinking in the terms of extended warranty. This was also touched on Remy's slide, but we didn't really go in depth. And Aman, if you could provide some guidance from headquarters in terms of extended warranty, how does the country do a calculated risk? Because warranty is equal to risk, right? And it also ties directly to the product that we are selling. So for example, the bottleneck for Singapore right now is large. I mean, our install base is largely GIS switchgears. And as you know, for GIS, unless if it's a small component damage, we can still replace it. But anything got to do with the VCB, then the whole panel has to be replaced. And if I put in the cost of a whole panel, that would drive up the extended warranty package, and the customer won't be. So if there's a guidance that, or a success story that we could follow, I think that would be best. Thanks.
Sure. I take a note of it. We will definitely share a kind of guidance on how this can be done. Just to give you food for thought, I mean, since you guys are sitting very close to operations in Indonesia, they also allocate certain percentage towards warranty with every order. And if you do a in-depth analysis, you would see even there is a margin release from that warranty that we sometimes allocate. So we do believe it's roughly 1 to 2% of the overall revenue. And if you also look at MTBF or really the quality notifications and the cases that we get, the number is very small. And I will definitely come back to you with the calculation that you guys can use to create your own provisions, and based on those provisions, you can run the business model. But you would definitely need a BU buy-in, because it means looking at the volumes at the BU level and considering that what kind of percentage we will go for extended warranties.
One thing I can say actually on this topic, Aman, we are working with Region Germany with a pilot project about extended warranty. It's not about GIS, but AIS. And in that project, we have two approaches. It didn't finish yet, or we didn't offer anything to the customer yet, but one approach was the use to MTBF values from the factories, and definitely there's a calculation behind that, and also a top-down approach. And in both of them, we came nearly the same point, that around 3%, 3 to 4% is an acceptable and negotiable level with the customer. In compared, I mean, if we consider the complete panel price. So 3 to 4% was will be our approach on that.
Fair.
Per year, per panel.
Okay, last comment from the top, Rupi.
Thank you. I think we had a very good discussion today morning, and Remy, thank you for sharing the next level technical details. And I think that makes all the countries feel that they see an opportunity there, because now they can understand the hurdles which initially were not shared. So I would say that, Simon, that becomes the additional line item on our agenda for these 2-3 days. Each country can identify 2, 3, 5, whatever, without any push, that what are the contracts towards CCARE activity they are aiming at. It could be next 3 years, next 3 months, 6 months, whatever. But at least we target something so that we have something to work upon. And Remy said he will share the detail with you. Then we need to tailor that contract to ASEAN requirement and look into the legal requirements of all the countries so that we can customize those to the locals. On the data centers, as Aman correctly pointed out, when you go to hyperscalers, they won't listen to us. We need to follow. But they have come out with, because they have global frame agreements. But we got a lot of institutional, data centers, e-commerce companies in the region, telecom, banking. They will be keen for that, So we can target some of them and test the waters there. And it will be very good if we can integrate our channel partners into that as well, so that our headcount constraint will not be a bottleneck. And finally, we need to tap resources within ASEAN. We are not going to build, separate this thing everywhere. So wherever we have the resources, we share across. So I would say that make it a line item for this exercise. Okay? Yeah. No, we identify that how many contracts each country can target for FY26. Okay? In these 2-3 days. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupi. Aman, anything to add in regards of long-term service agreements?
The only other point which I would like to add here is bundling with accelerator portfolio. I think Indonesia did touch upon that. I would like to open the room a little bit for the discussion if we have time left. What time you guys want to break for lunch?
Yeah, let's go for the next 14-15 minutes.
I think we can go for that, yeah. And I can start with that, Aman. When it comes to ASEAN, we need to divide that into, 2 parts. If we want to further scale up to where we access to customers' data, there we have difficulties at the moment. But wherever we don't access to customer data, that is an open area. I would say that accelerator, even electrification X, we can talk about that, because we have some active offers given on electrification X as well in the region.
Okay, very nice.
Okay, thanks.
So
Next.
The idea there is that, and there is a lot of push, even from Stefan himself, that he says that we are not leveraging service enough for accelerator jobs. Doesn't mean that we have to execute, but let's say what comes after. So if we signed a contract for OT Companion, what kind of services we can give on top of this, and this can be bundled within an LTSA. And like I think there was a comment to create a barrier that you cannot compare us with a local electrician for services, because they will not do the cyber audit, for example. They will not be able to give you patch upgrades and tested patches. Or when we talk about electrification X, then we talk about asset management, that they will not be able to interpret the results the way we can. So something like this. And to be honest, there is no use case around in the world. I mean, there is a use case, it's a theoretical use case, but we haven't seen any live project where LTSA and electrification X were bundled together. But therefore, we still want to pursue this, and therefore I asked the team that, is there any idea how we can do it in the region and if we can support it?
That's a good and different thought. I think let's go around the room and see if you have thoughts on that, then we will continue. Who would like to start, please?
Okay, yeah, you're right, Aman, that now we are making the added value for the LTSA or maintenance contract offering. Yeah, we will bundle with the Activation X. Yeah, we already make it for sample one of the customers that we are now proposing. Any Muara Bakau, there are 36 MV NXR, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, consists of 2 lineup, and then we also putting the Activation X solution also into that. Now we also realized that we have another solution rather than we following up the installation from the greenfield, but we have the brownfield installation method, which can be saving the time, is more efficient for the installation. Yeah, this is the sharing from Indonesia.
Sunil will add something.
Hi, Aman. So actually this topic is very, you can say it's also confusing to most of the customers. And what I see, I mean, this will become a basic requirement maybe in a couple of years, because customers are still thinking that it's a hit and trial, and maybe something may happen, may go wrong. And so that's the thing in customers' mind right now. But what is our approach normally? What we do that this is nothing which will not change anything in your system, but it is on top. So you can add. And about the approach, what we see, we don't have to give everything in one go. So we can start very small. We can even start with a few $1,000s of digital twin of customer's main relay. I mean, every substation customer will have a high voltage substation, and in case we have this Ciprotec 5 there, and we can start there, maybe a couple of thousand subscription for one relay digital twin. They can play around and they can feel the importance of this IoT offerings. Additionally, when we go to the switchgear side, right now, if customers are not going for subscription, but what we are trying to push is the IoT ready panel with some sensors inside. So the cost would be 5% more expensive than the normal switchgear that we are giving. So to some of the premium customers who have not even asked for it, we have started giving that free of cost sensors in that. So and somehow I also feel that there is this missing asset guard topic, which Rafael was quite promoting few years back, but now I see it is missing, because that was the thing which we can push, especially in brownfield projects where customers have breakdowns and other stuff, right? So putting sensors, small CT sensors on the closing coil, tripping coil, to get the conditions of the switch gear itself, rather than in addition to the environmental condition there. So I don't know, because that was also not very expensive to start with.
Yes.
So,
the solution, actually flavor still exists, but we have phased out MVC asset guard, and now the new solution is Simaris, which is offline solution, or let's say not on cloud solution. And for cloud, there would be electrification next feature, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
MVC asset guard was popular one.
Yeah, popular one, and also very compact, and to start with, very easy to install. So a few customers were interested. And then coming to this Simaris, right, on premises and off premises. So normally most of our customers, they have this data sensitivity, so they will not go so easily on cloud. Even the hyperscalers like Microsoft, Google, they are not taking this stuff right now. And because they fear, especially in the data center, you can exactly know what is happening, because they claim something and the reality is something different. I mean, in terms of the capacity they are building. So even other utilities, oil and gas customers, it's also difficult. I mean, so we have to start from small stuff. I mean, we don't have to go in a complete all-out way that we will give you a complete system in one go. Exactly. So that is the gist of what I wanted to say. Yeah, thank you.
Fair. Thanks, Neil. I mean, to be honest, I think just a side comment on data centers. Actually, we had a different issue. If you go to Google and tell them you have something on Azure, because our platform is on Azure, they say bring it on Google Cloud, only then we will buy it. Yeah. So positioning with data centers becomes very difficult, but other than that, I fully agree. I think we have to start small, and my suggestion is that if you can bring a small feature as part of your LTSA, I think Thailand made that comment anyhow, that we need to make that value add, and this we see really helps, and it could be a simple cyber security audit as well. You know, things where you create barriers for entry. So think about bundling a little bit of electrification X and LTSAs together, that would really help.
Chujin, please go ahead.
Yeah,
as a branded child of Asset Guard back in the days.
No, don't bring up Asset Guard, please. It breaks my heart. Hi, Aman. I actually, Sunil covered most of the topics. I fully agree with him. Coming from Singapore, what I can share from the customers' sentiments is, if I can just put in a few words, it's a good to have. It's not a must-have for them at this moment. I think all in all, I think we touched this topic yesterday as well, in terms of the price of the sensors, because the biggest roadblock now is how we want to get our switchgears IoT ready, because as we know, our competition, they are already doing this. Regardless of whether the customer wants it or not, the switchgears are going out IoT ready. And if they could do it in terms of costs, I'm pretty sure we could do it as well. So until we can, I think with this effort to bring it down to 2% of the switchgear costs, I think this would be the good start for us. Yeah, thanks.
No, fair, and that's a valid comment actually. Even some of the CS teams in some countries, for example, US, they are exploring to fund the factory. So CS team in US is making a business case where they are saying that, okay, dear factory, we invest 10 million, please make sure all the GMSGs which goes out of the factory have sensors in them. And they have a plan on how do they want to monetize it. So it's not also sometimes loading the operations and asking operations to do more, but I feel it's also a possibility to have an entrepreneurial spirit where we develop a business case as CS and say, okay, we will give the money to operations, ask them to add the sensors, and then we will see how do we monetize them once they are on the field. And this also kind of creates a pressure on operations to say yes, that they will do it, and also to keep a track of those customers where these sensors went. So I would also suggest think about that kind of a case as well. If possible, once we have a best practice where it works, the business case, we will definitely share it with you. But I would just putting it as a thought, food for thought here in the room for discussion.
Aman, Rami here. Maybe just one comment, if I may. We need to think about the sensors. Who's going to get the benefit out of that? Is it the product team or is it CS ultimately? And I think if we forever discuss 2%, 5%, we won't sell anything. And coming from my experience, whether the factory pays for it, whether CS pays for it, whether the customer says yes or no today, you need to think of it as this is an investment we're prepared to make, because there will be a revenue stream that comes in the future. Now, that may not be immediate. It could be 2 years, 5 years, but ultimately at some point, someone will need you to interpret data. And that's where, again, you saw, I know, Aman, you weren't on the call, but I showed the CCare X package, which is a new package that we've released in Australia around condition monitoring, analysis of results. So think of it as, okay, I'm prepared to put the few €100 or whatever it may be for the cost of the sensors, even the MPB board. I mean, right now in Australia, I'm picking 5 customers and giving away the MPB for free. I'm taking that as a cost to the business, but on the basis that we sell a CCare X package, right? So sometimes I think we need to be a little bit more creative than a cost plus arrangement, and I think that's sort of the traditional mentality. It's more about where am I going to get my revenue eventually from? Right? And we can't think of it as I want to make money on the box and I want to make money on the sensor, because if we have that mentality, we'll be forever having a discussion around who pays for the sensor and who pays for the data aggregator ultimately. So I think it's just something to consider. It's something that I'm doing in Australia, and again, happy to pass on those learnings if it benefits the locals.
Great example, Rami. Thank you.
Anybody else with some comments in this regards? No, Aman?
Okay. So thank you guys at least for, I have some thoughts and ideas on what we want to do. My next question would be then again the standard question. So what can we do to now increase the pipeline? And do you feel that we can increase the pipeline by 10x at least in the region for this portfolio? I mean, currently the pipeline is also similar to retrofit. You know, we want to make a lot of money, but let's say we have only 2.2 million euro pipeline. If you guys even target your top 1 customer in every country, I believe that we can increase the pipeline quite easily, you know?
Anybody with a special idea how to boost the pipeline? Creative ideas? Philippines, Theo.
Okay, about LTSA, I have been discussing actually with the team and how we can do it, and we really have to make further study. All right. So as mentioned by almost all our colleagues, no, we are competing with the local service providers. So what we have done in the Philippines is we have to make sure, or we have to make a survey, for example, on this particular industry or customer, who are already the players, the local service partners. And then instead of competing with them, we partner with them. That's the first thing. Second thing is we have to add value. And how we can add value, of course, it's not just a service that doing the PMS and so on. So you have to add some other modules, like for example, warranty extension. But as mentioned by Eugene, how to do the costing is quite a challenge. Well, of course, it's case to case, no? But in my previous company, which we also have to discuss with our finance and commercial, in my previous company, when we are doing the extended warranty, we are seeking the insurance company to cover it. So we have to talk with our insurer if there is a module to cover such warranty premium and so on. So that's, I think, we have to discuss with commercial and the relevant group for that. Second is, we are always thinking as a technical person, no, to attack the service level agreement as a technical solution. I think we have to attack, for example, if you would like to integrate or package the IoT solutions together with the LTSA, the investment for the end customer on the sensors and everything, the hardwares, is high, and then they have to pay. So what we were discussing then is to make it as some kind of business solution, wherein, for example, you have 3-year LTSA, 3-year contract. So the investment that you will have on the IoT, including the subscription for over 3 years, you have to split it into number of years also. So you will not be paid immediately with the hardware, but it will be spread over all year of the contract. So the investment of the customer they will see only on the LTSA that they will be paying on an annual basis. So I think this is something that we have to think, and how we can really approach and make it profitable, at the same time more easy for the customer to be convinced that, okay, they can sign with us. Because another challenge the customer said, you're offering a maintenance-free equipment. Why are you offering me this kind of services? So we really have to be creative and discuss with them why they need it. Yeah.
Maybe Aman, I can share something from Australia with respect to warranty extension, and it's an important topic. I think if you approach it as a cost plus 3%, 5%, you'll never get it right. Through my experience, it's a risk mitigation strategy. And I think before you go and sell warranty extensions in Australia, the way we approach it is we would sell to the customer, before I'm prepared to extend your warranty by 2 years, 5 years, 3 years, I need to come out and do this testing, this inspection, this gas sampling. So you have a precondition. That's your risk mitigation. Then you can ultimately decide, is it 2%? If you go through insurance, no matter what percent you give them, they're not going to be happy. And if you go to the customer, they don't want to pay anything anyway. So it's the balance. And I think if you get the balance right, as far as these are the preconditions of us extending your warranty, then that works to and from. Because, I mean, that's your risk mitigation plan. If you ask me in Australia, what's the experience of warranty extension on annual every year, I tend to do between 1 to 2 million just in warranty extensions. So, but they're all based on preconditions. They're not just, because again, the commercial team, the finance team, the legal team will never approve it. You cannot do it blindly, especially if you've had no involvement and local providers have been in there and you have no idea of the history of the asset, of what's happened. It's very hard to put a number to that. But there's just some sharing from my side.
So I noticed in your presentation that your extended warranty the rate also go with the preventive maintenance service, right? So if we have the preventive maintenance, then the risk for warranty will be lower. So that kind we can combine to offer to the customer. And about the insurance for extended warranty, actually I haven't heard any kind of that solution in the market actually, because the basic of insurance is to insure you against the uncontrolled or unexpected situation like natural disaster, something like that. It is not to protect you against something that, because the defect is might be causing by production, right? So yeah, so that is I think not available in the market. And up to now, I haven't heard any insurance company can insure you against the warranty extension.
Just share this one because we have been implementing it because we are selling before a rent-to-own substation, and we are offering 5-year warranty, but we are buying the components or equipment from the OEMs with 1-year warranty only. So we do have the fire risk insurance being used at that because, for example, if there is an arc flash, that is not normal occurrence. That is failure. For example, if you are insuring your car, you have your all risk insurance for the car, including the act of nature and so on. So I think there are some modules or some models in insurance companies that can be topped off. We just have to explore. Because in Philippines we have this.
Property and asset insurance, right? So,
yes.
Yeah. So
exactly.
normally the owner will buy just insurance to insure their equipment, insure their manufacturer.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if we are just the supplier, I'm not sure whether we can buy us. The customer buys with the insurance company.
Yes, you are buying on behalf of the customer because you are providing them the warranty. So if there would be failure in the equipment, then you have to just get it or claim it from the
you
insurance.
have done it
yeah.
in Philippines?
Oh, in my previous company, we are doing it. In Siemens,
Really?
not yet.
I would find it very hard to believe that if you did not do the preventative maintenance, that you would be held accountable at the insurance
No,
stage.
of course.
So
Part of
even if you buy a Lamborghini,
yeah.
if you go and service your Lamborghini with third parties and then go back to Lamborghini and say, my motor is destroyed, they're not going to approve that, right?
Of course, it is given. No? When we offer this rent-to-own substation, 5-year preventive maintenance being done by us is always included. That's to make sure that the equipment will operate correctly and will be properly maintained. Same thing that we offer with our with this Santras project, right? They are asking for a 2-year maintenance, 2-year extended warranty. But instead of just offering the warranty, as you have mentioned, we offered, of course, the PMS. We need to have a baseline. But as I was saying, no, you're correct. Without any baseline, the risk is high. And if you will not be the one to maintain it, of course, it cannot be done. But if you are packaging everything together, PMS, warranty extension, and for this to be covered, and if there would be a insurance policy that is available, then that would be a good solution instead of buffering it to your costing, right?
Yeah, and I think that's definitely the approach. Yeah, absolutely. You bundle the extension of warranty with your preventative maintenance, and then you're able to give some predictive. And look, ultimately there's a risk, right? There's still a warranty provision that you'd account for. There could be things that happen that unfortunately you missed on site in the inspection, so there's always a potential of something not going your way. But that's the nature of the risk.
Oh, good discussion. I think I just have one more point before I close this. So I was just looking at how many number of unique customers we have done business with over the last few years. So you can see country-wise, I mean, this is how did we get the number of customers? It's like the unique name of a customer who placed a purchase order with you. Very simple. So this was the customer who you did business with. Either you did order or you did some kind of revenue. And when you see the number of customers, you see roughly there are 400 customers on an average we have every year for CS. So now what I want to know from you is what would be the best target to take for all of you to have number of contracts. When we say 10%, then I also feel that should we cover only 1 or 2 customers or it should be 10 customers. Simon, that's for you for future discussions which you will have tomorrow, that how many number of contracts we should target in each country.
Aman, so what is the basic of this? Because in 26, we don't have the contract with
Yeah,
24.
26 is only P2 data, right? So 26
No, no,
is...
but the basic is that is a C-sales data, offer data, right? Or
No,
some.
this is BA, this is COPA. This is BA dash data, number of
We don't have
customers, unique
to
customers.
be to 20 contract with 24 customer in
No, there is
Vietnam.
no contract. These are all the kind of customers you ever booked business with. So this is not
We
only
don't have
LTSA.
24 customer, I think, in
No, no,
CS.
but then 26 number should not be there, right?
Yeah,
There's
the
no business
26 something work with the
Anyway,
figure in 26.
I think for discussion purpose, let's not look at 26. Let's look at until 25, right?
Just a second. If you want names, we can get the names as well. So not an issue.
Otherwise, if the
Yeah.
fiscal year
These are-
26 fits, it's
Yeah,
going to
but
be a
these
very
are all the names
promising.
who you did work with. I mean, I can send this to you. Some of them are Siemens. Okay, we can ignore it, but more or less, you can see the names of companies you engaged in Vietnam, and what. Well, I was just looking at this data directionally, that how many of them you feel at account level you can actually convert into a C-care customer or an LTSA customer, so to speak.
This is on
So I
the
can share this
overall
list with
EA
you.
level, right? EA level,
No,
not CS.
this is CS only.
I'm
This
not
is
sure.
this
Okay,
volume
I
is
think
CS only.
Ruby is right. We just look at 25 because 26, I don't think.
Yeah, no, 26 is only P1, P2 data, right? So this is not complete. I mean, these are full years where we have business for last 12 months. FY26 is only the data for last, I mean, till today, actually. This data lake refreshes every day, so ignore 26 for now. But if you would also like to have the names of the customer who you did business with, I can also provide that. But I believe as finance, you would already have it, so not getting into that debate. My thought process behind showing this data was to trigger you guys and to ask you how many number of contracts you feel you should have to have a very good diversified portfolio mix for future.
I'm also very interesting. Besides this customer number, what is the contract? What is the contract number?
What is the contract number? Yeah, we can also put that out, how many business we made. So, well, I don't want to do data analysis in front of you. So if any region wants any data detail, feel free to reach out. We can support you, but or reach out to your finance. You should have access to such kind of data. But
I have the
yeah.
similar I have numbers of the contract for example for fiscal year 25 we have around 580 contracts. Yeah.
Sure. So number of orders would be different. Yes, you are right. Simon, I just took how many unique number of customers were placing orders with CS in FY25. The number which I get is 470. We can debate it, dissect it, whatever you may like it, but directionally we are somewhere between the range of 450 to 500 customers for the LCB Singapore. So the question to all of you is, how many of them should be converted into a long-term service agreement? Can we have guidance, or what are your thought processes behind it? 10 customers, 50 customers, all 500 of them?
Okay. Maybe let me say something. For the I think we need to go back to why the customer need a LTSA. We need to think about this from this point. Think about if you buy a mobile phone, for example, that's the case. Who will buy this long-term service, extended warranty? Some people, they are very rich, number one. They don't care, they will pay the money. And some people, they are very worried about the function because if some misfunction, then I will lose important thing. I will make a big loss. So this customer, and also some customer, they are really lack of competence to maintain. This is far from my industry, and I really don't understand how it's running, and I really need somebody to take care of me. So I think this. Maybe, just to give some hints, in the end, when you look at this 400 customer in your organization, who belongs to those categories? Maybe you can add on, then you can find. I just want to trigger some, thinking. Then you can go through these customers one by one, one by one.
There, Simon, if I may also interject, I'm sorry. We also have to have a different thought process behind it, because if we will always think what is the pain we are trying to solve, then you will always try to serve a pain. I think one of the things that I see in the industry now, so let me give you an example. No matter if it is a student or a rich guy, Microsoft will now give you Office license on subscription only. They are done with the perpetual licenses. If you look at what Adobe does, the Photoshop, all of these, they have stopped selling now perpetual licenses. Even Siemens, when you hear every year Roland talk about ARR and SaaS revenue, they are doing away from this perpetualness of things. So if we don't, let's say, push our business models out, that, if you want to buy a spare part, you need to have a subscription with us. Maybe the subscription could be of a low cost initially, that we give you subscription for 10 euros, but we will only sell you spare parts if you have a subscription with Siemens. So these kind of things we have to think about, and these are the future business models that we have to move towards. We cannot be transactional when we think about service overall design, because world is moving that way. 10 years ago, when we were selling SCADA or substation automation systems, we were selling with perpetual licenses. And then comes in Microsoft after, most of the upgrades we sell in substations is not because our software was improving, but because Microsoft Windows Server was getting obsolete or a switch was no more in production. So we are part of an ecosystem where all of our other suppliers are expiring things, are making things obsolete, and we cannot just be transactional. Just wanted to leave that thought on the table. I know it's debatable, but just wanted to also encourage that kind of discussion in the room as well. So have a 10x mindset and really think that what should be the ideal target here.
Aman, maybe I can just share some feedback from Australia. Again, how you implement that in the region is, I guess, Simon, Rupi. But every year, I target 10% of my order intake to be C-Care. So year one, we achieved 5%, year two, 10%, and I continuously use 10% of my total order intake as the target.
Very nice.
10% of my total order intake, CS intake. CS intake, yeah. So just...
And from number of customers, Rami?
So right now we have roughly 17 customers. As a percentage of the total would be probably maybe 3-4%.
Understood. If I just add Australia to the mix, you can see that they have roughly 150, 160 customers we talk about.
So probably
I'm
more
sorry,
15.
Rami, just pulling your data.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. You had more information than me, but we had 16 contracts, so 10% of my
10%,
customers and 10% of my orders. So 10's the magic number.
Exactly.
We have
so
16
can we
contracts.
target having now for LTSA, can we all say that let's target at least 50 or 40 contracts in the region? We have to be innovative. There is no fixed business model, but we have to start somewhere with the rally ballpark number.
Okay,
Also, Ralph said, this is not BTA. This is just a discussion on how do we diversify ourselves. So,
okay, just like my first idea that I will make an approach to the fresh customers, means that the customers not now is in the LTSA for oil and gas and also for Pertamina, because the C-Care approach maybe looks like we bundling the solution and kind of like a consultation, go to on-site or something that we provide the several hours. Then this should be like a trigger to give more like a service opportunity in the future. Yeah.
What is the number?
Yeah. My aim is 3 until 5 customers first for this fiscal year. Yeah. I already have the imagination on the customers.
3 until 5. So we take
okay. Yeah, in the middle. Okay.
Yeah, take a number.
Okay. Okay.
Next.
So for Thailand, I think the ambition to convert to be LTSA is about the same as the Indonesia, because we have the similar, quite a similar number for on the number of head count. Yeah. But anyhow, the concept from Australia is more practical to target by using the percentage of order intake because the number of account is one KPI that we can measure. The order intake number or the percentage from the revenue that we get from the account can is more practical. That shows we can bundle more solutions into one contract, not just only not the quantitative number.
Understood. Let's at least target. Okay, can we just have one target for all of you? You know, and I think it's an easy one. I would not force you. You guys have 400 customers. Can we make at least pitch to 10% of them? No target, but can we take this as an action item that at least you guys will go ahead and make pitches to 10% of the customers in your country? Whether it results in an order or not, that's a separate story. Whether we get an RFQ or not, that's a separate story. But at least we tried.
I agree with that, Aman. I know this could go anywhere, right, Aman? We can continue going on and on and on, like what Remy said. I think 10% would be a good start point for every country. But let me say this: we need an enabler, and then the enabler is the value add that what we want to bring together with the LTSA. C-Care, for example, that would the buy. I mean, that would require the buy-in from the BU as well. So the enabler here it's important, but in terms of the target, yeah, 10% is the. I'm comfortable with that.
No, thanks, Jason, for.
Yeah, so for Singapore, for
That's what I want you. I want you to trigger us. You know, say what you need,
and for
say it in a way that you really need it. You know.
Yeah. And for
I
Singapore,
will make sure that somebody in headquarters is working towards it, but I need to have a very clear ask that we want this. That's it.
and
if
just
you, if
for
you even say that, okay, set up 5 customer meetings for me, I will make that happen via headquarter. We can come to the region and set up 5 meetings for you guys as well, but have to have a very clear ask on what you need.
all right, and just for the number, because Simon is taking it on number. For Singapore, just round it down, four. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. 4, 3 doesn't matter. I mean, I think that's where I wanted you to leave at. So something for the lunch table discussions now. I believe I have all the action items. I will just quickly summarize on what I wrote. I wrote a lot. Thanks a lot to all of you for sharing. Dhanawad, you started with how you guys try to add value and how you do the contract of preventive and in-house. I think this was a good insight of how it happens. And one learning from what you said is that just selling time and material services bundled as a LTSA will not work. We need to have a value add, and that is the knowledge that we bring in, which means cybersecurity or root cause analysis that we can do. This is our strength. We did touch upon the data center, and one of the good points that Rami made there was that it is still possible to sell something to hyperscalers as long as you're confident about it and show them the value. But at the same time, what I also took as an action, Mr. Reep, was I will make sure that you get copies of the other contracts which we have with other countries, with hyperscalers. So at least you have a starting point, and I'm sure Rami will share copy of C-Care as well with Microsoft, so you can have a comparative view. For Philippines, Anderson, I wrote that you guys are looking at very strong remote support, and how this can help. And we also talked about the fact that how we can cross utilize a little bit within the region. And Rami also gave this good idea that we can have a follow the sun model. We have one remote expert center here in Romania. We can also have another one probably in Indonesia or in Malaysia, wherever it makes sense. So this could be a follow the sun model for entire CS world, that wherever the sun is, there is somebody to support regions at a very low and competitive price. Vietnam, we touched upon the opportunity you guys are working on for LTSA. I still remember you have 160 inverters, so I'm counting if we can get 16 under LTSA. So that's the 10% part of it. Uh, and Jejun, like you said, some guidance on what more we can sell, how to calculate LTSAs, that would be something important. Uh, I believe that we also touched a little bit on insurance model from TO, that how they are using the fire insurance and thing. Something which is very unique for Philippines and something worth exploring. That is there something which we can use? I would try to figure out what actuarian guys can support us with. We also talked about Indonesia, where you talked about how you do bundling with accelerator. So we touched a little bit on how we can also think of bundling time, material, and software services together and bundle it as an LTSA. And last point, what we discussed was that please at least target 10% of your volume coming from LTSAs overall. And I think if we are working towards that, we can say that we have increased our maturity towards this portfolio. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think it was quite fast wrap up, but I will be anyways wrapping up all of the discussions we have since yesterday and in future. So you guys will get some crisp documents from my side. And the way the robust mechanism is to calculate these scores, we also have a robust follow-up mechanism. So in the end, all of these action items that I'm talking about will end up on a dashboard where there would be a live review happening with BU management as well. So we will be inviting Ralph and Rupi on a regular basis to review those action items on what's happening on those front as well. So just a little bit debrief on what would be the next step. Okay.
Okay. Hello. Kwan, any comments? You're on the mic.
I would like to correct that city inverter, but we have only 2 customers. So I think we try to have 2 customers for the LT.
Yes. Not fair. I mean, I was just saying that at least 16 inverters, but all good. 2 means 50% at least. Yeah. Good. Very nice.
Okay, then thanks for rounding it up, summarizing it, Daman. The team will now go to lunch. We will meet. What you in? It's 2 o'clock, so 1 hour. In 1 hour, we will get back to you.
Okay.
Take a nap. Thank you.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Continue this topic.
Okay. So I think I'll quickly move to another topic just to warm you guys after lunch to raise a little bit of blood pressures. I will now talk about execution excellence. When we talk about execution excellence, what we are looking for is especially the NCCs and OPW, productivity measures. As you all know, that we really have a very strong target of showing 20% productivity gains in next 3 years. So this means we have to gain 20% productivity in 12 quarters. So if I just simply divide 20 by 12, that means we need to show almost 1.6% productivity gain every month, every quarter. So 0.5% productivity gain every month. It's a very strong target. So we were reviewing what kind of, let's say, OPW measures we have taken and the targets we have taken for the business. Now, just to set the context, let me also quickly reflect on your productivity numbers here. So from the data that you can see, we have actually currently no measure in OPW from Indonesia, and we have forecast of 34,000 euros from Singapore LCB, rest of Singapore LCB. So from all the countries, I definitely can see that there are measures from Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore in it. Okay, we don't see that much of Vietnam, which is also understandable. Also not Philippines, which is understandable. But my only request here is that if we can have that measure. So would you guys mind if we can just take a quick 30-second explanation of what kind of, how do you guys deal with productivity measures for CS business and how we can support you there, or how do you orchestrate it? I mean, Simon, is it something that you guys plan a productivity workshop once in a quarter, or when do you review this? How this works out?
Currently, we don't have this workshop.
Currently, they don't have that workshop, but would do put that on the agenda. I think due to the fact there is no OPW yet, Chris was standing up. Any reason or any let's say idea strategy in this regards?
I have a question. So your productivity is referring to the man hour or?
Okay, so to be honest, the productivity is looked at on cost basis. So anything if we can do to reduce COGS as well as SG&A, both are welcome. How much it will impact? So my feeling is when we say 20% productivity gain, if you do the mathematics, it would roughly mean if we talk about 20% productivity, then 10% profit gain, which is very high expectation. But let's first not get into that debate. Let's look at cost out. So yes, we are talking about manpower. Let's say the cost COGS as well as SG&A. So it's about bought outs as well, and it's also about our own manpower. And the ratio you can have for your country, you know what your entire financial statement is, how much COGS you have, what part of it is manpower, what is bought out, what is even from a supplier. So, and it's
Aman,
not also about.
from the other countries, is that usually a finance topic, or
Yeah.
because here, if I look here in the round, there are lots of question marks. It seems that I think the action item could be a training. You guys on the technical side should be also aware, definitely, because definitely some of those action items you will detect on OPW will come from you. But also definitely on the finance side. So it's a cooperation thing on your level. But I guess action item, maybe we can have drive information session, just maybe also on the basic side. I think there's very much room for improvement, just looking into the faces in the room.
Then I would say one of the first action items that you guys definitely should have is there is an OPW coordinator in each BU, or for the OPCO it could be. So please try to find out who that OPW coordinator for your country is. Get in touch with them. They have to offer some trainings in the country. Please make sure that you and some core members of your team who are taking decisions on pricing topics are aware of those people, because it's just an early hint. Yeah, they announced it so many times now. Even with every one tech company, you see that announcement popping up. My feeling is that in next 6 months or next 2 or 3 quarters, we will have a very strong measurement system also coming up. So it's better to be prepared for this as a mature organization, and that's what I would request here. Another topic I would also have here in the same regard is, do you guys have any Lean Six Sigma trained people within CS? Somebody who knows how to do SIP, continuous improvement programs, or any Six Sigma or green belts?
No, 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 no. So it's a common no, actually, in the room.
So I would also highly encourage that if you can identify one person within the LCB who can be trained on Lean Six Sigma, you will find lots of people from factory doing that. But somebody who can actually reflect on what we do on CS day to day, how our processes are running, and help you reduce waste there, that would be really helpful. So I would also note down that as an action point, but this would be more towards you guys to identify somebody who we can upskill a little bit on Lean and Six Sigma techniques, so that we can identify waste in our processes and reduce it to gain some traction or productivity. Yeah. Okay. Well, then I think understood for OPW, we will raise the awareness this year. We will improve the know-how and we will set teams up, and let's hope that next year we see some targets coming in. Yeah. And the next question then I have is towards the NCC part of execution. It every when we execute projects and when we execute roughly 10, 12 million euros of orders in hand, there is bound to be some NCCs. And when I reflect on NCC reporting, there are only 2 reported in last 2 years. You can see on screen, the data should be visible to you. I only see one from Malaysia and one from Thailand being reported. We are not, let's say, complaining why there are no NCCs, but what we are concerned about is that we don't believe that this is reflecting the true picture. You know, it's like near misreporting. Nobody wants to have NCCs, but at the same time, when there is very less, it is somehow believed that, okay, we don't have the right discipline to report the errors here. And I think this is where I should also comment, since Rami is in the room, the way Team Australia reports, it's quite phenomenal. And we have found so many cases, at least in Australia, where we figured out that NCCs were caused because sales was taking a forward call without aligning with CS guys on what should be the price included for commissioning. You know, so they always had an issue that commissioning will happen late, and by that time our man-hour prices would be up and customer would not compensate. So those were the learnings which we found out from NCCs from the neighboring countries. And here, at least, if you may want to comment,
I have a
we can do a
comment.
point round robin there.
Yeah. So I have a comment on why you only see 2 NCC from Malaysia and Thailand is because the solution NG is the tool for project and system business. So it's apply for mandatory for the CCM order and the BOC order. And it's not mandatory for the sale order, which means small. For example, you most of the country, when we have the small order, then you book at the sale order, and such sale order will not go into report in the zone NG. And it's also not in the process that there are any place to report the NCC for the sale order. So in the past, before zone NG implemented in EA, then headquarter have a manual collection report of the NCC. And in that NCC manual report, they collect from all the business, product business, system solution, every business. But when the solution engine in place, so the project and system business will report in zone NG, and the project team also report the NCC via zone NG. So the missing part right now is, since there are no more manual NCC report, so the part of NCC of the sale order will have no place to report as well. So my questions to the headquarters that if, because the NCC in our region, I think the sale order number in our region, I think is also quite a lot, as we have a small business, right, small contract order. So normally they don't create the CCM project, but they will create the sale order. So for that part, we will monitor by manual report, or we just like keep on the quarterly report on general, something like that, manually.
So there is this NCC tool which we have for the same cases that you mentioned, Fuong, that if you don't have, so one disclaimer here, solution NG is not used by every country. Some countries use it, some countries don't use it. So we are aware of this. So there are 2 ways you can report NCCs. One is using solution NG. And if you don't use solution NG, then you have to use this NCC reporting tool the way you see it here. Yeah. I am pretty sure that there is somebody who's also receiving alerts for LC Singapore here to fill the NCCs. And what we see is that you can see for 2025, no NCC was filled in. It was completely empty. I can also switch to Indonesia.
Yeah,
I think
we see that. And at that time, when I asked back to Simon and Lamun, and they also the first time they received the alert, and no one informed us about the tool. So I think if now we are aware that there's a tool that we can report manually, then can someone from the headquarters give a training to us or information, the video of training, something like that, so I can distribute to the own every region so they can learn and declare their NCC for the sale order?
Yes, I mean, to be honest, we can even help you with local language there because the person who sends out the alert is Tu. She
Yeah.
is for our team in business controlling. And I think if you, Simon, you can just write back to her that, hey, we need a training, and I'm pretty sure that she will do it. They have all the videos recorded, and these are the messages that they give out every month as an alert that, hey, please fill out the missing NCCs or the data for the period. Because the way it works is that every quarter, quality team, Simone Wienhausen's team, is basically asking us CS in the headquarter, please submit the NCC report. So earlier we thought that it will flow out of countries. That means the quality manager of the country will report this centrally to the BU, but the flow is that CS reports to headquarter and headquarter then sends it to OPCO. So I would really take this also as an action item. I will also inform Thu that if he can circle back to you, Fu Hong, and explain you how this tool works. But like I said, this was one of the flags for us that there is no NCC being filled. And that's what I also want to highlight for us. It's very important that we have this information. And even countries, for example, UAE, they do use solution NG, but they still sometimes give declarations to us here that, hey, we will be filling this in this one, yeah, in our NCC tool. Just to give, if you see now here, LC UAE, they have not reported any NCC here in this app, but they've been submitting the declaration that our NCCs are reported in solution NG. So for us, this is the main tool. Through this tool, you tell us two things. Either you say that all my NCCs are in solution NG, that we don't ask you for anything else, or you say that I have zero NCCs. You give, maybe I can show you what we want. Let me take Indonesia as an example. Okay, so there are three options. Yeah, either you can say that I declare zero NCCs. Once you do that, there will be an email sent from your account to headquarter, really taking it on your declaration. Second is that you say that NCCs are updated on solution NG. So this we will also not bother you. Or third would be that you add your own NCCs here directly in the tool. So I would encourage all of you, all the country heads as well for CS, to please keep an eye out on the NCC, because for us, a mature organization takes care of these kind of small things, and the data we get is only helping us to learn on what kind of flaws we see. So just like I said, I think one of the biggest learning for us last year was happened in US as well, happened in Australia, happened in Germany, happened in many, many countries, where sales guys were taking a forward call on CS pricing. There was an escalation clause missing in the contract. So a lot of times CS guys were going on site, doing installation and commissioning for a product which was delivered late from the factory. So let's say if the delivery date was December 25, product got delivered in March 26, 3 months delay. And then because of the other delays from the customer side, project really came in for commissioning during 2027, right? And because of this, we had escalations of our annual hourly rates. So we had to book in those NCCs on our own books, and we were not able to actually claim those back from the customers, because our biggest learning was that sales is forgetting to put escalation clauses into the contracts. So at least for those countries, we during the LORs now we made it a check that, hey, do you have a price escalation clause for CS guys or not? Something like this. So, and these kind of learnings are then missing. And what happens is that there is a gentleman in headquarter called Matthias Janssen. He is typically sharing the findings as an annual summary. So he prepares a kind of year-end report of what we learned from our NCCs and presents it. So this is something that will also help you guys to improve and understand what is happening in other regions. Yeah. So I would also keep it on an action item part, the execution part. So OPW as well as MCC. Yeah.
Uh, can you back to the first slide? So can you drill out from the LCB Singapore to the country, so every country can enter this tool and
We can actually. It depends on how you guys want to set up it. So
yeah,
when we were
then
talking earlier to Miss Moon, she wanted it, and we always had this flavor of LC Singapore without Indonesia, and then Indonesia separately. Yeah. So if you guys want to do it at country level, we don't mind.
yeah.
We just have to create a line item there.
Yeah, then I think the country will be more proactive in reporting on the tool other than like if it just put Singapore, LCP Singapore, then we need someone to manually collect from the country and then we put at a home in one line. So it's not like maybe not the time.
No, we can give access to all the other country heads. They can also add it.
No, I mean
Thing is that
you
whosoever
split
we give access to,
under
they will all get alerts. Yeah.
yeah, under LCB Singapore, maybe you can have a real down of 6 country.
Yeah.
Then every country can enter their NCC.
Understood. I will
Thank you.
expand to all the countries.
He sees it's feasible to do so. Yeah.
Okay. So that would already be helping us, and this will definitely help. Okay. I think I'm more or less done on the execution excellence. I will not deep dive into revenue planning and tracking and little bit on forecast, but just a quick show of hands here. Do you guys have trained PM at Siemens guys or somebody who at least is capable of handling S category projects?
Starting with Malaysia.
Aman, yes, Malaysia, we have a certified project manager to handle S and category C projects.
Okay, very good. So S and C is available. Yeah. This is very nice.
Singapore?
Any country which sees the need, but okay, yeah, please go ahead.
For
I
Singapore,
announced my camera.
sorry. For Singapore, under CS we do not have, but under the EAS project execution, yes, we have certified PMs. And there hasn't, but there hasn't been any projects under the CS that we needed to initiate execution from the PMs. Yep.
Understood. I mean, I think if you are getting big on retrofit projects and also on LTSAs, the complexity of those projects may demand that you at least have somebody who's S category or knows about the knowledge area. That's my feeling, because then they plan the projects a little bit better and execution is more seamless, but fair. Yes, I see another gentleman. Yes.
Yeah, for Vietnam, actually for CS, we don't have separated PM, but in overall for EA, we have a certified PM for small project, and in overall small project is okay, right?
Yeah,
we
sure.
We have one certified BMC project, but in GFW, and we have CBMs. For CBM, we have certified CBMC and certified CBMS in EA, but for BM currently we're missing. Yeah, certified BMC, just small project only.
On early of next year is okay.
But actually we have the plan for one PM to certify C project, and he just waiting for the board interview in order to get the certifications. So expect to be within this year.
Okay.
Philippines.
For Philippines, we don't have, but we can always get support from Malaysia or Indonesia or Singapore.
Sure. Support. Okay. And Thailand?
Yeah, 1 second. Dhanawat.
In Thailand, we have only one certified engineer who is sitting beside me on the S category project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Oh, cool. I think we have to first let's focus on NCCs and OPW, and then eventually probably in next steps, let's look into PM competence. But I believe that more C care plans you will want to roll out, more accelerator projects and more LTSAs, all of these are complex business models. The more you will roll out them, you would see that you need at least somebody who's trained at C category projects because they will really be able to execute. I believe that typically in service for these kind of contracts, we don't need project managers, but what we need is a customer success manager, a person who ensures that value to the customer is visible and seen, makes the marketing what is required, makes the argumentation, and also make sure that the change management process happens on the customer side. So fair. I think we will get there eventually. Okay. I have everything which I needed on execution excellence. Is that, do you guys have any question or I can move to the next section?
I'm looking around. Any questions, comments? No, please, Aman, go ahead.
Okay, very nice. One of the portfolios that I want to touch upon is now the protection and automation portfolio. We know that this was also one of the listed items in the priorities that we have. And I just want to know your views that what kind of support you need on protection and automation from us, and how can we help you grow this business and pipeline even more?
Start. Chris, thanks.
Yes, Aman. I think I have raised up this topic earlier. In Malaysia, we have some challenge on the SP factor, and then I think you have advised us to apply a blanket approval, right? For all the protection delay. But is that possible? We can apply a list of all the relays models and get a blanket approval?
Yeah, I think we would have to strategize on what they will approve, but we can certainly help you. I will talk to Arul and ask him to get in touch with you proactively. And Rafa is anyways there, so we will put this action item on both of them. We will get in touch with you. But what you can do is you can make a list of what you need.
Yeah.
And on how we make it possible, this semantics we will work out.
Because
Whether we write an internal memo or MOM or whatever, but I think we can make it possible.
Yeah, because I saw the Siemens Energy, they have this global frame agreement. They also include the C Protect 4, the phase out relay.
Sure.
But when CS we request for SP factor, the headquarter will say no. They say you cannot get any factor.
And this is the exact argumentation we will give, because we know Siemens Energy is very active in all the power plants like Yurong Power, all those plants, and even in all the islands. So we will make sure that you get the factor better than Siemens Energy.
Yes. That's what my
or at least at par. I mean, from compliance side, I will also let you know, we are not allowed to know the factors of our channel partners. So we are supposed to be quite neutral to the channel partners. This is supposed to be in the anti-competitiveness kind of a scheme. So therefore, we can only request to the channel partner organization. We will never know what the factor is, but we can tell them that please make it a fair play. So this is something we can always try.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Next comment.
Just one.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, one quick question. Yeah, I mean, we raised the protection and automation, but I see that in our 5-year planning, protection and automation was marked as 0. Is there a reason that we don't have any business there as part of our 5-year plan?
I mean, I know the reason in Singapore, yes, but from the other countries?
Yeah, Aman, I have one more question. Regarding the mandate, the CS has the mandate to supply any loose relay to our contractor or any customers, or CS only can supply to the end user? Because we have this argument in Malaysia, because we have channel partner. So I think you understand. They also want to grab the customers, and we have this internal conflict. Yeah.
Yes. So I can maybe give you a real life example of what happens in UAE. So LCB UAE, CS business is roughly 40 million euros. And out of 40 million euros, they do 20 million euros only from protection and automation. They also have a very strong channel partner organization in Middle East. The way we have split is that anything which happens after warranty is CS responsibility. So CS mandate starts when the warranty of the product ends. We are able, I mean, this is the time when we own the customer interface, right? And if we have a project where, let's say, you are developing a customer to migrate from Ciprotec 3 to Ciprotec 5 or Ciprotec 4 to Ciprotec 5 or any kind of patch management, if you have it, you just have to inform CP that we are already working on it. Please make sure that your channel partners are not interfering, because this has happened to us in UAE as well, that a lot of times we nurtured an opportunity, customer released an open tender, and channel partner was winning the tender.
Yeah,
Because we did an SG&A effort of 2 years and channel partner comes in and takes the order away.
Yeah,
So
but
there
now,
we had this.
yeah, but now the other way around. Channel partner informed me that their headquarter told them the mandate is for them to offer the active products. CS only can take the phase out products. That means the PM 410 and above.
No, no, this is wrong. You can ask them for documentation. We can also send you the documentation. The idea is that I mean, we use channel partners because they sell in quantities, in volumes, yeah. They are not the owners of the customer interface. So when warranty ends, we are the ones who have to get call from customers, not the channel partners. So we can execute via channel partners, but interface owners are us. And if they say that this kind of mandate is there, you can ask for a document, and we also can send you the document. There is already a document which is signed when DS and DG were merged. So I can also forward you that mandate document which we have.
Okay, good, good. That will help me a lot. Then we can grow
Yes.
some business there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for BU, it's left pocket, right pocket. Yeah. So I will also not involve Rupee you here, because for you, it doesn't matter. In the end, customer needs to be served. For us, for CS, guys, what our argumentation always is that you can always upsell. A channel partner will look for a quick win and an exit. We are looking for long-term partnership. We want to upgrade it to LTSAs. We want to, own the interface. And that's why I say, uh, we have to do these kind of small jobs to gain the trust that customer really knows, hey, you know what, Siemens guys are there, they will help me out, and that's what we want in the end. So I will send you the document and you can always ask the channel partner guys. And if there is an escalation where you feel there is an overlap, please involve us. We will help you out.
Yeah, this is Simon. Yes, your message is very clear. And for the execution level, because we do see the email. I mean, I also for that case in Malaysia, I was in the loop. And from CP, there's a document from top to down. And also from CS, also you send a document down. But for the execution level from the countries, actually you need to align from headquarters what is the real mandate agreement and so on. Otherwise, we will be lost.
I'm with you, but I think this is a discussion for the country. You guys would have to decide what is the best way to serve the customers, and where is the balance. I mean, if you are in for.
But that is the two topics, and one is how to better service the customer. But we are talking about the mandate. Mandate must be clear, here or there.
Mandate is with CS. Yeah, mandate is very clearly with CS. And mandate is not an issue. I can maybe let me pull it out.
Yeah.
Show you guys
maybe some communication between two segments. Huh?
Yes.
Otherwise, the long message.
I think it's not communication. I believe that when people don't talk to each other, they form a kind of virtual reality in their minds, and a lot of times we don't clear that virtual reality. So I would rather say it's good that you have those discussions, and we can, if you get into those discussions, please ask Rafa. He can definitely support you with all kinds of documentations you need, because this would already be, helpful. So, there is this famous website in Siemens called Business Mandate Directory. You don't guys have to go anywhere. I will send you guys this link, and here you will find all kinds of mandates. Yeah. So protection, automation, serveries. Yeah. So this is business type service is mandate for us. Yeah. And you see the GCK. Even if they book the order, they have to use this GCK U858. So this part actually comes into CS bookings. Well, like I said, I don't want to start this debate at BU level, but for you guys, just to support you, um, always answer, or always think about from the fact that what is the best for customer and what is best for us. It has to be a win-win. This debate of where to book left pocket, right pocket is
But
a headquarter will not play
Aman,
the role for clarification.
can I clarify because the mandate we see there is tel service, right? Is the mandate.
Yes.
So and we are asking about the loose relay we want to sales, and so is it a clear mandate definition between the vertical or CB or CS on that? Because still team is stuck and have an internal competition somehow.
No, there
Or
is
maybe
a
two
document
teams
which
join in
even
the same
describes
project.
what is a spare. No, there is a document that describes all of it. Actually, there is a very nice one-page presentation. If I can find right away, I will pull it out. But I know this has been circulated by Udo a long time back. I would find it and probably send it to you guys again. Yeah, we take it as an action item. But this does exist.
And one more question is you mentioned before that if it is CS after warranty and CS job to offer, then we tell CP guy that your partner should not jump in. But actually, in reality, we cannot hinder the partner to participate in that project, right? Because it's again the antitrust regulation, yeah. So
Exactly.
In reality, it's difficult to do so.
No, but what happens there is then once you inform them, then channel partners also apply for SPRs, yeah. So they don't get approved because we know that you cannot be going in two ways. So this, at least we inform them that we are going for this project, or the price they give to them and to us is fair, equal. I mean, then you compete on what you add value on top. You don't compete on the basic input. So let's say if channel partner gets a discount factor of 90% and we get a discount factor of 50%, we are already at a disadvantage, right? And for this conversation, like I said, if you have such kind of topic, bring it to the notice and they will help you find the best way out. But like I said, in the end, we have taken this debate quite a few times to Mr. Mai as well. And for him at BU level, this is left pocket, right pocket. And he says that this is a decision that countries have to resolve. They have to see how best to serve the customers. So it's the spirit of what market wants. So if customers are happy with channel partner, they don't want any value add from CS, then maybe it's the best channel to serve the customer, yeah. But if you believe that you have more value to add and you have a long-term view or long-term gains out of this, then this is also a strategy that you guys can play. But from headquarter, both the teams would like to grow. So, we both will push that this is the right way, this is the right way. And in the end, the decision will always be on the country, on what they want to do. But don't take, at least have a discussion, don't take directly the one word for an answer.
Hold on, Aman, just for your information, in 5 minutes we have to dial in Kai from Power Academy. So just
Okay,
for you, because that's a settled thing. But there's a question coming from Sam.
Just I have one comment. In China, as just this lady mentioned, for the CP business, for the CP protection business, because they are the component business, so which in the previously they send via the distributor. Then later, even this is after phased out, or this deemed the customer is the key accounts, then the BU management decided that this business still goes to Pro segment, not to the CS segment, because they want to maintain the relationship, not make a customer angry. So that is the local BU management decision. So we have to follow. But that amount of the business is quite big, like 30, 40 million every year. So that is, for CS, I'm the CS guy, so I feel lost. But I have no way, because this is top management division.
Exactly, Sam, and I share the feeling. I think if I would be country head, I would also feel the same. But like I said, I think it's a decision in the country, and in the country you play as team EA, right? We take care of the customers after warranty, and if you have a case where you feel that we can better serve the customers, there is a value that comes out of it, then why not? I mean, to give you a perspective, in US, electrical service for data centers is given by buildings, not by CS. Now we are trying to get back, but before this data center boom, we as EA were not even focusing on service market for data centers in US. We are now actively now trying to get in conversations with buildings. So it's always the regional management decision on how you can best serve your customers, what is the best channel, what is the best approach. I mean, to give you another angle, at least I know for a fact at least in India, DI and EP, they were common sales team. They were sharing sales teams because they were all sales offices across the geography. So really, if it's a debate that you guys would have to do within the countries with your own peers, and it should not be a person specific decision. My only mantra that I would give you is just ask yourself this question, that would my decision be same if the person in front will change? I mean, as an organization, the most effective decision making is when it is not dependent on a person. While a person and a personality does plays a role, but in the end, think from customer's point of view, what will benefit him the most and what will benefit us the most. We can certainly help you with the documentation. So at least have a debate and discussion. Don't take no for an answer.
Okay, Aman, thanks.
Okay.
So I would say that we now dial in or get rid
Then I will now bounce off. Yes.
Yes, and in 2 hours, Aman, because we will have now Power Academy, as well as afterwards another portfolio update session, including also I think it's with the spare parts related one. Jessica will dial in. So therefore we will dial you in then in 2 hours from now on, roughly. Okay.
I mean, let me just give a quick status pro. Yeah? I think we touched upon accelerator and protection automation a bit. We have touched upon the contracts and retrofits. We have touched upon competence and excellence functions as well. EHS we as well did. So I believe that we have touched almost all the points. Spare parts, you will anyways deep dive with Jessica. So I believe we have now touched upon all the topics that you need on day 3 to formulate your strategy. I hope the questions and the discussions we had were able to trigger some thoughts. So when you make now your strategy for next years, you have some arms and ammunition. And if you need any data, any support to, any analysis, please feel free to pull me in. But I believe that we are more or less covered on all the sections. I mean, there is always a homework to do, but the homework we have found right now, I think will keep the plates full for next 6 months. And then we will reconvene after some time to take a dipstick check on what more needs to be done. So it's a 1% better than yesterday, so I will end it there. So
cool. Okay.
But before I leave, I would just like to say thank you so much for your open and brutal discussions. I really appreciate, even with remotely, you showed the patience of talking to a screen. Really appreciate it, and thank you so much. And I'll certainly circle back later if you guys need me and support you there. Okay. Then
thank you. A big
bye, guys.
applause to Aman.
Bye, guys. Take care.
Take care. So we actually won then an hour yesterday, but I think it's pretty well also in regards of the prioritization. We spent way more intensive sessions yesterday due to the also prioritized topics. And let's now try to dial in our head of Power Academy, Kai. Guess he will have special presentation, so he's usually very well prepared on a special way. Not sure who already had touch point with him, so I guess it's not a standard thing we're gonna see now, which is cool. Already joined? Okay. Hey Kai, but we have not yet you on the screen. Kai, do you hear us already? Give me a thumbs up if you hear us. He can hear. Yeah.
I can hear you.
Perfect, but you're not yet on the screen. Give us 1 second. We just see each other here. IT is still working.
No worries.
But at least you hear us and you see us, huh?
I can see you, yes.
Perfect. Okay, here you are. No, not anymore.
Let me see. Maybe I make a short or brief interview, brief intro. Who is in the room?
So we have the entire LCB Singapore, all the TCS heads, including EA heads from Thailand. We do have in the room Sunil from Indonesia, and let me check. And we have our top manager Rupinder heading the LCB Singapore. Most of them you know. And Rami from Australia with a wild card in that LCB Singapore maturity and strategy workshop, as well as Sam from China. And then we do have a couple of colleagues from Vietnam. And Phuong, sorry about that. Phuong from our finance head of LCB Singapore CS. And Simon for sure, yes. And myself, and Levent from the headquarter team. Stage is yours.
Very good. So I see myself now, but anyway, let me try to share something and then we'll see. So I guess you see something?
Yes, we see your starting slide.
Okay, perfect. So thanks, colleagues, for giving me the stage. Just, not sure it's in the mid of the day, so probably have an exhausting discussions in the morning. But nevertheless, I'm happy to give you some brief insights into concept terrain reliability assessment. I'm sure the one or the other knows what we're talking or what I'm talking about this morning. So I try to limit the general information a bit, and then happy to discuss or to share your minds and thoughts about the whole approach. It would be great also for us to get a little more insights from you. Good. Where I want to start is briefly on the Power Academy portfolio. Why I'm showing that is, as you all know, we have a lot of product-related trainings, which usually comes when we sell a product and sell a training. The idea is over the last years, very heavily worked in is to domain trainings, we call it. Why? It's not bonded to a product sell before. Okay, so the idea is we proactively can approach to the market to using enablement and is in a subtle way positioning our portfolio elements as a product and service portfolio. And one of them I want to show today is the concert train. So what is concert train? Concert train is a mix between consultancy and training, where we have a more or less fixed price offering for our customers. With the main idea that we train over the progress the customer to come to tangible goals. Okay, so this is the main idea. So concert training in a nutshell is or could be at the end everything where we see a potential of the customer. We have some standard offerings, so to say, and one of them is this electrical reliability assessment, which we also successfully conducted in Philippines. So Yati is in the room, I guess, and then you can also talk with him in the breaks if necessary as a pilot. And what we figured out here is that this is a perfect ground it was assessment with Coca-Cola, and we figured out it's a perfect ground to positioning our products. Okay, so we go to Coca-Cola doing some data collecting, and at the end they get a report. But the more interesting thing is this way to the report, or to come to the report, we learn, both of us learned over this progress, and it's built on a very compact and short time, a relationship between us, which allows us to be in the first position to positioning at the end whatever is necessary. Okay. So this is, and as I said, here I want to highlight that today. So, okay, so maybe let me straight go into the idea of what's console train assessment. So the idea is to make a judgment on the condition of the customer's site. Yeah, and we call it have a fresh eyes view on the customer's maintenance and operation. So they get a free person or free party, third party understanding, and also snapshot on how is the status or the state of the site from them. Where is this important? It could be important if somebody has an incident. It could be important if the maintenance person changed, because or the site owner changed. Because once the position changed, they immediately be in charge if something happened. Okay, he or she is in responsibility. And here to open up and said, okay, it's whatever your employees told you, and for sure it's all valid. But sometimes it makes sense to have this, let's call it insurance, to get an external view on, to be very clear on what's happened on your site. Okay, so this is, and what we did is, and here the Philippines case helps us a lot to come to the point to be able to make that as potentially self-paced. So the idea is that the customer can collect the data by themselves, or in a hybrid model, or we collect the data for the customer. But it's at the end, the idea is to streamline that over a standard. The standard helps us to have an objective view on the site conditions. And out of the assessment or data collecting, we be able to create report. Okay, and this report is AI support, AI supported. But that means we bring down the time from probably 14 or 21 days to create a report to a maximum 1 or 2 days manual effort. It's not purely AI created. Why? We believe, or you all know, AI could make create thoughts or create insights which are not right. Okay, so and this is and needs to be evaluated. So we have a man in the loop approach. It means AI doing the majority of the work, but then somebody experienced and human walks through and make a judgment on the evaluations. So that at the end the report is in the proper quality level and helps us to approach the customer then. A little more in the nutshell, is. what I'm saying, okay, with this console train topic, it's learning by doing or doing by learning, whatever you want to call it. So we be able to, over the process of data collecting, over the interaction with the customer through the results, we be able to learn what does it mean condition based maintenance, what does it mean condition based practices, what does it mean to getting clear understanding on data and the power of data leveraging through the assessment. So but meet at the end, with all this what we create, this is a perfect ground to positioning our whole products from EA. It's not limited to CS, it's not limited to either not limited to EA, but for sure this is our purpose at this point, to positioning IoT, to positioning spare parts, to position modernization, long-term service agreements, digital services, and for sure also training competencies. Okay, so and why it's important, this is a door opener, where the footprint, the Siemens footprint on site, not necessarily needs to be huge. Okay, or at least there. We can do that as assessment through each and every site because it's an standard, NFPA 7dB in this case. And we're using that standard, or this is an American standard. We're using that with the reason of this standard is not just looking to regularity of compliance. They looking this way beyond. Okay, so and this is helping us to making at the end short, mid, long term recommendations, how yeah, condition based investments could be made yeah, wisely, so to say. So, but at the end, for us as in this approach, it's just saying, okay, we creating a customer roadmap. Or we have a starting point with the report, and out of that, we can start to create or co-create with the customer an investment roadmap, and positioning short, mid, long term. So mid and long term more the strategic topics, probably short term. Usually the topics where the customer has issues, we figured out through the assessment. But to bring in here all the topics we have on a way that we're not explaining our features and value proposition from each product, we giving them a comprehensive picture on how and sophisticated and comprehensive investment could look like, and working with the customer or taking that as a basis to working with the customer on to fulfill that with solutions. In best case from Siemens One Tech. Exactly. So, and Yati, I'm not sure. Do you remember what's the customer price for the reliability assessment Coca-Cola? I think something about.
Yeah. I also forget about that. Maybe around 29 until 35 years. 29,000, yeah. Let me check, yeah. Something.
20,
that we have like
sure,
we have three like three option, right? Economics and then also the second
So this and this usually, okay, this depends on which country you are. Okay, so it could be up to $70,000 or $80,000. Okay, such kind of an assessment, depending a little on the site. Coca-Cola was a medium-sized bottler, so it wasn't so big. We have the same in Belgium for a steel company. They had 3 times more assets than Coca-Cola, but the price was almost the same. So this is a competitive advantage in this stage, and we don't recognize that any of our competitors using that because or using also this possibility. Don't understand why, but obviously they took that as an option. But the great thing is, and this is what counts at the end, we want to positioning a proper report to the customer, but we don't want to sell the time we're creating for the report. We want to positioning the report and make it scalable. Yeah. So if you have 20 sites and have to pay 70K for each site, then obviously it's not scalable. But if you come to down under 10K per site, then it's definitely an option.
Hi, Kai.
So, but yeah, yes.
This is Simon. Can you see us actually?
I so
you can see us. Okay. Okay. Good.
No, not really. I cannot. I cannot see us really.
Okay. Thanks for the this introduction. But actually for this consortium and the first project which I still remember at that time. Through the support from you and from Amam, we did the first project in Philippines, the Philippines with support from US colleagues and so on. Then actually after that, around 40,000 euro, how to say, contract, small contract. And now we're succeeding with another replacement project through Coca-Cola Philippines also, and that project is around 400K. It's with some new replacement. We win the trust from the customer, and the customer places another order to us, and it's in new business replacement. It's in 400K, something like that. And I think this is a very good result and good advertisement for this one, and to sell this consortium portfolio. And also from here, Philippine colleagues is here. Dio, maybe you can, Dio or Rick, maybe you can share more story behind of that.
Hi, Kai. Good morning.
Hi.
Yeah. All right. So as Simon have mentioned, we secured and which we energized, by the way, for 3 days only, an XRH to replace the old those that has been found out as red on our assessment. And then after that, we secured another order for another plant of Coca-Cola in Cagayan de Oro of 36 kV as well. And then now we receive an order for Greenfield project because, of course, we gained the trust of the customer, winning against the red and green color competitor. And yesterday, I received another information that the 7.2 kV NX Air is now awarded to our channel because it's a turnkey solution, and they use also our NX Air for that. So at least this is the result of the trust gained with the customer, plus the first project that we energized. We are now on the phase of upselling, because the customer ask us now to install or offer them the IoT solution for that.
Excellent. It's excellent. It's good to hear. And Dio, you remember Coca-Cola, the first meetings we had with them, in neither was preparation or during the first days of the collecting the data. They are really rude to us. So we had no relationship at all with them. No trust and no relationship. And this flipped one moment through. I remember this on the third day or something like that. We presented, and let me quickly show you this. We presented some insights. Okay, so we presented here this damage enclosure. We here exposed wires, liquids on the ground in the on this nearby the switchgear, and then it's immediately changed. Immediately. And they immediately give us recommendations, help us to fix that issues. And from really feels like buffering them to by one moment to a collaboration, to way forward, collaborate with them to improve. We got meetings in all biggest regions, and in ASEAN, in Middle East, in US, in the headquarter, and you already explained. We build up new projects out of that. So this is for me, this was really this aha moment. So to say that, okay, great, yeah, this from zero, I will not say hero, but from zero to really a relationship. This is tremendous. And this is something we have to develop on to make it much more easier to use, much more scalable, and especially and help you at the end. It's as I said, to positioning Zell and using that as an co-creation roadmap option towards the customer. Thanks to you for sharing that as well. Sorry, I was jumping in here. Any other thoughts? Did I lost you?
Still, we are still online.
Oh.
Rami have a question.
Sorry. Hi, Kai. Good to see you again.
Hi.
I shared the CCare with the team here just before a couple of hours ago. But one of the things I can probably say is we talked about extension of warranty, and one of the things we're building into CCare is being able to perform a console train, right, as part of the extension of warranty proposal. So just maybe to share some insights that we're using what the benefits out of console train and the AI rather than the manual historical way of doing condition assessments to enable us to get some more pull through. So something we're incorporating into our CCare agreements as well.
This is good. But CCare is for me more, but help me here, more miles and more programs, a reward program with the idea of long-term service agreements, right?
Yeah, that's right, Kai.
Okay, so this and for me, absolutely. But this the console train could be integrated in other activities as well. So the idea is not to selling console train as a standalone. The idea is to using that as an enabler. And depending on which stage we are with the customer, if we have a big footprint, yeah, for sure. Then I probably try to straight going to a long-term service agreement with some activities there, also to gathering data and getting insights out of that. But if I'm approaching to a customer where we don't have really an impact, then probably it's hard to coming over our pure services. And here it's and here the idea is to coming over an objective, generalized approach. Okay, so and this is the main difference for me. So it's not a service at all. Okay, it's an enabler at the end. So and this out of our investigations, it makes a lot of sense to stay generalized, to stay on its standard, to not saying here we have this, here we have that. To be objective as possible. For sure, we putting in the value propositions and from our solutions into the report, but we're not saying using electrification X. We're more saying gaining the benefit out of getting data ongoingly, something like that, So and this, so for me, this is really a sales approach, and the beauty I feel is not it's not just CS. It's also the possibility for the new part sales, for the EA sales to positioning service products as well. Okay, so and this is on a comprehensive level. So and then I can tell you, last week, so Ruby was there in the workshop. We had this one stream. We call it value end-to-end value selling and end-to-end value or application. Yeah. So, and this, and the main idea is, and in here Siemens One Tech plays a role, okay, not limiting to our core code, as Roland also said, working on an approach how we can positioning Siemens One Tech company. Where are the benefits for the customer, and where are a lot of benefits to have a one brand provider, so to say. So, and in this direction, and here console train definitely will help us to. It's one tool, by the way. Okay, it's not everything. It's one tool. Could help us to really make that happen. Okay, so in Coca-Cola we work with DI together, and we for sure the recommendations were focused on EA, But if we leveraging technology, then it's also easy to focus that on end-to-end application we want to positioning. But without positioning the names or the brands or the products itself, we positioning the value propositions here. And this concert train approach is this training on the understanding of these propositions. Because sometimes it's you can go to a customer and explain the value propositions of IoT, but they have no clue idea. They said, okay, understood, but I don't see the need. But if you're going through maybe here Consult Train, they over the time understand, okay, data makes a lot of sense. So how can we automate that? Because otherwise it's just a snapshot. Yeah. So and then you immediately come to in this discussion of IoT. Yeah. And how we can automate that. And this is and then we can sell like the Electrification X, when we can sell ISP, when we have can create service agreement out of that, other digital service. So it's an open playground, so to say. Sorry, I'm really on fire. So if I see this topic, because I believing in this kind of approach, and this we started here with reliability assessment. We're currently working on operational resilience, because what we figured out is immediately the question comes, yeah, cybersecurity and so on. Can we bring it in? No, I don't want to bring it in because the standard not allow to bring it in. But we find something different, okay, to creating such kind of an assessment at the end with the goal to give a report over the status for the operational resilience. And cybersecurity will definitely play a role. But and we're currently working on with FT together to have some AI simulations and so on to really get out of the minimum of data the maximum of insights. For sure, with the main idea to have a report, to have a recommendation level, short, mid, long term, and at the end, the idea to positioning or to co-create a customer roadmap. So I stop now.
We see your passion. We see your passion for that.
Ask your questions, please. I'm silent.
And Kai, is there any other cases on other part of the world for this portfolio? Any other development for this?
Yeah, development or consult trains we already sold.
No, right?
Not the development. I think Simon points out if we have more, let's say, cases already or orders and projects besides the Philippines, Coca-Cola.
Yeah. So, we have in Turkey, we have a case with telecommunication provider. We have in Kazakhstan. I think it's oil and gas. We have Belgium steel. We have some really good opportunities in Middle East, Riyadh Airport, for instance, or some local steel as well as oil and gas companies. We are in middle Latin America. A bigger customer, very I'm not sure it's already sold, but I guess to starting in Brazil, and this is a player in whole America. So it's Brazil, Colombia, I thought, Mexico, and US. So making the whole sites, so to say. So it's yeah. So where a lot of in pipe or currently done or currently in progress. India, not to forget. Sorry.
Cool.
In India, we made a. Not sure, is somebody from India in the workshop?
Carl, I'm Christopher here. Yeah, from
no
Malaysia.
Colleague from India, but Chris from Malaysia.
From Malaysia, yeah. I have one question,
Malaysia.
right? So let's say I have found potential customers with a lot of Siemens switchgear install base. So what is our sales pitch like? I mean, shall we ask them to give us a try for this consult train, or normally how do you approach the customers?
It depends on the customer, so to say. Okay, so you can pitch that over the value propositions. I can show you in a second. if you want to sell this concert train. Okay, so and here we have two models. One is to say, okay, we have an upfront fee, so the customer's paying a price and that's it, or at least the part for the infrastructure and the reports at the end, and we will have an success fee model. So that means for the moment it's for free for you to leveraging that. Data collecting is something you have to take care about. And once we got an order for additional business, then you be charged. Okay. And the third model is, and this is something we currently do with Coca-Cola in Germany, is to offering them a 1 day trial. Okay.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we going on site, making a 1 day trial, giving based on this 1 day trial the report, and if the customer likes the idea of the report, we saying okay, then we do everything, but then we have to charge you.
Okay, and what
This
do
is
we
also
need?
possible.
Yeah, what do we need during the self-paced site evaluation? We need one person, one engineer.
In Philip, it depends a little on the site, to be very honest. Okay, so but Deo is here. I think the team was we used a partner with on a three persons.
Yeah.
Deo, not me. Yeah.
Yes, we used 3 persons from our partner.
Yeah, and we collecting the
All
data
engineers.
within 3.5 days or something like that, right? Or 4 days, I'm not sure. I think 4 days data collecting for roughly 350 assets. And as it is everything you can potentially can replace. Okay, so it could be a protection
Okay.
device, could be switchgear.
Okay, so we might need more information on this type of requirements before we
Sure.
approach our customers. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Sure. So it's we have a lot of materials. I shared a link in the to Simon. And here a side note, we today I have a call with Ayla from IoT. Because they have a great high spot place with all this IoT materials, and we will bring the console tray materials to that place as well. Okay, so that you have one place for the getting the data or the information. CS page, reports, customer reports, example reports, I mean, a presentation for customers, internal presentations, and this is also possible through AI, I have to say, to make it in a native language. But for sure, it's automatic generated. So somebody needs to walk through at the end to polish the language issues at the end. But it's everything available. One sentence I want to. I'm sorry for India, because this is also interesting. Rami, to a CCARE topic. They had an order intake of 170K for concert train last year. One order. What they did is they put together long-time service, long-time services, so to say, agreement, or maintenance services with concert train. Is this purely concert train? Probably not. But what they said is that, and here I'll allow this gray zone. The only reason why they get this or why we want this tender was this reliability assessment. Because the owner of the tender, okay, I'm not sure what the name of the company is, they are not sure how what's the condition of their site. So and they said, okay, give me, and then this was a lot of sites, obviously. I need here a clear picture first, and then some strategies how to execute, and I also want to buy the services for execution. So and this and then we are and Concentrain offers or brings us in the position to be pricely very attractive. And had this possibility to get this baselining first and connect it with our services, in this case immediately, so we not necessarily to talk, so to say, or to co-create, so straight out in the lump sum.
Kai, one comment from Rami.
Kai, thank you. I think maybe just for clarification. So with the C-Care topic, inside the packages, there is let's say, a contribution of hours that the customer is paying for. So what we've been doing as an example in Australia is to allow the customers to tap into those hours, so take from those hours to perform the console train. So rather than saying it's 3.8k euro for the report, plus somebody to come outside, plus, it becomes quite an expensive exercise. So with C-Care and the fact that the customer's already pre-purchased those hours, we're using those hours as cost saving, so to speak, so that you don't have to go and charge them a second time to go outside and collect the data. Because sometimes customers will be very deflective of paying you to come and collect data that you should have. Right, so sometimes it becomes a tricky situation, right?
Yeah. We have that in Coca-Cola Germany as well. So this the key account comes to us, ask what is the installed base we have, and we need to say we have no clue. We have an idea, but we have not a valid clue. And this is, to be very honest, in times of data, difficult. But anyway, it's in the past we treated different on this topic. So we have a lot of good activities here to which is supporting us. ISP is one example, to getting insights or to getting the data in and be able to also answering electrification X is the most.
Kai, questions will come from Philippines.
Hi Kai,
Yes,
good
yes.
afternoon.
Hi.
Jeremy from the Philippines. I think this is the same with the competitors MP4 electrical assessment. Do you have a presentation slide that you can share to us so that we can start marketing this to potential customers in my
Absolutely. I will.
region? Okay.
Yeah, I will. I share a folder with you. As I said, in this folder, some introductional videos, some trainings for the stand-up itself, sales pitch, as an internal pitch, customer pitch, sample report, sample presentation, and also accessible for different languages. But it's obviously, and it's for you not interesting to have that in whatever Russian. But it's I share that after the here in this chat, and Simon can share that then to you. So and if you have any question, feel free to approach me and we find solutions. I'm pretty sure.
Thanks, Kai. Any further questions?
Sorry.
All good.
One thing. What we usually do or did in the last weeks and month is we present that to our CS colleagues, the CS colleagues, in Austria and in elsewhere, some really in Mexico and Brazil and Middle East, and they usually said, okay, it's great, but it's also good for sales itself. And then we also did the sales presentation for console train. So in the internal sales together with CS. So we can also support here. If you have a customer which is promising and you not feel confident enough, no worries, give us a call and make it happen. Independent is 3 o'clock in the morning. If customer is willing or we have a good opportunity, we are willing to make it happen.
Last question. How's the price positioning versus competitor like Schneider Electric's MP4 electrical assessment?
So usually, as an average, this assessments, depending on the country cost, is something between or is an average 54,000 euros. So it's, and the calculation is quite easy. You need the time on site. Okay, this is one thing. And you need the time for creating the report. And I can tell you it is at least 2 weeks minimum. So, and then you easily can calculate what's the price plus our margins and so on. So what's the price? I think in Asian, in the not highest price countries, probably we're talking about 40,000 euros for an assessment. So, and we positioning that, I can tell you here, we positioning that in the core price, if we really make it to a customer price for 3,800 euros to you, you can do whatever you want, so to say, but the recommendation is to hold the price as low as possible for the self-paced topic, just to give the indication to the customer its potential to scale. Usually the customer is not choosing that, especially not in the beginning or in the first audit. So they will use the hybrid model where the data collection come from the customer, we just supervisor, or be doing the full fledged data collecting. Okay, so this is something that comes additional on top. But it's at the end, it's depending on size of the site, but it's I'm pretty sure we are really, it's a tremendous amount of money cheaper than the competitors, especially for the self-paced option. I'd never recognized any self-paced option. And self-paced means, and sorry, this I have to say, I have to clarify here. Self-paced means not that RC is out of scope, out of the loop. Okay, self-paced means just that the customer is collecting the data by themselves. You will get at the end, you always get at the end the report first before you can approach to the customer. Because the main idea is to enable you with this roadmap, so to say, or with this recommendations to create or co-create with the customer an investment roadmap. Good, thank you. Anything else?
I'm looking in the room. I think everybody's satisfied. Another topic they can take with them. There's one question from our commercial from Fuang. Hold
Just
on.
want to add, what's the difference between supervised by Siemens and data collection by Siemens? Do we also present as
a supervisor? We send one person, but it is a supervisor and supporting the local team or the customer's team who collecting the data. So it's more, you know, how can I explain that? So you have a team of 3 or 4 persons who collecting data, and then we have one from Siemens on site who is introducing and taking care that they are really collecting data, not just with the quality standard we need at the end to get the proper insights out of that. And for the full data collecting is usually, you know, in Philippines case, we had 3 persons partner, and I think Deo, he was also on site. So to 4 persons, which needs to be calculated on that. Okay.
Chuchin from Singapore also
Hi.
has a question.
Hi, Kai. Thanks for sharing.
Hi.
Just one question from my side. Earlier you mentioned, I mean, you were explaining the hybrid portion in terms of the data collection supervision from Siemens. How about self-paced? Then it's done that by the customer themselves, and do they have a guidelines on a checklist or some? Okay.
Yes. So it's in the infrastructure. So they get a package of training. They get the infrastructure itself. They get also support from us. So it's not saying that we're saying we throw it over the fence and they do. So we will have a briefing meeting organized by us. Or organized by you, but conducted by us, and be have a helping hand, maybe a touch point if necessary through the data collecting, but the data collecting itself needs to be done by the customer. So it's not saying that's anonymous. So we are still having or focusing on this idea to building up at the end a relationship.
Thanks. Gentlemen, any further questions?
No, I'll be reaching out to you guys separately because there's a case now for Singapore where it's a power utility. Installed base is ADA, and there's a situation with high pressure, SF6 high pressure, and it's a very old switchgear. So I'll reach out to you separately. Thanks.
Absolutely, do this. Would appreciate. Right.
Okay, thanks a lot, Kai. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Also being in
Appreciate the
time.
kind meeting.
Yeah. So, gentlemen, all good.
I wish
Okay.
you, yeah, I wish you a great and successful for workshop. So
Thanks.
and then feel some energy in this. I think the light is too dark. You have to bring more energy in.
Yeah. Otherwise, we cannot see the screen properly. So it's
Okay, got it. Okay,
Yeah.
understood. No
Well, good,
worries.
but we're
But it's
going now outside. It's bright, or not outside, but at least outside of this room for a coffee break and bio break and business calls, whatever. See you guys in 15 minutes. Thank you, Kai.
thank you. Thank you. Bye bye.
15 minutes. Okay. 15. 1, 5. All good.
Be provided via remote support, spare availability, and training via Power Academy. And once the product has approached finally the end of life, then we support the customer with dismantling and SF6 handling services and new installations, which could be a very preferable case for Fit for Blue. Throughout the process, we stay with the customer in the consultative approach as well as the trainings wherever are required to enhance the competency of the resources from the customer. Or if they want some project executions, then we again stay throughout with the customer. So as per our newly released portfolios, you will see consultancy is a core element which we provide throughout the service delivery. As I mentioned, that the manual activity or these monotonous jobs could be avoided by the customer. So we highly, highly recommend to go with a 24/7 monitoring solution. And what better solution could be there apart from Electrification X, when we see that this is one common integrated accelerator user experience from the customer and also offering APIs to the customer clouds with 7 key elements. At the moment, you see the 6 ones which have been released so far officially, and the recently release for Power Resource Manager would also be updated. But what we focus on is with load management on the EV charging sections and networks to ensure grid stability there. We have network fault management, which offers 2 further solutions: overhead line fault monitoring as well as substation fault management. Asset management, which provides asset transparency as well as condition monitoring. Sustainability and energy management, which provides energy monitoring and advanced energy analytics. We have distribution grid monitoring. We have OT Companion, which captures mainly patch management level 1 part, meaning providing end-of-life notifications as well as vulnerability monitoring. And then Power Resource Manager, which is now supporting the DER monitoring part. So with this one solution, where the user is able to target all 3 pain points, which is digitalization and IoT, cybersecurity, and sustainability. With one single entry point, they have access to multiple use cases as well as different pain points are targeted. One case which I show you right now is the industry use case. When I say one single entry point, it does not only mean from the software perspective, but you can also see the same asset can be utilized for more than one type of evaluation. So for example, if we are talking about C-Protect relays or any meters, smart meters, then this data, which has parameters related to electricity as well as energy consumption, can be utilized then to perform further data analytics with respect to network fault management, asset management, sustainability, and OT Companion. And the benefits could be quantified based on the scale of the customer assets and also the complexity of the customer assets. These slides are available on HighSpot, just to let you know, but giving a high-level insight that with asset management, we are able to reduce the maintenance cost, also reduce the capex to support with corrective and preventive actions, and also 24/7 support while integrating with our solution ISP. With sustainability energy management, again, we are targeting a larger band of the energy consumption from the customer, since it supports to save a lot of energy, as energy monitoring is the first step towards energy optimization. So one can save energy cost, can also identify potentials, can reduce emissions, but also optimize source mix. Again, the implementations that we have done so far in the software are all compliant to ISO 50001. It's just a matter of time that we'll acquire certification on top as well, which will then support a very strong argument with the customer and a convincing point, in fact, to the customer that they opt for the solution. And then with OT Companion, again, as I mentioned, you are able to target patch management level 1 completely, which is that it provides end-of-life notification, but also supports with vulnerability monitoring and OT asset management. So the customer or the user has a better visibility to which of the products are approaching end of life, as well as the ones which are vulnerable, though. So the vulnerabilities are highly identified. They are somehow scored, and the user can then prioritize the developments or deployments accordingly. We have a case here in Europe with BPRL, where again we are supporting with more than one solution. So at the moment they are subscribed to Electrification X load management. We have also with them our Siemens solution, and we are offering patch management services. Again, the intention of this to showcase you this reference is that we want to encourage you to also support with such use cases to be promoted in your region, in a sense that the full scale of Electrification X can only be utilized if we have land and expand scenario. So with BPRL as well, we are now very much encouraged and motivated with the customer to also propose on top the asset management use case. But if we are talking about industries, I already highlighted and showcased you that the 4 use cases could be easily targeted, which is asset management, network fault management, load management, as well as sustainability and cybersecurity. And all this could be done with the help of ISP. It's a very smart tool now active in many countries. And the intention is to have a more data secure, as well as the data handling is done in a more efficient way within our processes. And for this, we encourage the use of ISP, Integrated Service Platform, which has multiple modules, many useful modules, starting with the customer portal. You have case management. The workflows could be created inside the process, the work order management more in detail. And then, of course, it's AI, Copilot, or ChatGPT, as well as analytics engine could be utilized at a much wider scale. We, for all the services, have now officially announced that we'll be using only ISP for streamlining our processes. And we also encourage you, as well as all the customers in your region, to register with ISP such that you can have data transparency, but also case management in a more efficient manner. Again, to give you a short highlight, this solution is already integrated with Electrification X. So within Electrification X, in this customer support, once you click on that, you will be able to be directed to ISP, and your case will be automatically created in the backend of the case management. But if you are a registered ISP user, then you can directly fill in the form within the customer portal, and in the similar manner track it in the case management tool. So to summarize, digital IoT services portfolio, 4 of the portfolios have already been released. Please let us know if someone is facing access to the documentation of these portfolios. I have also mentioned the project leads here in case that you want to contact them, or you want support with respect to any sales and business development, market strategy, or etc. Please feel free to engage. So the 3 portfolios released from Electrification X perspective are EV load management, network fault management, which includes overhead line fault management and substation fault management. And another one, which is reliability assessment, which is released with the support of Power Academy. Again, these are active portfolios, meaning they are launched in the market, and you can also utilize in your respective regions. What other portfolios launch is ongoing. We start with asset management. So previously known as NX Power Monitor, the documentation is now being revised with respect to electrification X. The installation and commissioning of Siemens control and online partial discharge for GIS. And the remote services human to human has been released internally. So if you want to experience, please share and then we can make the devices available to you. And then human to machine, which is as per the secure substation blueprint manual featuring Cinema RC, will be released very soon in the quarter 2. What other interesting portfolios we are working on are the ones which are in the white section here. Somewhere the testings are pending and somewhere we have deprioritized because the other portfolios need to be released first. I'll start with iotization of third-party switchgear. We are testing with our R&D, Schneider Electric and General Electric panels, since they both use also a sensor technology, but we want to now encourage the Siemens sensors, for example, Zigbee. These tests will be performed in India and USA respectively, and the results will be updated to you very shortly after the test, and the respective documentation will also be made available. Then the integration of analytics engine with ISP as well as Electrification X. This is ongoing. As you know, Electrification X is the front face, but analytics engine is the brain of Electrification X. All the analytics are being performed with respect to condition monitoring within Electrification X using analytics engine. So here again, the developments are ongoing. If you have come across any requirements or you want to bring in any additional analytics as per your customer requirements, please feel free to contact us and let us know which requirements you have and we'll accelerate accordingly. Then Sequench, again, installation and commissioning. This is a very interesting development from R&D. It's a device which is installed in the busbar compartment of the switchgear. So in case a flash occurs, then it will immediately earth the switchgear for safety purposes. And you may have heard of similar solutions from Schneider Electric and ABB, which has only one-time operation. But this device is quite interesting because it offers almost 20 to 30 operations. Again, this is a very short info on the portfolio, but you will receive very detailed trainings on each of these portfolios, as well as the documentation will be made available from the engineering perspective too. Then we have remote services, which is first being released with Cinema RC, but we are also trying to incorporate the CRSP solutions. Again, those will be a follow-up release. Coming to the sustainability part. Now, this picture is a very perfect demonstration of which portfolios are directly linked to sustainability or somehow indirectly linked to sustainability. But these are focused on the customer sustainability initiatives, starting with the retrofit, where our very dear colleague Levent would have already elaborated to you all the portfolios which are existing under the umbrella of retrofits. For dismantling and SF6 handling and reuse, we have a guideline already available. Please let us also know if you don't have access or you are facing any issues to access the documentation. It's a very detailed guide which provides you insights how the SF6 is recovered and how the whole structure needs to be or panel needs to be dismantled in what order and in what manner. So please follow those guidelines while you are performing the execution of such services. And again, if you require detailed training, please let us know and we can arrange accordingly. Then we have remote services. I already walked you through that these are linked with our digital enabled services, but also cybersecurity services, which comprise human to human and human to machine. Again, multiple solutions, Cinema RC and CRSP. Again, the portfolio releases will be managed accordingly. Then for digital and IoT part, we have released Electrification X Sustainability Energy Management. I am a part of the PLM group there. So we from CS side, we are supporting the development. Again, a short note, if you have any concrete requirements, please let us know and we'll make them part of our roadmap. And lastly, then we have energy efficiency services, where I'll jump now to this slide. The energy efficiency services have three further components. The first one is the software itself. So as I mentioned, as the monitoring is the first step towards energy optimization. So we always encourage the customer to have first transparency on the data. Then based on this data, we provide energy audit and consultancy. We look deep into the systems. We know the data and we understand the data much in a deeper manner. And then we map accordingly or derive accordingly the energy saving potentials based on that raw data. And lastly, we also offer, with the support of Power Academy, there are excellent modules. Please also visit the sites where a consult train is proposed to the customer for sustainability awareness, as well as going much deep into the energy efficiency drives. Talking about the recent developments in the software itself, since it's the major contributor in our energy efficiency portfolio, I'll like to very shortly walk you through where do we stand today. So this software is designed to support the customer in improving the energy efficiency, optimizing the cost, reducing the emissions, but also optimizing the energy mix. This tool is very smart enough to look into the data, to provide analytics, and to provide data-driven insights to the customer such that evidence-based decisions could be taken. It has three components. One is energy monitoring, then advanced energy analytics, and the third one is forecasting and optimization. The first two have officially been released and now are available to the customers, where what features they enjoy in each of these could be shown here. So energy monitoring, again, it's all location-based, irrespective of how many assets you are adding. This is subscribed just one time per location. And for asset, you have a separate asset extension package. So in the monitoring package, these are for the ones who are starting very new their energy monitoring journey. We encourage them to have at least 3 chapters covered, which is energy overview, cost analysis, energy benchmarking, and energy saving potential identification. It has 5 assets by default already added. This is to support the customers, since we had many regional inputs at multiple stages of the development as well. These are to support the customers who want to perform a pilot first. So we provide them 5 assets by default in this package. And if they want to add more assets, then they can go with asset extension, which is again a tier pricing. The more you add, the less you pay. And if the customer already has base monitoring and then want the tool to perform advanced analytics on top, then we provide the automated customizable reporting engine. We have decarbonization roadmap and energy analytics. We have energy target setting and project tracking. And then we have detailed regression analysis with very short highlights on forecasting with respect to area, but with respect to production volumes, it will be released in the Q2. So long story short, we have approximately 8 key chapters covered so far. So only the section which is missing is right now optimization using this tool. Other than that, the transparency and analytics is already available. So one has a geographical location view of the overall energy performance. You can look into the multiple details of your site with respect to sustainability. Then again, it's also useful not only for the energy manager and sustainability manager, but also the procurement and finance manager. So one can look into the cost analysis. We have saving potential identification with the E-Sankey diagram. One can also track projects and standardize it. So I, sitting here in Germany, can look what's going on in Singapore, and I can replicate the good practices. We have energy benchmarking. Again, in a similar manner, the product which I'm producing here in Germany could easily be compared with respect to energy emissions and cost with the one produced in Indonesia. And then I can benchmark one of the site as my standard site and replicate the good practices in the other one. We have energy target setting. As an overall company, one can track what's the benchmark and where we want to land. And this tool will provide you continuously notifications on what gaps are lying in achieving those milestones. Then regression analysis. Before we look into directly blindly jumping into the potential identification, it's useful to have regression analysis performed, which helps you to identify which factor is impacting my energy cost and emissions. Is it temperature, humidity, machine speed, production volumes, or what? And lastly, as I mentioned, the tool is smart enough to provide reports to the respective stakeholders, meaning no manual effort is required to now compile a report. This is an automated reporting engine where the frequency could also be customized, and likewise, all key stakeholders could be encouraged to access this report 24/7 whenever they want and whichever content they want. So the content is customizable as well as the frequency is customizable. So the summary of sustainability services portfolio, you can see we have many portfolios already released, including for starting with this recycling guideline. It's available with version 2.0. We have sustainability and energy management installation commissioning and engineering manual, much in detail. Detailed documentation already exists. And also recorded sessions of the training on this module also exist. Then with Power Academy, we have the possibility to offer the customer sustainability awareness trainings as well as energy management trainings. And the two module documentations are also available in HighSpot, which is energy monitoring and advanced analytics. And as I mentioned, the next one, which we are releasing in Q2, is a forecasting analysis and optimization. And in Q3 and 4 will come an AI agent, which is even more a smarter approach to provide the customer recommendations such that they do not require any human to perform any computations and look into the data. In fact, it's smart enough to provide much details. And lastly, the audit and consultancy, we performed 2 internal pilots in Germany, 1 internal pilot in UK, and now we want to go external. So we're looking for an external pilot. Please let us know if your region already has an opportunity. And for this case, we are collaborating as one Siemens approach with DI. Since those use cases which are for industries could also be captured from their side. So for the first release or the first year, we will continue our collaboration, but for the future cases, please let us know, and we intend to increase the competency in your respective regions. The key highlight here is that we are initiating ISO 50001 certification again to support your convincing arguments with the customer on adapting this solution. Lastly, coming to cybersecurity. Now, this is a very interesting domain because here the trends are always increasing with the number of threats. We also have in global scale the regulations kicking in. So when we talk about European countries, then it's quite easy and quick to understand the NIST directives, the NERC from US and CRA requirements. But when we talk also about the regulations, the local regulations in ASEAN countries, which, for example, we have examples from Singapore where there's a Cybersecurity Act. In Malaysia, also, there's a national cybersecurity policy. Thailand has its own act, also 2562. Vietnam also has a law for cybersecurity. Indonesia follows BSN SN regulations, which are mainly focused on cybersecurity and encryption laws. And Philippines also follows DICT circulars, which are from Department of Information and Communication Technology. Now, these are the local regulations which emphasize on implementing the cybersecurity practices to strengthen the OT networks. But also, we have seen multiple cases on a global scale where there were huge impacts, and it shows that the attack can happen to anybody. So a more robust system, more resilient network is always required to ensure grid stability. I give you very short examples that we have from Ukraine. For example, it was a power grid which went under attack. We have also examples from Florida where a water facility was attacked and the attacker intended to poison the water, which was, again, a very huge risk. And then also in Czech Republic, there was an example from Brno University, which was forced to shut down. It was a main COVID test center, and it was forced to shut down due to a cyber attack. But it does not stop only to the operational efficiency. The breach goes beyond. It has financial impacts, it has operational disruptions, and it has also reputational damage because one is then scrutinized with respect to from media as well as public, but these regulatory fines and penalties kicking in is also a major action which can sabotage the overall business. So as per the IBM report, a key highlight also showcases that the average time to identify and contain a breach in 2023 was 287 days. This is a huge number of days, where 204 days were just to identify the breach and 73 were to contain the breach. And during this time, it can jeopardize not only the reputation, but the overall business operations as well. So we have designed our cybersecurity service suite in a manner that it improves the overall cybersecurity posture for the customer. We have three phases. Again, these are in compliance to IEC 62443, which is the international standard of industrial automation and control systems. And the first one is the assess part, where we offer multiple types of assessments. Again, these assessments are distinct from each other, or I would say with each stage, you are enhancing the detailed insights to your system. So we have cybersecurity gap assessment, which is again in compliance to IEC 62443. Here we are focusing on two chapters, which is 2-1 for security requirements for ISCS, and then 3-3, which is system requirements and security levels. You don't need to worry about this at the moment. It's just a high level information. We'll have very deep dive sessions where we'll walk you through all the documentation as well as the key guidelines, which I'm talking about right now. We also offer then as a next step vulnerability assessment and pen testing. And then as a very advanced measure, which is, sorry, it moved. TRA, which is threat and risk assessment. We build on top also with disaster recovery planning and cybersecurity trainings and simulation. The second step is the development and implementation part, which is mainly on-site activities. And these are in compliance to the Secure Substation Blueprint Manual, which starts with system hardening, backup and restore. And under secure architecture, we offer network segmentation, next generation firewall, DMZ infrastructure, secure remote access, SIEM readiness, and access control and account management. And the last phase, which is maintain and manage, where we stay with the customer, we provide our recurring services, our Electrification X OT Companion, SIEM as a service, patch management services, and there is a very interesting development recently ongoing, which is MDR or SOC services, professional services on top. We are developing a security operations centers with the help of certain partners. Our first pilot is now being performed in Germany, and with the results, we'll make an official release of the portfolio maybe in Q2 or Q3 for the official release on a global scale. And for the go-to-market, again, we have strategized in a manner that it goes from land, engage to expand. We support or map all the portfolios in a manner that one can offer a starter package, advanced package, or premium package. Again, a keynote here is that this is an internal communication to your region, that this is a structure that you could follow, but it's not something written in stone. One can also adapt to the regional requirement or the customer requirement in your respective regions. So with the starter package, these are the customers who are starting very new with their cybersecurity journey. We offer them the gap assessments, which is an entry point to the customer OT network. We look into the data, and then we provide patch management level 0 and 1 support. We provide secure remote access, trainings, and under Secure Substation Blueprint, the baseline measures, which are system hardening and backup preparations. Then we encourage the customer to go to advanced package, which is at silver level. Again, here we already have analyzed the system based on the gap assessment, but the customer pain point for intrusion detection can be addressed here, and the cybersecurity posture improvement could also be managed. So for this case, we offer patch management level 2, 3, 4, SIEM as a service, vulnerability assessment and pen testing, and then under Secure Substation Blueprint, the enhanced measures could be DMZ panel, access control and account management, network segmentation, next generation firewall, backup and restore. And the third stage, which is a quite advanced stage, the customer has approached the gold level, and we can offer a premium package. Here, the customer already has patch management in place and also has intrusion detection system in place. And what we offer on top is risk management and more robust and sustainable cybersecurity posture, which comes with the recent development I mentioned to you, which is SOC services, Security Operations Center, where we support with multiple professional services, but the key highlights are disaster recovery planning, 24/7 transparency into the system and response to the customer, and network intrusion detection systems. Again, this is a high-level concept from SNBD, and if you want to adapt, please change and modify as per your customer requirements. So before I jump to the summary, here's also a short summary of protection and automation systems, since there were many requirements from the regions for the migration of the products, our phased out products. So the key highlight here is that there is already one release portfolio from our former colleague Hans Dieter on power supply replacement. But the recent development is even more interesting, which is with respect to the phase out product migration support for protection and automation. In protection, we have prioritized together with SNBD the C Protect 3, 4, and Railroad Legacy. And in automation, it's CCAM Pass and CCAM AK3. If you have, again, as I mentioned multiple times, I reiterate, if you have any requirements and you want us to reprioritize, please let us know and we'll accelerate. The key highlight here is that there is a Power BI-based retrofit selector tool available, and Arul may have shown it to you or your respective colleagues together with Fokan. Please utilize this tool since it's very interesting, as all the documentation with respect to the phase-out products could be accessible there, and also the recommendations for the right migration would also be available for your desired product. Lastly, I'll be touching on the cybersecurity portfolio summary. Yeah. So as you can see that there are multiple portfolios in the overall cybersecurity posture improvement, and hence 6 of the portfolios are now prioritized for the release. They are in the launch ongoing phase, in a sense that PM300 now is being performed, which is the PM280 and 300 sales and delivery release for patch management, cybersecurity gap assessment, threat and risk assessment, vulnerability assessment, and then the baseline measures, which were system hardening and access control account management, but also SIEM readiness and implementation. So it captures most of or all of the portfolios under the starter package, but also half of it under the advanced package. And the ones which are pending are delayed due to certain reasons, because there we are looking for the right partner approach together with the PLM. So DMZ panels, network segmentation, next generation firewall, and SOC all are being, the partner selections are being finalized. Hence, there's a delay. But other than that, all these portfolios which are highlighted as launch ongoing will be available by end of December. And then the respective communications or trainings will start from the beginning of the next calendar year. Apologies, the time was very limited, so I had to rush through the slides, but I will have deep dive sessions with your regional colleagues much in detail. But for now, I would like to hand over to my colleague here, Arul, to walk you through the key steps towards cybersecurity and walk you through the OT Companion 1. If you have any questions, please also post them directly in the chat and I'll address. Thank you, colleagues.
Thanks, Sarah. Before I start, 11th, do we have a time or?
We do have, but it's quite limited right now. So maybe you start, then we can cover LTSA. It's a spare part with the maturity session. Do you think, Arul, 15 minutes is okay for you?
Yeah, that is more than sufficient. I will try to wind it up in 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, not more than that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
thank you.
So once again, hello to everyone from my side. Yeah, when we talk about cybersecurity, we do have a lot of touch point when it comes to LCP Singapore level, and definitely the Australia team under Rami. It's also shared a great success stories in our October cybersecurity community call. I would strongly suggest you to just go through that success stories. Now under CS, we do have a handful of success stories in the different element, starting from assessment, patch management, connecting with the specific high-end solutions like from India. We always hear the next level expectations, touching on that Siemens, SOC, SOAR, Uber, India, and so on. So 6 months before, when we have initial discussions, yeah, we didn't have a much handful of information. Even we didn't have any kind of release portfolio. But now the situation is completely changed. We are completely matured in this cyber service journey too. So please be open and try to share your demand or requirements, and we are happy to have a more interactions towards it. That's the first note. And second, when it comes to cybersecurity, we all know cybersecurity, it's all about the risk management and also touching the fear topic when it comes to critical infrastructure owner. So it's important that we have to think, or we have to just explain, or we have to reflect our comfortness to the customer. Yeah, we could be the complete the solution provider for your complete cyber journey when it comes to OT security topic. So why I mean that complete journey? Because cybersecurity, it's not about on-time deployment, like any
Arul,
kind of a.
sorry, Arul, can we also ask questions in between, because there's one from
Please.
Malaysia, from Chris.
Hi, Aru.
Definitely, Rafael.
Yeah,
Please.
we have one question here for the patch management, right? I think you go back to the last slide.
Please. Previous slide, I guess.
No, I think Shaila. Yeah, this one.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
patch management, right? So we
Yeah.
saw the patch management. You have the starter package, advanced package, right? So can you define what are the equipments covered under the patch management? Is it only the SICAM products or including the rugged com switches? Because sometimes we also face this issue that the rugged com is taken care by the DI colleagues. Yeah,
So we capture the Windows-based system, the CCAM devices as you mentioned. Then we have IDs, RTUs. So Rugged Com, our C Protect relays are all covered in that.
Okay, so
Sorry,
it's excluding
maybe.
the network switches.
No, they are also part of
No,
it.
it's also part of it. Maybe if it's okay, let me just quickly share my screen. I would like to also give some kind of indication what happened in this third-party component related stuff. So we in EA, we also have a complete library about that latest development which is happening in each product related PLM group and R&D groups. So especially to enhance this patch management topic, we have a specific platform which is called the Velocify related one, which is the SPM, which has a complete database about the complete vulnerability information. And this is also one of the data source which is connected with that OT companion platform in the backend. So, and it's really open for our internal access, and there is no restriction. I think people could able to access it. We could also share this information in the chat, and the information when it comes to the third party component, it's pretty open. So yes, our first priority, we would like to address our products like Ciprotec and SIGNAM at the first level. But when we talk about as a substations, when it comes to protection automation and network components, it always has a mix of product. So considering that in mind, we already started this journey and try to onboard some kind of a third party products. For example, let me just put the ABB one. So you could also see there were some kind of ABB related product and solution were already integrated on this sites. So in your projects, if you have ABB devices, please feel free. We could able to provide some kind of a vulnerabilities information, what we have kept it so far. It could be differ. Maybe you may have a unique products in your field. In that case, it's also pretty open. We would like to hear what kind of or what kind of third-party components which is already there in your systems, and accordingly, the SVM team try to have a back-end alignment with the specific OEM, try to get some more transparency on the product-related vulnerability releases.
Mhm.
Is it answers your
Just
question?
just a short hint here, as well as it's important to inform you that for the third party components, we provide level 1 and level 2 specifically. So the
Yeah.
information could be provided, but for the testing part, so the four phases are: level 1, we provide patch level related information. Level 2 is patch recommendation. Level 3 is patch testing, and level 4 is patch deployment. So bear in mind that for these third party components, we are supporting level 1 and level 2, and we may support level 3 and level 4. It's case based. So for that, please consult again Arul as well as Sopan in our engineering team. Bring the case to them that we have this XYZ vendor and XYZ component. Are we able to test in the lab or not? And then the respective process could be initiated, because the product has to be brought to the lab, the patch has to be tested with its neighboring impact as well, and then we say that please go ahead with the patch deployment.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. We
Okay.
also can include the third-party products, but how about our own products like Ragacom?
It is
They are
already
part of
there. So
it. They are already part of it. Mhm.
RuggedCom is one of
Okay.
our core component, right?
And
So
with the
it's already
official
considered.
release,
Yeah.
yeah, and with the official release, you will receive the list of all the components which will be part of it, which will be not part of it. And there is also a detailed engineering guide which walks you through step by step how this information could be extracted for the third party components for our Siemens products. So, as Arul rightly showed you, the SVM portal, but also Electrification X, how it can be utilized to what extent, and what steps we follow further in patch management level 3 and level 4 are all very well documented. So with the release, you will receive all this information much in detail.
Okay, but because my question is actually because we are now also getting some support, technical support from DI colleagues for these cyber security topics
RuggedCom.
on Ragacom. So in this manners, I mean, can we get the internal from CS support, or we still need to
Yes.
proceed with
Chris,
I mean the
Chris, you're
DI?
right.
Yeah.
You are right. First of all, let us try to understand what kind of a security support you are getting from DI, or maybe what is your actual need connecting with the customer demand. So, if your expectation is only on the patch management related stuff, so as Sarah indicated in the beginning, the patch management itself has the 4 levels, right? So maybe for level 1 and level 2, we don't need DA team support, because
Yeah.
the vulnerability transparency it's already there, and our OT companion it's capable to bring some kind of the patch related information from installed RECOM devices which is there in your customer systems. Okay, and the level 3 and level 4. Okay, in level 3 we have to do some kind of a functional test, and in that aspects we may need some kind of export from that specific product, and to easy your life, and here we also started some kind of a collaborations internally to bring some kind of a partnering alignments here. So just to give indications, if you have a customer opportunities, and let's have a detailed discussion, and accordingly we will make some kind of a strategy. Then you can take your call whether you would like to have a further discussion with the DI. But I feel, just to ease your life, we are considering all this element connecting with our partnering ecosystems topics too, when it comes to execution phase.
So for now,
Okay.
the CS has now complete competency to deliver you all patch management level 1 to 4. And specifically for patch management level 1, there is also a team sitting in Romania from DEC, the Digital Expertise Center. They have a cybersecurity competency section as well, which will support you remotely when managing the level 1 support too, and also providing level 4 competency. So for us, we are saying that CS can support you end to end for all the patch management levels. But where required, again, the engineering team will engage respectively with the DI experts, and you may not need to worry about that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's why it's again connecting with that real demand. So even I would like to share the different experience. So for even some of the matured region as well, they are just connecting with that couple of application which were released through our electrification X. Like they are mainly focusing on OT companion and the same topic. Okay, but when it comes to cyber story, as I indicated, the customer needs some kind of a plan to handle that risk or the vulnerabilities which is already existing in their system. In that front, we would like to start the journey, not only pushing with the dedicated solution. Definitely, it could be work on the different case to case basis, but from our side, we are strongly believing try to bring the customers onboarding with our assessment phase. Okay, so assessment is like we could take some kind of indications, do some kind of a strategic or maybe a different assessment strategy, and try to bring some kind of existing risk which is already there in the systems. Let customer feel and digest that informations. Then we will say, dear customers, so this is the existing cyber maturity of your system, and then we could able to connect with the different roadmap connecting to that specific regulations or specific national law in which they have to be compliant, then accordingly we could connect our portfolio towards it. So all in all, I would strongly suggest let's try to onboard the customer with this complete journey rather to just pushing that individual elements. But again, you're regional experts, you know for which customer and which strategy could be pretty suits and pretty well side. But this is a general suggestions from that cyber world. So as we could see here in this complete service lifecycle for the cybersecurity services, first we would like to start that assessment phase where we have to align with the local regulations and we have to bring that governance and policies into that act. And once we have this assessment phase, again, assessment, it's not only on the component level. So here we should also understand there could be a different lever because when we talk about that holistic view of the cybersecurity services, technology is only one part. Okay, the most of the incidents happen maybe the flaw in the process and also the people awareness. So there we could also combine the strategy, how we could able to support to bring the customer people awareness. And there we could highly connect with our Power Academy or maybe the Ciprotech or SIGAM related security postures via trainings on different element. Okay, so that is the first suggestions. And then once we aligned on that assessment phase, then we will land into that systems to get some more transparency of that assets. What you are rightly touching, Chris, when that the patch management lifecycle start. So we need that asset transparency, and then we could able to focus on that implementation phase. Okay, definitely if the customer doesn't have a much maturity on cybersecurity or P and know-how, we could start the simple task like, okay, let's do that port hardening. Whatever the unused ports are there in that in their network components, let's try to block it. And then we could try to introduce some kind of the network segmentations by introducing some kind of restrictions on the access levels, and also the rollback access control is one of the element, and then the live chain connects with the remote access what you could see in the screen. So and again from the asset management side, we could get some kind of transparency from that asset vulnerability, and again the vulnerability related management part, and then it will connect with that complete patching or the malware protections, again the data backup and restore. With my experience recently, most of the customers are highlighted they would like to have a disaster recovery. When it comes to that OT systems, there is any incident happen, the first pressure goes to the operational people, try to restore the systems. And there would be a different commissioning engineer who did the commissioning the different phase, and there is no proper segregation of the backup files of that the software or the product related configurations, etc. And there is no track, and these poor people could not able to restore the systems because of this lack of informations. So there we could also make a journey. We could able to provide the complete disaster recovery plan, which means based on the substation and their operational procedure, what they have to do at the first phase. Okay, and other end we could also segregated some kind of a rule sets to store the data with the right timeline, with the right information, who did that changes and what. Okay, this is more crucial, and these are all the topics like at least I believe nobody says like I could postpone that one, right? Because this is one of the essential one. So maybe in your conversations you can just try to pick it up pretty easy one which connects with that customer story, and let us try to onboard the customer into that initial journey. And once they join with us, then we could talk about the next level solution, as you could see in that phase 4 and phase 5. So in phase 4, we could able to talk about that IDS, which is intrusion detection systems. And now we have a lot of solutions like SOAR, UBA, even IPS, intrusion prevention technology, and so on. And then the last, every OT customers need some kind of a helicopter view of their substations, like what is happening into that substations when it comes to security point of view. Therefore, the SIM is something like an overall solution which will provide the complete transparency or complete monitoring of their OT substations. For example, if somebody is some unauthorized person try to enter into that network, the system itself try to capture that kind of information and trying to forward to the next level, which is SOC, which is a group of technical people, which is a security operational center. They usually get that alert from the SIM layer, and they will give that indications to that operational people. There it could be differs based on the customer expectation. There are customer who would like to see the pattern of that hacker, what is the intention of him. Maybe they will give some more timeline, try to understand what is the strategy from that person. Otherwise, there could be a different call. Okay, if there is any unauthorized entry, let's try to cut that entry or maybe limit their access into our systems. So these kind of a priority related decisions could be taken based on that SOC related services. So this is something like a next level or high level solutions where we could able to provide the complete life cycle transparency when it comes to cyber security service topics. Okay. And just an indications, again, it's not a one-time deployment. It's like a complete journey. We could get really good recurring business opportunities from the same customer. Even for customer, it is essential and they have to go for that. Okay. That is a key information which I thought to share. And yeah, this is just an reference story, but I would strongly suggest please try to go with our CS related references, which we were highlighted in that last October call. This is one reference story connecting with the NIST standard, which is highly focused in the European regions. But the indication is like, as a critical infrastructure owner, they would like to understand, or they would like to know, or they have to know their risk which is there into the systems. So this specific news is not targeting about the complete life cycle implementation. At least the critical infrastructure owner, they should know on their risk which is already there into the system. So just a glimpse of information. This is one of the success story which you would like to highlight here. But I would like to strongly suggest, maybe quickly let me share my screen one more minute, then I will complete my discussions. So these are the two community call which we hosted on October, mainly focusing on that cybersecurity service topic. So you could see that Noah from Australia and Luca from Italy and Yosef Turkey and again Saurabh from India, Dale from UK represented their own success story. It's not again the same topic. Everybody sees the market different because the customer maturity is different, and everybody has their own strategy. So now we have a handful of reference cases. Again, the second of the evening session, we have different success stories from Switzerland and US and again from Mexico. So I would say please spend some time and go through these success stories and try to see and in which pre-element which you could consider to have that pre-discussion with your customers, and don't feel that you're alone. So that is one note I would say. Like now we have a lot of portfolio informations and a lot of marketing related informations too. So we could provide some kind of a really value on informations to you nowadays. So only thing we should have more collaborations. And one request to Simon, Maybe a couple of times we just try to organize this call at LCB Singapore level, Simon. Maybe it could be better. Maybe in the next calendar year, if it suits everyone, we could have one more touch points to have a detailed the cyber journey related discussions, to have a more exchange and what's going on into the regions and so on. That's why that's my last request to you.
Thank you very much, Arul. And colleagues,
That's it from my side. Bye.
do we need a 5-minute bio break before?
We need a little bit also walking, otherwise we're sleeping.
Okay, then, Jessica, do you have an additional, I mean, maybe a parallel meeting that maybe you can give us a maybe 10-15 minutes, so we will come back and continue with the spare part section? Is it okay for you?
It's fine.
Okay. Okay, great. And Arul, Saira, do you have that additional 30 minutes? Because, I mean, after 10-15 minutes, we will come back, but our colleagues asked some questions regarding digital portfolios, regarding P&A. So to take these questions maybe prior to the start of the meeting, can you also stay?
Sure.
Okay, great.
Sure.
Then
Perfect. Then let's make 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
We
will
need
be
that.
here.
Oh, Jessica, sorry about that, but yeah, it's a long journey today as well, and lots of information. But thanks for being with us, and see you guys in 15 minutes.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thanks, Rafael.
Hello. Hello, Sarah.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Quân Lam Đăng from Vietnam. I would like to have one question regarding the protection service you show us.
Protection and automation part, yeah.
Yeah, could you please show me the slide of the protection?
Yes, I shortly do it. 1 second. Yeah. Do you see it now?
Yes. For the first item, 788 52 power supply replacement. What is the meaning of this service?
This was regarding a power supply and the documentation for how it needs to be implemented. This was done by our former colleague, Hans Dieter, and our new colleague, Fokan, has more detailed insights how this project needs to be executed. So I can connect you with him, or I can ask him to give you a detailed overview of this portfolio.
Yeah, because recently we received some complaint from customer that our relay 788 52 3 52 5 they have problem with the power supply. Sometimes they just shut down the relay for maintenance, and when they turn on the relay again, and a half of bay units die, not turn on again. So they need to to boot out the system. So I think
Is it the same relay? Five
yeah, yeah,
pistons?
yeah, the same relay.
Perfect. Then, so we have a colleague now in the headquarters, supporting the headquarters now from India, Fokan. He has also on-site experience with all these relays much in detail. So I will just shortly highlight this query to him, and he will approach you directly in addressing this specific customer case.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
confident we'll be able to support them.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
May I know who's this?
Hello, my name is William Dang. Hello, Arun.
Okay.
From
Sorry, I couldn't
Vietnam.
see you, right? So that's why. Yeah, yeah.
From
I could
Vietnam.
recognize you. And maybe we could connect it. Okay. To
Okay.
get some more
Yes.
indication on that issues.
Yeah. Okay. See you.
Yeah.
Arul, Saira, Jessica, are you there, guys?
Yeah, we
Yes,
are
Mr.
here.
Levan, we are here.
Hi. Colleagues, in this 10 minutes, I remember that you have some questions about P&A and cybersecurity and sustainability. Maybe we can spend this 10 minutes for your questions to our colleagues.
Yeah, maybe Levan, one request. Could you just maximize the camera view in your screen? I could see the camera view was pretty less. I couldn't able to see the colleagues. Only I could recognize profile.
IT in the room will work that off. I will. Let's see. So
Okay,
they're on it.
go
They're
ahead.
already trying.
Anyway, I have just have one question regarding the sequence.
Yes, please.
Dio from Philippines has the question.
Yes. My question about sequence is, before, no, we understand that it is to be installed in our AIS. Now the question is, because we have some opportunities for our NX Air, where the customer wanted to or would like to explore installing it. But another question is for other customers using a third-party brand. Can we also install it in other brands?
As I mentioned, that overall IoTization of third-party switchgear is ongoing, in a sense that not only this sequence, but also the sensors which need to be installed. And for that, an end-to-end test needs to be performed, which will take place in India and USA with the respective R&Ds. And that section may also include this one, like this scope. For now, it's just IoT readiness with the sensors. But I will also connect with the respective R&D and get back to you if Sequence would also be part of it. But ideally, it could be installed in the third-party solutions too. But for the end-to-end test results, I need to confirm with R&D.
All right, thanks. Another question is regarding our sustainability and energy management. How is it different from the similar platform that DI is pushing?
It's a good question you asked. So for it's not only DI, we have interestingly 17 different softwares within Siemens who are offered around energy monitoring and analytics part. What we offer differently from DIs was that we have somehow reduced pricing. Secondly, our USP is that we provide one solution to capture not only the sustainability part, but you can scale up to cybersecurity and asset management too. And the third part, which is with respect to the functionality, somehow our functions, or I would say our data transparency would be same, but we go more deep into the project tracking. We also support the customer with a target analysis. Our regression analysis is quite advanced. And when I talk about forecasting, optimization, and AI agent, these will be the USPs from all solutions from within Siemens. Nobody is offering an AI-based recommendation to the customer. That would be a very unique selling point from our software perspective. But even the forecasting part with respect to production volumes would be a huge value add, which can then further optimize the source mix. So there will be a simulator now which provides source mix wise data analytics and provide recommendations like right now your load is, I don't know, 5 megawatts. Please run X amount on natural gas and the remaining on your on-site PV, rather than during in the peak hours you go with utility base like the grid electricity, which will cost you Y amount of emissions and Z amount of cost. So our tool will constantly provide analytics, recommendations, but along with quantification. So nobody has to look into or manually take the calculator out and understand how much will be the benefit based on the recommendation that the tool is providing. The tool will be smart enough to go much deeper into the data analytics itself and then provide quantified recommendations. So that will be our the distinguishing factor between not only Semantic Energy Manager, but also all other respective solutions offered from within Siemens. And as per One Tech approach, we are collaborating with the respective PLMs, meaning that what features they are developing, what we are developing, the intention is that the components are reusable such that the user is able to expand to any other functionality or software they want. But as I mentioned, there are many differences at the moment, even starting with the key point that electrification X is not limited to sustainability. You can expand to with the same assets to asset management as well as cybersecurity, which you can't do at the moment with Symantec. And then the feature itself is also very self-explanatory. We are quite advanced, quite clarified in providing the know-how and knowledge to the customer, and then data-driven insights in the form of auto recommendations.
Yeah, well, another follow-up on this one is because we are offering asset management together with this energy management to customer. This is for industrial customer and to be applied in their main substations. So does it mean that we can even go down to the manufacturing lines if the customer wanted to use it? So that will definitely be an overlap in case, no, or we, in principle, no, we can compete with DI if DI is already offering their kind of energy management on the production line? Or we should put some delineation so that we don't have to compete with each other?
So ideally, the customer should not have two different solutions for the monitoring of site sections. Ideally, there should be one solution. We cover the use cases of DI as well, but DI does not cover all the use cases that we have. Just like you mentioned, you are also supporting the customer with asset management. So I would recommend that the customer should have one pricing structure as well as one source of data input. We also cover the manufacturing lines more in detail. Like we capture the production value, we also capture the energy consumption at sink level, which is the endpoint, be it a machine, be it a motor, be it a conveyor, etc. If the meter is installed, then the user has the transparency. So we capture from high level main meters to sub meters and sub meters. And a very good example would be that we are implementing now this solution in our SIEA internal factory. So you can also showcase to the customer as an example how deep one can go. And also we have now two external references. One is AB InBev, which is a brewery manufacturing company, where they have the requirement that they are also monitoring their production lines too. So the metering has to be installed accordingly. And we are also supporting University of British Columbia, where the customer itself is kind of building, and hence this reflects that we are quite flexible to support industrial customers, but also building related customers. So the topic that yes, if they want to promote DI, that is one thing, but if the customer wants asset management along with energy management, I would highly recommend to promote electrification X as one story. But if the customer wants only energy management and with respect to their production lines, then DI should be involved there. Or they are most welcome to promote their solution.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, colleagues? I remember that there were some PCK questions come in the morning session. Who were the one asking those? About, I guess, CCAM? Yeah, it was you?
Yeah, still. I would like to hear more cyber topics as well. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Actually, for our day-to-day business, we are not so clear or not so confident to choose the right PCK into our pipeline, whatever pipeline, or when order booking. So first, we understood that this under U 8858, the PCK is 439. So this is the sea protection devices and also related service. So we booked this under 439. Is it correct?
439, it's mainly structured only for the hardware related topic. Okay, in case if there is expectations on any kind of spare or hardware related expectation from protection automation side, then you would prefer on the G439. But
439.
if you see, yeah, if you see any kind of a service value or done connected with Ciprotec SICAM, then we captured this under G492.
492. Okay, yeah. So this we understood, and you mean for SCADA upgrade or even for CCOM A1000. So for this related hardware or plus the service, then we put it under the just as you mentioned, this is under 492. Yeah,
492, it's
okay, okay.
492 is a protection and automation services,
Okay.
and 439 is completely hardware related topic.
Okay,
I
okay.
also shortly share my screen to quickly elaborate here. You can see the connected hardware. in
Silent,
service
just a
should be booked
second.
under-
We don't see your screen.
Okay.
I could see a screen. Okay.
I was
The
wrong.
invitees can see, but we don't.
Yeah, we don't see your screen. Okay, so then we continue. I mean, if this is the, how to say, use the NX Power monitoring or use the NX Power, in China we have a NX Power Matrix or NX Power Compact to monitoring the switchgear, the circuit
No, we
breaker,
can.
the character or other, I mean the data like partial discharge, whatever. So this is under 494, right? NX Power. Yeah.
8000 hardware will be again all the connected hardware related to the accelerator portfolio, the CCAM devices, digital services, cybersecurity, whatsoever from these 494, 495, 492, the hardware should be booked under G439. And the respective services for protection and automation should be booked under 492, whereas the electrification X configuration part should be booked under 494. And the partial discharge, yes, you rightly highlighted, should be booked under 494.
494, okay.
So the
So this-
services are under 494, but the hardware stays under 439.
That means in one project we should split this amount into this 439 and 4.
Let me add, that is our expectation to see some more detailed information. But again, it's up to your call. Okay, there could be a one project which has a multiple element here and there, and regions are taking like where you could see that more volume, you could able to capture that information under that PCK. But our expectation from CSHQ side, we would like to also see the clear business. Okay, how much hardware related part we are driving this current year and so on to get some kind of figure. And for the development, we would like to get some kind of more precise information. But I understood if I wear the regional mask on my side, I would always suggest like it's up to you, looking at your volume, and then you could choose that the highest volume which lies on the which PCK, you can go for that.
So this is
answer your
our
question?
recommendation for the booking guidelines, but it's highly recommended to do the segregation because then it helps us with our overall global sales and business development strategy development too.
Sure. And maybe if you have a question before you
Yeah.
start with your questions, just give your name and the region as well, just to connect with that the specific person.
Okay, just I want to say the if we cannot make clearly definition in between these four, we will put accelerator. Then that is right.
Which
494
application,
will
for
be your
example, you are-
complete service. Yeah, sorry, please, Arun.
So which application you are talking about when you talk about electrification X?
We in China we had this four. We had different cases. For example, we had the tire, the Michelin tire, and we just put some upgraded the temperature sensor on the existing panel, existing circuit breaker. Then we make our 6MD. This is the we call smart devices to monitoring the temperature curve. So that's this is what is the right PCK we put on G494 or G492.
Yeah.
G4.
So now your overall platform is like lies under the G494, okay? But
Yeah.
when you talk about the 6MD series, like if you could see there is like a one or two devices, it's doesn't make sense to book it to book only that value into the G439. But if you have opportunities where you have like more than significant number of hardware quantity, then it makes sense if you could also give the indications under G439. Okay.
If we also buy purely the spare parts of the sea protection, then this is put 439.
439, exactly.
If this is still with the manpower together, then we put still 439, or we should put into the 492.
It's recommended to go with the services if the products are less, but if the product can be segregated, then the service should not be part of 439. It's only hardware.
I mean,
The
you mean
services should be comes under G492.
you will we will judge the major part is the manpower or is the hardware part. Then we will distinguish this in the right PCK.
Exactly. So again, let me reiterate, the recommendation is to do the segregations, but if not, then please go with the majority where the service is to be booked. And the hardware part, 439, should not be confused with the service. So please keep it separately only for the hardware part where you are sure to book. If not, then bring it somehow under services. And there you have 494 and 492 respectively, as per the cases you are mentioning.
Let's wrap up and give the last voice to Rami for the question. Then, I mean, colleagues, if you have further questions, please keep it and ask them in a separate session, because we need to continue with the spare parts and also the maturity level.
Just shortly highlighting, when we are making the releases, we will also walk through with the regions through these PCKs and the booking guidelines more in detail as well. So since today's agenda was only a high-level portfolio discussion, the booking guidelines will be discussed much in detail.
Thank you.
Question from Rami Australia. Saray, I think you showed a slide there around the equipment outages, the percentages. Some of those were, 10% faulty equipment, insulation, dielectric, etc. Is that a international reference, or where do those sort of statistics come from? Because, I mean, it's a very powerful slide, but it'd be nice if it can be supported by some hard data.
I understand. So this survey was, high-level survey was done by the PLM themselves, so asset management team. And I see there is now a recent update in that slide, which will be officially released in HighSpot by Jonas Schmidt and Alexander Dremel, the respective PLMs, where the sources of the data will also be mentioned.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, colleagues. Let's continue with Jessica. Let me first share my screen. Jessica, can you please try that you can share your screen, because that will be much more easier.
Okay.
Please.
Arul and Zaira, if you want to stay, you are welcome. Up to you.
Please, colleagues, post any message if further information is required, or you can approach me directly over email as well. Levent, if it's okay, then I would like to jump to another workshop, if it's fine.
Or will there be any other Q&A sessions planned today?
I'm sorry, guys. I was in another conversation.
Okay. No, I'm asking, like, do we have any specific Q&A sessions?
Yeah, you can jump off.
Okay, thank you, colleagues.
Okay, thank you.
Say thank you for the input.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Have a great time.
See you, Arul.
Let's
Thank
stay
you.
in more touch, more collaborations.
You are sharing or I share?
We can see your screen. Yes, Kai, you can go on.
So let me put it in. Okay, so can you see it? Yes, no?
We can. Yes, we can.
Okay, so I think that you know that you guys, you have really a huge potential growth for the renewables solutions. No, you can see that really all Asia, they can really approach all data centers, and we can digitalize a lot of our switch gears. And in here also, I think that for the mature program, uh, we need to include later, no for this meeting, but later, the power electronics, no, with Mark Howe, that the people of him, and he has really a lot of good strategies how we can approach all this part of the photovoltaics. And well, the idea that I wanted to present in spare parts, all of you know really how to handle this portfolio. But we want to be really to change a little bit the way how we handle the things. Because you know that the market is requesting more digital, and we need to be really fast in our deliveries. We need to be fast in our offers. We need to provide really this quality data, no, to try to automate our process. And for that reason, we have different kind of programs, no, that you are gonna see later. I'm gonna explain it. But for spare parts, we say that when we talk about spare parts management, no, we talk about these three basic package, no? That if we are gonna talk about these basics, no? The basic, the purpose is that we are gonna cover these essential spare parts, no? That is called the commodity list. The delivery mode is on demand, no? We are not going to plan any stock, no? It's according the customer request, no? And most of you know this kind of list, no? That even it's available in our service web. Then when we talk about this advanced package, no, that also is possible to offer, we are talking about most of the cases for kits, no? Kits that we are gonna have for maintenance or to do repairs or for these strategic things that we needed to keep it in stock, not as a huge volume, but to cover certain emergencies and also to cover this obsolescence, no? Because remember that in spares, today also we need to jump and to think as a long term for this digital warehouse. So the digital warehouse is also going to involve the 3D printer, no? And it's necessary to understand what kind of suppliers they decided to say, okay, we are not going to continue with this volume, but we don't have the part, or it's really expensive. So we need to find different kind of alternatives, no? Because we cannot keep everything in stock. But we needed to keep it, the information available and the parts really, we need to be sure that it's going to be available for really, I don't know, 20, 30 years, because we are going to be responsible for this service. And then when we talk about this premium package, it's something that obviously we offer this one when it's a long-term service agreement, no? We are going to give the analysis, and we are to the customer what kind of components is necessary to keep it on stock, no? Most of the thing is for data centers. Today we are focused in a different countries to cover the necessities that the data centers, the expectations that they have for us is to provide a support between 4 and 6 hours. No, I don't know in Asia, but in general, this is what they are asking. And the delivery needs to be around in 48 hours. No, so it's really, really critical, and we need to be in the level of the different competitors. And the idea is to provide global warehouse, no, to cover this fast delivery, to give these emergency spare parts that the list is going to cover low voltage because also you know that in China we have a huge install base also. If we are talking about Asia, is the comparing with Europe, you are the second that you have the install base really more huge. So we need to really take the advantage that China, they are manufacture different kind of switch gears. No, we have the GNS, we have low voltage, and we have also air insulators. But also we need to compare the stock that we are gonna have or keep here in headquarters, no, to keep the deliveries to different part of the world. So we try to analyze what kind of necessities you have because for each of your countries you have different kind of requirements. No? But the idea is to have certain kits, no, that today, for example, you can see here a photo for the suitcase that we are trying to implement for the data centers, that we are going to keep the critical spare parts, and then we are going to put it in a stock, and then when the customer requests something for the component, we are going to send the complete suitcase, and in there we are going to cover these 48 hours, no, for the delivery, because we need to handle different kind of strategies with logistics, and that's the reason that I will need your support, no, to coordinate the different strategies that we needed to place, because I know that the supply chain in your countries is different from one city to another city. So we need to check how we are going to reduce also this cost, how we are going to really try to prevent to have a lot of stock, but we need to cover the market. Then I think that you know that we have also this part of integrate the IoT, no? And why I mentioned this one? Because we are making some kits, maybe you know, or if you know, I will mention now that we have some kits that already exist in PMD, and it's available that you can request from headquarters, or you can even request directly to the supplier, and we can provide the contact. So it's up to you how we wanted to handle the market. Another way that we needed to go to improve this delivery is via e-commerce. No, I don't know if most of you know C Portal, but if not, this tool, the idea is to go directly with the end customer. No, we need really to cover that the customer feel that we are there for him, that he is not going to send us an email for these commodities, no, to say, please give me the price for a specific motor, so he can find directly in the tool the certain components, but also depends of your install base. In headquarters, we are gonna put the main components that why we are gonna use it, but we can really adapt the portfolio according to the necessities that you have. So if exists a specific install base in your country, we need to adapt these MLFEs, because you know that the main install base for the data is going to be PMD. So all that information that is with MLFEs, we need to keep it in PMD. And in there is where your regions, you need to change and integrate your L2 prices. You need to analyze what is the strategy that you wanted to go to the market. And this platform is not only to integrate this e-sales order, no? It's also that we needed to improve this order management, no? To increase our productivity. So It's a tricky topic, but also it's necessary that we need to jump to this level, because if not, really, we are really not so far from the market, but also we are gonna far from all the strategy that we have internal Siemens. No, that we needed really to start to educate to the customer that he needs to use our digital tools, that he needs to also support us to find the products that we are providing. And in here, with you
Jessica,
guys, uh-huh.
This is Simon speaking. May maybe allow me to do a survey here for all the countries. Are you using this seaport for this? Any country have this experience?
We have Germany.
No, we in
We
the
have-
room,
I mean,
Jessica.
in the
We are
room.
asking
I'm
here.
asking in the room. Thailand, are you using it? No.
Sorry.
Indonesia? No. Singapore? No. Vietnam? No. Malaysia? No. So actually, we have no country here use this tool.
It's good. It's good that you mentioned this one, and thank you for your honest answer, because we are the only ones talking about services that we don't use it. So if let me also, I will jump a little bit for the to open the tool. No, I have it here. I will. So. How we enter to the tool, no? So maybe if you enter to Google, no, and you look for C portal, then you are gonna find it quickly. The
Yes,
important is that you need
Jessica,
to.
sorry, it's Rami from Australia. Just a quick question while you're doing that. I know there's been a lot of talk about, making sure that the obsolete switchgear and products are uploaded into C Portal. Is that something that's happened or will happen in the future? Because I guess one of the challenges we face in Australia is in PMD, we don't find the parts, and we resort to the old method of sending emails and the time that it takes to obtain quotes, etc. So is Seaporter going to have the, let's say, I mean, the newer products, it's fine, but I'm talking the obsolete switchgear and the older products.
Yes, in here, I will show it to you. No, let me open one of the. Let me change the language. So let me go for one of the eye, okay? Because maybe we can see better the one of the components. No, this is over. Maybe here. So the idea that today the tool how it's working is that they gave it to you this specific information. I don't know if in here you can see. Well, I don't have it directly here. But according to your question, yes, it's possible. No? And how it's gonna be appear here? For example, this is a MLFV, no? And in the MLFV is gonna be different PM, no? The cycles of the product, and they are gonna say, okay, when this is in 410, because it's the phase out, is gonna announce here that it's possible to request the spare part, but it's not going to be possible until, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, no? So they have really a limit time. The only product that is not possible to put it here is the product or the component that is in 500, so completely obsolescence. But between 410 and 490 is possible. So we cover everything in terms of obsolescence. This is your question. So it's gonna be appear here. Well, regarding the, okay, no one, you say that no one is used. So I will put, I don't know, Singapore, for example, okay?
Hello, I would like to have one question regarding the sea portal. So sea portal mean in Germany, anyone can buy our product directly from the website?
Yes, not only in Germany, it's worldwide. This tool is worldwide, and we can call it that is the e-commerce platform, no, for Siemens, but not for China. So it's covering the complete world, but China is using a different platform for e-commerce according to the regulations that they have for different kind of cybersecurities, how we are gonna handle the e-business. But for the rest of the product, the countries, Seaportal is the main platform. Yes. And how is
Actually, I asked this question because how can we control the EEC?
Okay, let me help him on this question because I'm also involved in the setup of Siporto. So actually for Siporto, it's not like anyone can access. So a customer, if would like to access to the site to order something, they need the account and they need to pay for it. So there's a fee for access to the account and also for the setup for the customer to view their customer price, which they can place the order. Then we also have a certain agreement and set up with them. So for example, for product business, CB business, some country they apply C portal, and is they have the agreement with the customer on the certain portfolio, a certain factor. Then the team will upload on the tool, so that is available to the customer. The customer can see their price. And each customer will see the different price depend on the factor they get. So it's not something that the customer will see the price from the same price for everyone. If they see that price, this is just the list price with that's available, open like globally, and normally the customer will not buy this, but the customer will buy the price with the agreed certain factor. Similar to country, when we buy from factory, we also have certain factor, right? So the question from my side is, if you make this spare part available on C portal, that means there's no certain defined factor at the beginning, right? And we have to go with the list price, and if the customer have the chance to ask for the price or something like that, then how should we go? They have to approach us by an email, or they also the way on the tool that they can raise their request. And also
sorry.
for the setup,
Okay.
also, yeah.
I have one question here. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, yes, Jessica, you can.
But can I answer these two first of all, and then we can. First of all, yes, the tool is for internal people that it's all Siemens. They can use the tool also to visualize the prices, to visualize what is in the tool, and also give a feedback to the customer. Only you need to log in, and in case that you don't have the access, you need to request. They are going to ask you to use your email, and then you are going to receive it, no? Because you need to connect your ID card, and then automatically is going to be the certificate that you are our Siemens employer, and then you have the access. But we cannot buy directly to the tool, okay, as a Siemens employer. This is the only restriction that we have. The tool, it's only for end customers that they can buy, they can see all the portfolios, not only SI, they have B links, they have DI, so it's gonna be a mix of the portfolios, okay? The connections regarding the factors, and also it's important, not all the customers, they can see it, okay? Not all the customers, they have access to Cportal. Because
Okay.
Cportal is working with two different kind of tools. They are connecting to PMD to see all the technical and commercial data, no? But also is connected with SAP region. Okay, so we need to give certain conditions to the tool to say that, okay, this customer is possible to enter and request certain things from here, and then the region needs to create their own strategy. Means that they are gonna define if they are gonna use distributors or if they are gonna use end customers or what kind of customers you wanted to handle in the tool. Can be a mix of customers or can be a specific customer that they can use only the tool. Okay? Then in SAP, if you say I have three different end customers and I needed to give different prices, we need to configure the SAP with these factors, okay? And then this is the commercial strategy according prices. We need to give the instruction also in PMD that, okay, all the time when this customer that is recognized in SAP, that is our internal customer, needs to read these specific factors. And the factor needs to come from PMD. And then this specific customer is gonna see your prices. Because also in PMD it's possible to say not only L2 price, no, that is the standard price, that usually I think you work with this one. Also it's possible to create what is gonna be the price for end customer. So we have different kind of strategies to create the prices. In the future, to avoid all of these, I think the list price calculation that you are doing is in Excel. The next step is to avoid Excels because we have really, or we notice that we have a lot of mistakes, could be, and we try to avoid that our data or disappear or we change all the time the factor and at the end we don't know what was the final factor that we were using. So we are developing together with DI one app that is going to calculate the L2 price, and then we need to use this platform, no? So immediately you can say that, okay, this is going to be my GCK or this is going to be my factors that I'm going to use with this specific MLFBs, and then the tool is going to connect to PMD and in automatic is going to be the prices. So it's not only technical things, it's also that we needed to combine with the commercials and we needed to have what kind of strategy we needed to go to the market. Because today, talking about spare parts, okay, we have it here, you are gonna find it here, I'm in Singapore, okay? So you can see that even if no one in the room today, they are using the tool, or as a product side, your country is using the tool because you have everything. I put this one as electrical services, that is our module, no? And you can see that we have spares and also we have the trainings, all Power Academic catalogs, we have it here. And also we have the configurator, no? But this is a different module, but you are gonna find different kind of options that we started to implement to support the customer and to try to make it more standard our portfolios, no? But talking about the spares, you are gonna see here, okay, all the breakers, no? We can use, I add breakers that also are phase out, no? And also is a ongoing of the serial production. If I enter here, you are gonna see different kind of spares also that today is in here. But if you said it to me, Jessica, no, I need different kind of panel that is my huge install base, we can implement only for your country. So this is also valid. It's not necessary that you go with all the catalog that I'm implementing worldwide. We can say, no, I only have 3 of this one and I prefer to go with certain portfolios. So here,
Jessica,
because
One question, Rafael, here. You mentioned that end customers need to pay a fee, or that headquarter is then aware who of the end customers already are in the countries, right? Can you do you have that overview? Which end customers per country are already, let's say, in the C-Sales portal environment?
Yes, but it's per country, Rafael.
Yeah, sure,
So
per country.
I
Yeah.
need, so I need to approach each of the region, no, that it's
Yeah,
that
can we?
today you have
Yeah,
in the room, and
can you
then
take that as an action item? So just as
yes, sure,
within the
sure.
perfect, because then I
Yes,
think the regions or the country have a, let's say, a jumping point if it really makes sense to invest also yeah, a little bit more brain power here, right? As I think the colleagues have no clue at that stage if their end customer dealing with daily are already, let's say, on other EA levels or even in SI using that, right? Okay, thanks. There a question from Singapore?
Yeah, Jessica, I have one question here. May I know what are the difference between this sea portal and the industry mall? Because I know in Malaysia, yeah, same.
it's the same. Only they
But
change the
why
platform and they
we are
implemented.
not aware this sea portal? We only heard industry mall, industry mall.
No, no, no.
From
They transfer everything that is in industry mode to C Portal because these tools they have more
Okay, okay. So
features.
we are using it for industry mall. We are using it. I mean, the sea portal now we are using it, but only for customers to access. Yeah, yeah. Only our channel
So
partner or EP partner. Yes.
Yeah.
okay, you use it. So
Yeah, Jujin here from Singapore. Yeah, same for Malaysia. For Singapore, we do use Industry Mall. So now I know it's now named to C Portal. It makes more sense now. Um, um, we it's mostly used by EP and channel partners. But now to implement now to for EACS, yeah, now I know the data is taken from PMD, and then we will have to categorize end customers, distributors, EPCs, and then for each of these categories, then we have to put in different discount factors from the L2 price. Yeah, like what Rafael said, I think we need a lot of brain power behind this to make this work. But one question from my side, Jessica, then this is also then once the customer places the order, then order confirmation is automatically generated. Logistic is also taken care of, right?
yes, yes, yes. So well, in here only I now it's okay if I jump to the other my slides because in there I can show it to you how it's working the. Oh my God. So C Portal, they have three different modules, okay, that we needed to recognize. I know that most of the regions that are on the room, I didn't approach. Only I approached Australia, no, because Australia knows more and was one of the countries that we say that if he wanted to join as a first wave, no, as a implement C Portal in the region, but they are evaluating. It's good to know that Malaysia they are having experience. I'm gonna talk later with them, but this is the three modules that we needed to consider as a e-business, no, or the lead to cash process that we needed to follow. We have the CPQs, that is all the configurators, prices, and codes. Then we have the e-ordering, and then we have this digital order to cash. So e-business is all of these three modules. The platforms that we are gonna use, yes, it's Portal, it's PMD, and it's SAP. Okay. So the customer, how is working? The customer today, they can go directly as using the digital tools, no, that is Ciportal, Elop, Eddy, or different kind of 3D party marketplaces, no? But also internally, talking about sales, no? When they place an internal order, that is this, the order to cash, no? We have 5 steps that today we need to automate. Today we are doing a lot of things manually. And we need to avoid that these things continue because it's not productive, honestly. So we need to increase our productivity. And we need to increase the digital rate to say, okay, our process is automated and we can provide this delivery and the customer satisfaction really 100%. And we are going to have a better rating in the market, no? We are talking about sales order creation. We are talking about how we are going to transfer this PO and processing the order from the end customer to the region and to the region to the end supplier, because the end suppliers also can be factories or can be the end supplier, no, third party. Then we need to also give an order confirmation. So all of this one needs to be really automatic. We need to change the SAP and configure it accordingly to give in automatic answers. We need to create also the invoicing, and we need to give the payment. In C Portal, it's possible to use the credit card, or it's possible to keep the usual payments that today we have in Siemens, not with the end customers. But according to your question, yes, it's a process that today we needed to make it automated. We needed to change the SAP of your region because we need to evaluate how many activities the people who is in the order management, no, to handle this PO, how many activities they are doing today manually. And then we needed to start to monitoring, and at least these 5 activities that I have here in the slide is necessary or mandatory to change. It doesn't matter if we go today with Ciportal or not Ciportal. Today, the order to cash needs to change because we need to be more productive, no? And this is the idea as talking about the strategy as a EA. We need really to improve our digital fit rate. So yes, we are gonna need one person. We can say that is the e-business consultant, no, who coordinate internally with different departments. This person, obviously, I can help. I can, and I will help to this, and I will contact also and use the network that we have, not only to make that all the process change, also to give some experience about how we are going to create this strategy in terms to bring more e-orders, no? Because also we need to think that when we are handling spares, it's a tricky, no? That not always the GCK is with us, and sometimes we need to negotiate also with the product side. And then in PMD, we need really to evaluate who is going to handle the price, because sometimes our prices are different with the prices that the business unit they handle for the same component. So all of these things today, the company with the program of Sherpa and with the initiative as a one tech company is gonna disappear. So the GCK and PCK is gonna be our main reference, and we need to really align and talk if it's necessary with the business unit to say, okay, for this motor, our price list is gonna be this one, and according to the discounts, well, that one is gonna be internally. But we need to configure also the SAP to have the booking, no, with us, because for the products, no, or the components that are under the PCK of product side, we need to also, in case that we are using C portal, the customer, they don't know what is happening internally. The customer only place the order and say, okay, Siemens, delivery, and I need this component. I don't care if it is buildings, I don't care if it is DI or whatever business unit. So internally, the systems, now we needed to configure it to say, okay, this is the order split, and this is the business unit who needs to follow all this kind of the part of the order. So the component needs to come from DI. So the system talk with the other system to follow the delivery. So in here, the main challenge that we have is that to make that this process works, we need finance involved. We need people from who handle the order management, and we need people from sales, not to create this strategy to know how we are going to the market. It's possible. I don't say that, but it's hard. Yes, but it's possible because we are doing with Canada, we are doing with Germany. So we are trying to handle different countries that today they help us also to understand how it's going to be our challenge as a service, because it's a little different versus product side.
Any questions, colleagues? No? Okay.
Maybe questions, maybe not in regards of the near future of the spare part business. I really like to give you guys a chance to drop Jessica comments how she or headquarter can help you in regards of fulfilling, let's say, also our targets in this fiscal year. Means we talked yesterday, I think it was about a country-related spare part list, something like that. So I will give you guys a chance to make a comment in this regards, how headquarter can support you in the country for speeding up on delivery and offering. So let's, Christopher already smiling, so let's take the chance, Chris, also just for the records, not just for the records, also for the records in regards of the maturity programs. Thanks.
Yeah, I think Rafael brought up a very good questions. Actually, it's our pinpoint because we already have the global spare part list from Germany headquarter, but whenever we place the PO to headquarter, the execution team will inform us there will be a delay. Yeah, let's say the delivery from maybe 8 weeks, they will drag to another 10, additional 10 weeks. So it's always our pain point. Yeah, so how can headquarter improve on this topic?
But you are talking about offers or
offer is one thing. Yeah, offer is another topic. But we are now talking about on the execution side, the delivery of the spare parts.
I think Christoph is thinking of, or in the delivery in the delivery list, there are lead times mentioned. I think that's the thing. Yeah. So if they order, price is fine. They order and then expecting the delivery time, which is mentioned, let's say in the list.
Yeah.
On the hard paper.
Yeah, because we are just talking about the standard spare part list. We are not talking about other obsolete or other spare part yet. So we are just talking about the standard spare part list, but we always have this shocking email from headquarter. Yeah, so it will trigger my heartbeat, and every time I need to look for Rafael or Simon to escalate. Yeah.
No, it's good that you mentioned that one of the topics that I'm working is to have a central warehouse. But it's difficult for me to have a report to review what is the demand worldwide because the data quality. So maybe I need to check with you if you can help me and
yeah,
we
I can
evaluate.
Yes, I can forward you the email. Yeah. But I
And then
mean,
and
I think
then
not only my country, I think it's the whole
no, no,
region
no,
as
it's in
well.
general,
Yeah.
and it's not,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I understood your point. It's not
Yeah,
only
the
Asia,
global
believe me, it's
problem.
worldwide. It's worldwide, and that's the reason that we are
Yeah.
implementing, and I'm trying to push this warehouse, because today we don't have a warehouse. We keep certain parts, but the idea is really to keep a lot of parts that are with demand, no, to avoid that we are gonna give really 6 months for something that is not good. But I need the support from the regions, because even if today, according my data, if I try to implement a report, it's not correct. So I will need that you help me with this data, and we create together this logistics, no, and this report with the install base, and I can share the things that I'm doing with the report, and maybe we can double check, and then we put it in the warehouse. This is not really something. It is. We are taking actions. This is my answer for you. So I hope that the this central warehouse is implemented for the next year, because we have more and more demand for the data centers. So we know what is gonna happen, and we know how we need to act now. But I'm
Okay.
taking these notes here.
Okay. Yeah. That's all my question.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Any further comments from a country in regards? Drop your comments, drop your wishes now. Now it's a chance, because this questions, this requests to headquarter will entering in the maturity program. So make up your mind, please. Indonesia.
Hi Jessica, I'm Jati.
Hello. Hi, Yati.
Yeah. Regarding your presentation about the spare part recommendation list, yeah, and then also you mentioned about the stocking spare part in our local warehouse. But as you know that CS, yeah, never have the stock so far. And then the second things is, for example, like we are requested by data center customer to have the critical spare part in our premises, yeah, and but there is a risk on that. Yeah, first is like we bought spare part, but it is not sold yet to the customers, and this will be our asset. And then the second, we don't have any warehouse, and the third is like we don't have any manpower to manage for this inventory management. And what kind of the practice already happened in the headquarters site or in the other region for this CS spare part management for the customers, especially for the critical things?
Well, we are using our service corners, no? And they have really the experience. And it's good that Australia is there. I don't know if he mentioned that it's gonna be soon the service corner. So the idea is to have a certain stock with them, no, that also help us, because even if we have a central warehouse here in headquarters or in Germany, the deliveries is gonna be impossible to arrive in 48 hours to Singapore, no? So we need to find the way what is the best location. And today we are really working with buildings also, and I'm checking with mobility how they are handling the talking about the future now for the digital warehouse, because we cannot put everything on stock,
Sure, yeah, only
but
critical things like.
we can start to think, okay, how we are gonna analyze certain parts to print, um, to have it at the digital print, no? So the 3D printer. So today I have, together with mobility and corporative, one initiative that we need to analyze how we are going to handle this digital warehouse. If you want, Jati, I can invite it to you, that you can also give us your feedback.
Yeah,
And
sure. I
then,
need some best practice from the other region, so I can also
correct.
confident to, yeah, maybe how we manage spare part, especially for the critical like a ACB or MCCB, that the price is not cheap, and then what is our mitigation risk in the future if the spare part is not consumed by customers, then will be obsolete or something else. Then how we sell to the or sell to the market after that. So that's why I in the past I put this inquiry in our like teams group in ACS head, yeah, but still no response yet. So yeah, so that's why, yeah,
No,
maybe there's
the thing is, yes, it's a critical situation, but I can invite it to you for that one, for the digital warehouse, because really the only way is to keep immediately and analyze the parts, what is possible to print, no? And then when the customer need it, so we don't need to have the stock, but we can have only the drawing, no? And then we send this drawing to the near printer, and then the customer, they have it. Or we can even say it to the customer, this is the drawing, and then he can print it. So, but we needed really to make this analysis really deep, because it's not so easy to cover all the standards that we have with our switch gears. But I will invite it to you, Jati. No, and also it's necessary in the meantime talk with our partners, because the partners, also the distributors, for example, they can help us. They can help us with a certain stock. And then in C Portal exists one option where we can offer to them to also promote their own products. So we say that, okay, dear distributor, if you are part also to sell our components, you can put it in our web page, no? And the different kind of components. And you know that even in the marketplace, no, for the future, this is also the strategy that we are gonna sell third-party products. So we need to be ready for all of these strategies.
Jessica, Jin here from Singapore. Just one question from my side. Today, if I go to PMD for the prices of the spare parts, we can see that most of the parts coming with a GA factor of 0.8 from a country level. That is actually like the L2 price. So will there be any effort along with this e-commerce initiative that is running now? Will there be any efforts to improve on the GA factors to the countries? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, yes, we needed to evaluate with our commercial in a separate way, not to say, okay, this is our strategy to go to the e-commerce, and we needed to have maybe certain discount, but we can take it really in a separate meeting and do it if you want.
Jessica here, Rafael. Knowing that our factory is running full for the next, let's say, year, not years, but several of the factories, yes. So, and service until now, you know, it's not in their focus, means on regards for spare parts. Is there any program in headquarters started to have, let's say, a fast lane for those kind of spares in order to shorten dedicated lead times? Because we, or I personally think it's even getting worse as more, let's say, the overload of the factories will take place.
Yes, we have with EP, no? With EP, we are talking to have an agreement with them to, and because the data centers, no, and most of the spares that we are using is for them. And we try to keep this just in time, no, that when we send project directly with them, needs to be like a priority in the list. So we are working with certain factories, not with all, but we can check it. So also I'm working with Sam, no, with China, and we are really trying to make different kind of strategies for the spares. Oh, first of all, we started cleaning the data, no? And I think this point, Rafael, is gonna be interesting that we can discuss it also in the factory in Gucci. But yes, I'm gonna take my note for the factories for E8 because it's
Yeah, because
necessary
it's
to
as
document.
I said. So we here just had a look into Ju Jin's laptop, and he was stating that Frankfurt, for example, right now has a process time of orders from 6 to 8 weeks. So talking about giving an order confirmation of 6 to 8 weeks, that's reality right now. So that's challenging here when I look in the faces in the room here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, messages we are on more or less, yeah. Headquarter is evaluating also fast lanes, speed up lanes in the factories. That's what I figured out. Rami has a comment here.
Yeah, maybe just a comment and just leading into C Portal. So one of the things we do in Australia is obviously track the on-time performance delivery of the factories. Not to show too much detail, but the chart on the right-hand side is effectively what the factory quoted versus what they actually delivered. The light blue color is late delivery, the dark blue color is on time. I guess for us, Jessica, the question is really, on average, well, the only dark blue one is APS, which is a local Australian supplier, just for the record. But the rest of the factories are on average 50 to 70% late, let's say. I'm not sure, and one of the, I guess, things that doesn't build the confidence, at least for me, in C Portal is if we have these standard lead times. I mean, a country like Australia, and maybe in some of the other regions where, you know, you get hit with liquidated damages once you send an order of acknowledgement, it is a legal binding document, and if the on-time delivery performance is 30, 40% on time, we're going to have a problem, not just with the brand or image of Siemens, but then you also have the financial penalties that we need to be aware of. So, I mean, I'm just showing this not to really pick on a particular factory, but it's just more so that with the on-time delivery performance, we had to be very careful on, if we go down the path of C Portal, we need to be committed to those deliveries at the same time. So.
Yes, and you are right, and thank you to mention that one. That's the reason that I said it, that exists different kind of package of ways to identify the spares. The basic spares, no, as a commodity list, is not something that we plan stock, so the customer see what is the delivery time that we have X time. But the option that we have as a service is that we can keep it in stock, and this is something that we are working, no? But it's necessary to have stock also in the regions or in certain service corners. We can increase the price and then we offer this fast delivery. So in C Portal, we can make these differences, no? To say, okay, this is the standard delivery, and if you want fast delivery, the cost is gonna be this one extra price. Do you want it to pay it? Yes, okay, you have it immediately instead to 3 months, no? And this one is gonna, when we offer fast delivery, even when the material is from the product side, we can keep the booking with us completely because it's a new advantage that we are offering to the customer. That today I think the product side, they are not going to do it. Honestly, they are not going to offer a fast delivery. So we can take it with us and say that, okay, if we identify certain materials that we know that our customers always they are going to request and always is going to be a problem for delivery, why we don't put it in stock? And that's the reason that I said it to the person who asked me for the report. I don't have really a clear data because the quality is not 100%. So if I can sit with each of you, the regions, and then we create this report, will be a really successful because we can provide this stock, and then it's gonna be higher price, but the customer always is gonna request from us this kind of material, no? And we are sure that we are gonna move this part. So in C Portal, we can keep it that one. And in C Portal also, the terms and conditions that you are saying that we need to be careful, yes, exist there, and we needed to really review, depends of the region. And in there we are gonna, I think that they mention and they specify really all of these things.
Thank you very much, Jessica. Any other questions, colleagues? If not,
I just want to officially then, not officially, but also for the records, as we are transcribing, and Aman will take that into the maturity program. So there will be a work stream, right, Jessica, driving from headquarter towards the dedicated countries for indicating the typical spare parts, right? That that's gonna be the action item here. Cool.
then thank you, Jessica. I mean, for your time, for your contribution.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Take care. Ciao.
Have a nice day.
Now we close today's session. So we will meet at 7 o'clock at the lobby. Yeah, and we will take some walk to the restaurant. Okay. Yeah?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Lock out. Need sequence.
Do we have one work to do? Thinking to skip the dinner, just go trying to have to do homework. Need to check. Simon.